Hey listeners, this is your host, Cosmic Naruto. Thank you so much for being here. You can check other videos too. Now let's get on to the video. Biju Dama. Bijus are powerful entities speaking Rasengan, jutsus. In the elemental nations, their village surrounded by a forest of trees known to the elemental nations as the village hidden in the leaf. In the village lived a boy. This boy was special. Yeah, special. For the longest time people hated and ignored him, but he didn't know why. The boy's name was Naruto Uzumaki. Since the day he was born, Naruto was burdened with the task of keeping the Kyuubi in bay within him. This is why people hated Naruto, as he was seen as the Kyuubi instead of its jailer by most of Konoha. In this village, right now, Naruto was running out of the village with a scroll because he failed to graduate, and that was when Mizuki, one of Naruto's senseis, had told him that if he took the forbidden scroll from the Hokage's office and learned a jutsu from it, then he would be able to graduate. After Naruto found a good place, he stopped and saw what only a few ever saw, forbidden jutsus and secrets, but he looked through the first few pages and found a jutsu that caught his eye. He read and found out it was time and space jutsu, which sounded cool to him, so he tried to learn it. First meld chakra, then keep a hold of that chakra. Read out Naruto as he did the hand signs that was shown on the page. Then you say time and space jutsu. Teleportation. Called out Naruto as he disappeared in a flash of light, and Hen reappear in an instant at what seemed to be a museum of sorts, but he wasn't sure as everything looked advanced, like nothing he had ever seen. It was clear to him that he didn't know where he was. Suddenly a door opened and in walked a small, strange, gray creature, with a head as big as his body with big eyes. What are you doing here? Asked the small creature as he looked at Naruto for the answer. Naruto was gonna say something as he opened his mouth, but nothing came out of his mouth, so he closed his mouth. Well, speak, said the gray creature as he looked at the blonde-haired human stranger who was wearing ugly orange clothes. Why the human wore those hideous clothes was a mystery to the gray creature. Naruto wanted to say something, but he was speechless at the fact that the small, strange, gray creature could speak. You could at least introduce yourself, after all you're in my museum, stated the strange creature as he waited for the blonde to introduce himself. Naruto shook his head. Sorry about that. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. What's yours? Said Naruto as he introduced himself before he asked the alien what his or her name was. I'm Azmouth, the smartest being in 5 galaxies, and I'm also a Galvin, said the creature, now known as Azmouth. Azmouth introduced himself to Naruto as he gloated about being the smartest being in 5 galaxies. Galaxies? What are galaxies? Asked Naruto with curiosity in his voice as he was interested in knowing what galaxies were. You are a human, right? Asked Azmouth, and Naruto responded by nodding his head. Then how do you not know what a galaxy is? Asked Azmouth. He had been to Earth before, mostly because of Ben Tennyson, and he knew that humans were smart enough to know about what a galaxy is. How did you get here then? Asked Azmouth curiously. After all, this was his museum in his world, which was heavily guarded and protected by a lot of high-level technology. In fact, it's one of the most secure places in the universe and virtually impossible to get into. Well, I used a time and space jutsu and then I accidentally teleported here, explained Naruto as he did use a time and space jutsu to get here. What's a jutsu? Asked Azmouth. He's never heard of it before, and he knew almost everything about the universe and everything else, but he has never heard of a jutsu. Seriously, you're the smartest being in 5 galaxies and you don't know what a jutsu is? Questioned Naruto as he gave Azmouth a look that said, are you kidding me? Geez, why don't you tell me jutsu is? Azmouth said with sarcastic voice. Before I tell you what jutsu is, you must know what chakra is, said Naruto as he got ready to explain what jutsu and chakra is. Chakra is essential to even the most basic jutsu. It is the molding physical energy present in every cell of the body and spiritual energy, mental energy, which is gained from the mind. Once molded, it can be channeled through the chakra pathway system, which is to chakra is what the circulatory system is to blood, to any of the 361 tenketsu in the body. Through various methods, the most common of which is hand signs, the chakra can then be controlled and manipulated to create an effect that would not be considered impossible, such as breathing fire or creating illusions. said Naruto as he explained to Azmouth what chakra was and what jutsus was as well. Naruto wasn't actually stupid. In fact, he was very intelligent for his age, but the reason why he did so bad was because almost all the teacher got of their way to sabotage Naruto's education, teaching him not hint at all or give him stuffs that wouldn't help his education at all. Eventually Naruto was able to figure out that most of the teachers weren't teaching him anything of value, so he messed around in the lessons, seeing as they weren't teaching him anything useful. No way, that's impossible for a human to breathe fire, stated Azmouth as he eyed at Naruto to see if he was lying before Azmouth looked around the room to see if he was being pranked by someone. It was probably Ben. Azmouth was going to give Ben the beating of a lifetime if he was pranking him. Well, I used chakra to teleport here, said Naruto as he looked at the page for any clues as to why he was teleported here. Name of jutsu, time and space jutsu, teleportation. Description: this jutsu allows the user to teleport anywhere they want, but it can only be used by some with a strong body and a strong will. This jutsu, if mastered, allows the user to teleport anywhere their heart desires without having to do hand signs or call out the name of the jutsu. It can be used to retreat from enemies as well as ambush your enemies from behind them. Warning: you must have a strong body, you must have a strong will, and you must have at least Chunin level chakra reserves or else you will die. P.S. You must think of the place you want to teleport to and the jutsu will lock on to the place before the jutsu takes you to that place. Naruto slapped himself after he read the page. Oh, said Naruto as thought back to when he was first reading the page. He was so excited to use the jutsu that he don't see the warning. How about you show a jutsu or two? Asked Azmouth as he thought that using chakra to do the impossible was logically impossible. Okay, this is my first time doing this, said Naruto as he went through hand signs very slowly before he called out, time and space jutsu, teleportation. Naruto disappeared in a flash of light. Azmouth looked around but couldn't see him. Behind you, said Naruto as Azmouth turned behind to see Naruto grinning like crazy. This was shock to Azmouth as he always believed logic was the way to go and that everything could be explained logically. Then this kid shows up and knocks all of that out the window. Henge, called out Naruto as he turned into an exact copy of Azmouth. To Azmouth it was like looking into a mirror and seeing his reflection. What Naruto did made Azmouth's mouth drop and land on the floor. How about you teach me everything you know and I'll do the same, said Naruto as he looked at Azmouth. It took a minute for Azmouth to agree as he was trying to pick up his jaw from the demonstration that Naruto just showed. After a year, over the year, Naruto learned about the tree walking exercise and water walking exercise. He did the exercises over and over until he had almost perfect chakra control. He had learned and mastered the time and space jutsu. Naruto had read the Forbidden Scroll and found another jutsu, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto had trained very hard the Forbidden Scroll when he found lots of jutsus that were useful and powerful but dangerous in the wrong hands, so he copied down the dangerous and useful jutsus in another scroll just for him before he got rid of them. Naruto started to spam clones when he learned that he would get any information that his clones knowed. This meant that it would cut down the time it took to learn a ND master jutsus as he learned more than just 2 jutsus from the forbidden and modified some of the jutsus to make them his jutsu. Naruto had also spent time with Azmouth knowing about many things, if not everything, like science, literature, mathematics, etc. This meant that Naruto's was able to get the education he didn't get in the academy, and he was smarter than before as he knew so much. During the time they spent, Azmouth could see that Naruto was able to regenerate quicker than anything he hadn't seen, which led to this. Hey Naruto, I was wondering if you would like to get stronger, asked Azmouth as he wanted Naruto to say yes. This question caused Naruto raise an eyebrow. Yeah, I do. Why? Asked Naruto as he was wondering why Azmouth was asking. There is a way I can make you stronger. It's a experiment which I think you survive, answered Azmouth as he didn't want to lie. What is this experiment? Asked Naruto as he wanted to know just what Azmouth was going to do and to see what Azmouth was planning. This is where I inject the DNA of every alien in the universe in you and give you the ability to use power of all the aliens. This would make you logically stronger, faster, smarter, and far more deadlier than anyone else in the universe, explained Azmouth as he told Naruto everything. Azmouth didn't want to make Naruto go through with the experiment without his consent and didn't want to force him to either. "So why haven't you done it yet?" asked Naruto, as he would have thought that people would be lining up to have all of that power. "Because they would die from the pain and the why can't regenerate fast enough to save themselves from the wound all over their body like you can," stated Azmouth, as he knew that the only person who could go through the process and live would be Naruto, thanks to his strong body, his unbreakable willpower and his fast regeneration. The advantages of this experiment successing far outweighs the disadvantages of the experiment, so I'm in, said Naruto. To as having ultimate power was worth he process. Naruto strapped on the steel table as they were thousands upon thousands of needles on top of him. They were going to inject the DNAs as soon as it was on time. "Calm down. Ignore the pain and stay still. That way," advised Azmouth before he pressed the red button on the remote in his hand. As soon as he pressed the button, all of the needles pierced through Naruto's skin before injecting the DNAs. It hurt like heck. It felt like being stabbed 1,000 times over and over, non-stop, but Naruto ignored the pain and stayed still as the pain increased until soon it felt like he was cut into pieces. Naruto stood still as the process continued for about 10 minutes. When the process was finished, Azmouth pressed the red button and the needles left Naruto's body and hung up in the same place height it did before the process. Naruto's body changed as he was now 5 feet 4 and his hair reached the back of neck, and he had 2 jaw-length bangs that were more darker shade of blonde than before, and now he had compact muscles and his skin became more tanned and naturally than it did before. "I would say the experiment went well," said Naruto as he felt more stronger and more powerful than before, as then his strength had increased tenfold. Naruto got up and tried to walk, but he fell as his legs and most of his body had gone numb as he couldn't get up. "Don't try to move. You went through a lot of pain and your body is busy healing your body," said Azmouth as he got a robot to help get Naruto up and helped get Naruto to his bed. As soon as Naruto landed in his bed, he fell asleep instantly as he was exhausted from what he just went through. 3 years later. "Naruto, you're leaving already," said Azmouth as he looked Naruto. Over the years Naruto started to see Naruto as a son, though he would never tell him or anyone else that. "Yeah, I have to go, but thanks for everything. I promised I will come back soon," said Naruto as he looked Azmouth. Naruto still looked the same as he did before. Naruto was wearing a black jacket with green lines around it over black Anbu shirt. He also wore black Anbu pants and wore white gloves. "You better come back," said Azmouth as he smiled and waved goodbye to Naruto. "You know I never break a promise. Oh, and thanks for everything, really," said Naruto as he grinned at Azmouth and waved goodbye before disappearing in a flash of light. Naruto reappeared in the place where he was before he used the jutsu. When Naruto heard, "Naruto, why did you steal the forbidden scroll from Hokage's office?" asked the person that Naruto knew as Iruka. "Mizuki-sensei said that if I got this forbidden jutsu and learn a jutsu from it, then I will be able to graduate and become a ninja," said Naruto as he pretended to be stupid. "Look out," yelled Iruka as a group of shuriken were flying towards Naruto, but Iruka pulled Naruto out of the way. "Naruto, give me the scroll now," said Mizuki as he held his hand out to Naruto. Ka took out the kunai that was stabbing his leg out. "Naruto, don't give it to him," said Iruka as he knew that Mizuki was a traitor and just wanted the forbidden scroll to sell it to someone for someth like money or use it for his own power. "Naruto, don't trust Iruka. He and everyone else has been lying to you. The Sandaime Hokage made a law that no one can tell you that the Kyuubi is sealed inside of you. The Kyuubi that killed Iruka's parents and destroy our village has taken over your body. You are the Kyuubi no Yoko," said Mizuki as he took out his shuriken, which was a huge shuriken. "Die, Naruto," shouted Mizuki as he threw the huge shuriken at Naruto. Before Naruto could do anything, Iruka got in front of Naruto as he had his back impaled by the huge shuriken. "When I lost my parents, my grades dropped and I acted like the class clown because I just wanted them to see me and to know my name. My schoolwork wasn't good enough to get their attention, so I did crazy things and then I had to pay for it. It was hard. I know how you feel, Naruto. You're lonely and it hurts inside. I'm sorry I let you down," said Iruka as tears were flowing out of Iruka's eyes as it landed on Naruto. "Don't listen to him. He hates your guts. The Kyuubi that's sealed in you is the one that killed Iruka's parents. He's just saying that to get the scroll from him," stated Mizuki. Naruto got in front of Iruka and took out the huge shuriken that pierced through the skin of Iruka's back and threw it at Mizuki, who dodged it and jumped down on the ground. "Don't worry Iruka-sensei, I trust you," said Naruto as he shot a caring look at Iruka before it was replaced with a serious look and Naruto faced Mizuki. "So the Kyuubi thinks he can beat me, looks like I will be able to get the Forbidden Scroll easily after all," said Mizuki with a smug look on his face as he thought that he would be able to beat Naruto and take the Forbidden Scroll from Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, called out Naruto as 100s. OLED clones of Naruto poofed into existence and were in different places, surrounding Mizuki. "Oh crud, screwed," said Mizuki as the solid clones of Naruto charged at Mizuki and started to give him a painful beating as they threw a couple of punches here and a few kicks there until Mizuki was knocked. Iruka saw everything that happened. "Naruto, close your eyes," said Iruka as Naruto closed his eyes. Naruto could feel something being put on his forehead and he instantly knew that it was a Konoha headband. "Now open your eyes," said Iruka as Naruto opened his eyes. "Congratulations Naruto, you're now a ninja," stated Iruka as he smiled at Naruto. Suddenly he was tackled to the ground by Naruto as Naruto hugged him, not because Naruto was excited about being a ninja but hasn't seen Iruka for 4 years. Naruto was in the Hokage's office and he was in front of the Sandaime Hokage. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, what happened to you?" asked Sarutobi as he had seen Naruto yesterday but today Naruto looked like a young adult as his face lacked any baby fat whatsoever. "I awakened my bloodline," stated Naruto with a serious face. This surprised and shocked Sarutobi. Sarutobi was surprised to see Naruto look serious and he was shocked to hear that Naruto had a bloodline. "You have a bloodline?" asked a surprised and shocked Sarutobi as he didn't think that Naruto even had a bloodline since his parents didn't. "Yeah and no, my parents didn't have as it is very dormant in my family line as it can only appear in a child every 2-3 generations, that is why my father didn't inherit it or his grandfather," said Naruto as he explained why his parents didn't have and why he did. "Wait a minute, did he say his parents? Do you know who your parents are?" asked Sarutobi as he was begging in his head that Naruto didn't. "My parents are Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki," said Naruto in knowing way. This made Sarutobi wonder how Naruto knew who his parents were. "Before you ask, I know Minato is my father because he and I look exactly the same, while I knew Kushina was my mother because she was the only Uzumaki that lived in Konoha and my last name is Uzumaki," stated Naruto as though it was the most simplest thing in the world. He knew for a long time who his parents were but chose not to tell as they probably wouldn't believe him. "Naruto, I'm sorry that kept it a secret and I'm sorry that I failed you," said Sarutobi as he apologized for everything. "Gigi, you don't need to apologize, everything you did and every action you took was what you thought was best and right for me," saw it Naruto as he smiled Sarutobi like he always did. It made Sarutobi see that Naruto wasn't a kid anymore, he was now a serious adult that was understanding. "Well Gigi, I'm going to bed," said Naruto as he was about to head out the door. "Naruto, I'm sorry but I'm going, we have to have council meeting about your bloodline and your CRA," said Sarutobi. He didn't want to do this but he had to because say he was the Hokage and he couldn't let his love for Naruto get in the way of his work. "Can we do it the day after tomorrow?" asked Naruto as he didn't want to have to see those jerks today or tomorrow. He knew that most of the clan council and the Hokage was okay but the rest were a bunch of jerks with huge sticks up their asses. "Sure," said Sarutobi as he smiled at Naruto. He may not be able to keep Naruto's bloodline a secret but he could decide when the meeting would take place. "Okay, goodbye Gigi," said Naruto as he left. It took a few minutes to get to his apartment as he jumped from roof to roof while using chakra to increase his speed. Naruto got inside and saw that his apartment is just as crud as before but after 8 months or so he will move to a better place. Naruto got in to his bedroom and took off his jacket before he went to sleep on his bed. Naruto got up and went into the toilet to brush his teeth and wash his face before he went to the kitchen to make himself some ramen and then eat the ramen, which reminded him to ask Azmouth for food because he doubted any store would sell him anything. Once Naruto finished his ramen, he rushed to the academy. Naruto walked into the academy and got in front of the door that Iruka told him about. Then he opened the door and walked inside to see a lot of people. Naruto walked through the class ignoring the looks he got and sat down at the spot he always sat at. "Who are you?" asked Sasuke as this person who sat at the spot that Naruto used to sit in looked a bit like Naruto but was older. He didn't know what the person was doing here. "Naruto," stated Naruto as he put his head down and closed his eyes. He was bored as there was nothing to do since Iruka wasn't here yet. "Naruto," said Sasuke as he yelled a bit, getting everyone's attention. "What about Naruto?" asked Kiba as he and the rest of the gang joined in on the conversation. The gang was basically just Hinata, Shino, Choji, Shikamaru, Sakura and Ino. "He's Naruto," said Sasuke as he pointed to the guy sitting next to him, which made him sound a bit crazy to the gang. The gang reacted by, "Did you lose your mind?" asked the whole gang looking at Sasuke as if he was crazy for suggesting something like that. Before Sasuke could say anything, Iruka appeared in front of the class and used his jutsu, the giant demon head jutsu. "Listen up," he said as he used the giant demon head jutsu to get everyone's attention. Team 1, Team 3, Team 6, Team 7 will consist of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Their sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. Team 8 will consist of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga. Their sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi. Team 9 is still in circulation from last year. Team 10 will consist of Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi and Ino Yamanaka. Their sensei will be Asuma, Sarutobi. Said Iruka. Then he shunshined out of there as his job was done and he did what he was supposed to do. Naruto got out a orange book. He had the title, Ichi Ichi Paradise, The Journey of a Sage. And read it. On the inside he was pissed out off. "I get stuck with the king of emos and the banshee, just great," thought Naruto, but he ignored it and started reading his book. Sakura was jumping up and down with her hands up in the air as she got to be in the same team as her Sasuke-kun as she continued to shout how true love conquers all. Ino had her head down on the table as she got stuck with the lazy Nara and the busy, non-stop eating machine that was Choji and mumbled about how life is not fair and why couldn't have she been in Sasuke's team. Suddenly a red-eyed beauty appeared and managed to caught Naruto's attention. "Teammate, come with me." And with that she took teammate and left, but not before glaring at the orange book, which Naruto was reading. After 2 hours, all of the senseis appeared and took their team. Asuma came and took team 10, then all the other senseis came and left with their team, leaving only team 7 to continue waiting for their sensei as they did for 2 hours. Finally the door opened and in came a masked man who had long, silver, gravity-defying hair. "My first impression of you is you're boring," stated the masked man. "Is that you're going to say after we waited for about 2 hours for you to show up?" screeched Sakura as the guys covered their ears with their hands to avoid getting a earache. Kakashi chose to ignore her. "Meet me up on the roof," said Kakashi before he shunshined away, leaving the 3 genins behind. Naruto disappeared in a flash of light, so now there were only 2 genins that were left behind. They walked out the room and headed up to the roof as Sasuke wondered how Naruto did that while Sakura was following Sasuke like a puppy. Naruto appeared on the roof, right next to Kakashi, who was taking out an orange book from his back pocket but stopped when he saw Naruto appear in a flash of light. "Yo," said Naruto before he got out his own orange book from his jacket and started to read it as he made perverted giggles with the usually blood coming out of his nose. "I've never been so proud of a student. I'm proud of you, Naruto," thought Kakashi as he was happy to have a student that appreciated Ichi Ichi Paradise. Before he pulled out his orange book as he read it and had a nosebleed while was making the giggling sound, just like Naruto. After 10 minutes, Sasuke and Sakura got to the roof to see Naruto and Kakashi reading an orange book as they were giggling and blood was coming out of their nose. Once the 2 perverts saw that Sasuke and Sakura finally made it, they put away the orange books. "Alrighty then, since we're going to be a team now, I guess it's time to introduce ourselves," said Kakashi as his 3 new students, who were sitting down in front of the masked ninja. "Why don't show us how to?" asked Sakura looking at Kakashi, which made the guys wonder how did she become Kunoichi of the Yaded out loud because they didn't want her to screech and give them an earache. "I'm Kakashi Hatake. Things I likes and things I hate. I don't feel like telling you, My dreams for the future. Never really thought about it. As for my hobbies, I have too many to count. Said Kakashi as he introduced himself, but that was useless because all the three new genins learned was Kakashi's full name. You're up, Pinky. Said Kakashi as he suggested Sakura to introduce herself. I'm Sakura Haruno. I like, said Sakura looking at Sasuke before continuing. I hate Ino Pig and Naruto. My dreams for future is, and my hobbies include, said Sakura as she finished her introduction. Every time she stopped, she glanced at Sasuke and giggled. You're up, said Kakashi as he looked Sasuke and gestured Sasuke to introduce himself. I'm Sasuke Uchiha. I don't like anything. I hate a lot of things. My dreams for the future is to revive my clan and kill a certain someone, said Sasuke as he introduced himself. Naruto expected that Sasuke would say something like that. Okay, you're up, blonde, said Kakashi as he gestured to Naruto to introduce himself. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like gardening, ramen, and the Ichi Ichi Paradise series. I hate arrogant people, ignorant people, jerks, rapists and liars. My dreams for the future is become a powerful Kage and make my village the strongest. My hobbies include gardening, training, cooking and reading Ichi Ichi Paradise books, said Naruto as he introduced himself. I have a love-struck fangirl stalker, Aimo Uchiha, and an ambitious student who wants to become Hokage. The first two don't seem to be mentally stable, but the last one seems mentally stable, thought Kakashi as he listened to their introductions and realized that only Naruto seemed mentally stable to become a ninja, and he also seemed ambitious unlike the other two. Listen up. You will have your first mission tomorrow. The mission is a survival exercise with the four of us. We will meet up in Train Ground 7 at 8 a.m., stated Kakashi. Why are we doing more exercise? Didn't we do enough exercises in the academy before we graduated? Asked Sakura. She was wondering why they were doing boring lame exercises instead of missions that ninjas normally do. This is a test to see if you are ready to become genins or not, and I will decide if you pass or fail, but be warned that there is a 13 possibility of passing, said Kakashi as he explained why they were doing it and why it was important. But didn't we already pass? I thought we were genins now, asked Sasuke as he did think they were already genins. They did graduate and they were already genins. The graduation was just to see who could possibly become genins, but this test will determine whether or not you will be genin. If not, you will be sent back to the academy. Sigh. D. Kakashi as the genins realized just how important the test was and learned that they still had to do this test in order to become real genin. Oh, and one more thing. Don't eat breakfast or else you'll puke tomorrow, said Kakashi before he shunshined away, leaving the genins a bit scared and nervous about what Kakashi meant when he said they'll puke. Well, all except Naruto. Well, that's all I have to say. Biju Bomb. Kyuubi speaking. Rasengan, jutsus. Oh, and all of this plot belongs to me as well as all of the jutsus and more in this fanfic belongs to me. If you want to use anything from my fanfic then ask me first. Other than that you're good. Oh, and one more thing. Don't eat breakfast or else you'll puke tomorrow, said Kakashi before he shunshined away, leaving the genins a bit scared and nervous about what Kakashi meant when he said they'll puke. Well, all except Naruto. Naruto just shrugged before he disappeared in a flash of light back to his apartment, leaving Sasuke and Sakura to walk down the stairs. Again, while their fellow genin and their teacher were able to teleport to anywhere without having to walk, sometimes life wasn't fair. So my jutsu not lets me go to any place or anytime. I guess I'll meet Azmouth, said Naruto, wondering what to do next. He decided to go and get some food from Azmouth. Naruto disappeared in a flash of light and reappeared behind Azmouth. Azmouth knew that it was Naruto and didn't even flinch at the flash of light because Naruto did it over and over that Azmouth was used to it. I see you came back, though you came back a bit earlier than expected, said Azmouth. Azmouth just said goodbye to Naruto just yesterday and Naruto was back already. Azmouth was happy that Naruto came back, though he did wonder why Naruto came back so early. Well, I forgot to ask you for some food and clothes, stated Naruto as he scratched the back of his head as he chuckled at forgetting about that. There at the back, open the door with the number 7 on it, said Azmouth, never turning his back to Naruto as Azmouth was busy creating what looked like an Omnitrix. Azmouth's sweat dropped at Naruto for forgetting to took food and clothes as they were important. He figured that if someone could forget important stuff then of course it would be Naruto. Okay, said Naruto before he ran to the back to see 16 doors. Naruto kept walking past the doors until he saw the door with the number 7 and he opened it to see his food and decided to make 2 storage seals, one to seal all the food and the other one to seal all the clothes. Though Naruto was beginner in Fuinjutsu, he did know how to make a storage seal. Once Naruto sealed all the food and clothes, he went to Azmouth to see what he was busy with. What is that? Asked Naruto as he saw what Azmouth was making and was wondering what it was. This is a basic design of what I'm going to make, which is a better version the Omnitrix, answered Azmouth as he never left his eyes off the thing now known as the Omnitrix. Naruto remembered what Azmouth said about the Omnitrix and knew what it could do, so he decided it was time to leave. See you later, Azmouth, said Naruto before he disappeared in a flash of light. Naruto reappeared in a flash of light in his apartment and saw that the time was the same as when he left, and this helped prove that his theory was right, that his time and space jutsu could take anywhere at any time. It truly was a time and space jutsu. Naruto unsealed the food that he took and put it in the fridge and in the kitchen for later when he was hungry and needed to eat. Naruto went to the bedroom and unsealed the clothes, so he could put them in the closet. After that Naruto looked at the clock in his living room and saw that it was just 3:49 p.m., meaning he still had time. Naruto got up and walked to the Hokage's office while he was reading a Ichi Paradise book, which got him glares from the opposite sex, but he paid them no attention as he was focusing on where he was going and on the book. Naruto got to the door and put away his book before he opened the door. Naruto, what can I do for you? Asked Sarutobi as he held warm and caring aura which made Naruto feel at ease. Sarutobi also had a kind smile on his face that made Naruto feel like he could trust the Hokage. I was wondering if you wanted to get some ramen, said Naruto as he grinned at Sarutobi like a child. Naruto saw Sarutobi as a grandfather and enjoyed his company. Besides, there weren't a lot of people who liked him or even hang out with him. Sure Naruto, I'm not busy, said Sarutobi as he and Naruto walked to Ikiraki's ramen. Sarutobi liked Naruto and thought of him as his grandson, also it let him get some air and let him avoid paperwork. So Naruto, how have you been? Said Sarutobi as he doesn't get a lot of free time to talk with Naruto as Naruto usually was getting into trouble while Sarutobi was busy with running the Hidden Leaf Village. Fine, it's great that I get to be a genin. Just you wait because one day everyone will know my name, said Naruto as he and Sarutobi walked down the street and came to a stop when they finally reached their destination, Ichiraku's Ramen. Welcome to Ichiraku's Ramen, what would you like to have? Asked Ayame in gentle tone that was filled with joy since Naruto last visited Ichiraku's Ramen, well for Naruto anyway as he was gone for 4 years though no one knew that. I would like 5 miso ramen, ordered Naruto. Naruto's tongue was almost dripping at the being able to eat Ichiraku's ramen as they made the best ramen in Naruto's opinion. He couldn't wait until he could eat it. And I will have 2 bowls of chicken ramen, ordered Sarutobi. He never did understood why Naruto and his mom were obsessed about ramen. Maybe it was a trait that all Uzumakis share, or maybe it was a trait that you would gain if you were the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. Ayame told her father what to make and he made 1 miso and 1 chicken ramen. She brought it to the customer, which were Naruto and Sarutobi. Here are your orders, Hokage-sama, and you are, said Ayame as she waited for the unknown person to give their name. Ayame-chan, I'm hurt that you would forget me. I mean I'm your number 1 customer, said Naruto with fake hurt tone as he pretended to be hurt by what Ayame said and pretended to cry. Ayame looked at the person and saw that the person looked familiar. Blonde hair, blue eyes, whiskers marks. Then it hit her like a truck. She only knew one person who had blonde hair, blue eyes and whisker marks, and that was Naruto. Of course it's me. Who do you think I'm, the Yondaime Hokage? Said Naruto. What he said made Sarutobi do a spit take with the bit of soup he was drinking from ramen. Sarutobi was wondering if Naruto had figured it out or not. On the outside Sarutobi may looked calm, but he was panicking on the inside, hoping Naruto didn't know. Sorry Naruto, I didn't realize it was you, apologized Ayame as she was eyeing Naruto, who was eating his ramen, up and down. Ayame blushed after seeing how hot Naruto had become and was surprised that Naruto was hot. Just yesterday he was a cute little prankster, but now he was hot. It was like someone decided to make him older and hotter. So Naruto, how was your day today? asked Ayame after she shook her and get rid of the blush on her face. I mean, this was Naruto. Someone she saw as a little brother, but now she was looking at him as though he was hot piece of meat. No, she slapped herself mentally, she shouldn't be thinking of him like that. It was okay. Summed up Naruto as he had missed his fourth bowl while the Hokage was still on the first bowl. Ayame was thinking how cool and hot Naruto sounded when he said that before she slapped herself mentally to get rid of those thoughts. Naruto ate his fifth bowl and got up. Well, I'll see ya around, said Naruto as he dug into his pocket to get out 1,000 Ryo bill and gave it to Ayame. Gigi, this was nice but I got to go, said Naruto after he got the change from Ayame and waved Sarutobi goodbye before leaving. Naruto decided to go and find a shop to get some weapons. Naruto walked around and looked for a shop that would sell him some weapons. He kept looking around until he stopped when he saw a weapons shop. The shop was pretty big and seemed full of all sorts of weapons and products. He shop had a banner on top that said Higurashi Weapon Store. Naruto looked around for some kunais and a couple of shurikens as he needed them for the test tomorrow. Naruto grabbed 10 kunai, 20 shurikens and 2 demon wind shurikens before heading to the register. When he got to the register, he saw a girl who was probably 13. She had wrapped her hair around into 2 buns and she had brown eyes. Naruto put the weapons in front of her. That will be 5,500 Ryo, said the girl. Naruto got out a 5,000 Ryo and a 1,000 Ryo bill. She took the money and gave a 500 Ryo coin. She looked at him closely and blushed when she saw that he was hot. Come back again, handsome, said Tenten as she waved him goodbye. She thought that the person she saw was hot. She swore she never saw anyone as hot as him. She wished in her head that she would see him again. Naruto got his weapons and he left. Naruto decided to get 2 different Ichi Paradise books because he was about to finish the book that he was reading. Naruto headed to a general store and looked around when he saw that there was at least 8 different Ichi Paradise book. He grabbed 2 books that were Ichi Paradise, The Life of a Rogue Ninja, and Ichi Paradise, Man on a Mission. Naruto walked to the register. I would like to buy this, said Naruto as he looked at the girl. She was chewing gum when Naruto walked up to her. The woman got up and scanned the 2 books. That'd be 400 Ryo, said the woman. Naruto took out the 500 Ryo coin and gave it to her. She took it and gave him a 100 Ryo coin. Naruto took the books and left the store as he headed home. He got there and looked at the clock in the living room and saw that it was 7:08 p.m. and put the books he got on his bookshelf where he had all the books that he thought was awesome, or books that he read to help with him being a great ninja, such as A Beginner's Guide to Fuinjutsu and How to Become an Expert in Taijutsu. Naruto went to the kitchen and started making himself something to eat. It took him about 20 minutes, but he was able to make a beef burger and fries. Once Naruto finished eating, he went to bed and fell asleep after he put all of the weapons away. Naruto got up. He brushed his teeth and washed his face before he went to the kitchen to make himself some breakfast. He had cooked sausages and baked beans. He took 3 kunais and 6 shurikens before he left. Naruto decided to walk there while he read his book Ichi Paradise. Naruto kept walking for 45 minutes before he got to Training Ground 7 where he saw Sasuke and Sakura were standing and waiting for Kakashi. Naruto decided to lean against a tree as he sat down and read his book. Naruto read the book for about 15 minutes. Seeing as Kakashi was taking his time, Naruto decided to fall asleep as he and the other 2 genins waited for Kakashi. After an hour had passed, Naruto stood when he sensed Kakashi approaching. Kakashi shunshined in front of the genins. Yo, said Kakashi as waved at the genins. You're late, shout Sakura and Sasuke as they glared at Kakashi. If looks could kill them, Kakashi would be dead. Sakura and Sasuke were angry at Kakashi as because of him they were hungry and tired from waking up early and waiting for 2 hours for him to appear. I was late because a black cat crossed my way, so I had to go all the way around Konoha to get here, said Kakashi as Ei smiled at them in a way that just made them know that he was lying. Liar, yelled out Sakura and Sasuke as they didn't believe Kakashi a single bit and were pissed at him for being late, as he told them to come so early and then decided to not show at the time he told them to come. Anyways, the test is simple. Your goal is to try and take these bells from me. If you get a bell, then you pass and you become a genin. said Kakashi as he took out 2 bells and showed 2 bells that were joined together by string. But sensei, there's 2 bells, so one of us is bound to fail, said Sakura as shish. Noticed that there were 2 bells and 3 of them, so one of them had to fail. If you don't get a bell before the time runs out, then you'll be sent back to the academy, stated Kakashi as he saw the looks of the genins. The sheer disbelief in their faces. Test will begin in 3, 2, 1, go, said Kakashi as he counted down. The genins looked at each other before they separated and stopped when they found a good to hide in. They hid in different places all except Naruto. Kakashi, get ready, said Naruto as he created 3 solid clone, who grabbed Kakashi and held him down as the real Naruto. Went for the knockout punch, a clone of himself who Kakashi shunshined with. Naruto, look out, said Sasuke as he tried to warn Naruto but failed as Kakashi was almost finished. Secret hidden leaf village jutsu, 1,000 years of death, shouted Kakashi as he joined his index fingers and his middle fingers and used them to stab Naruto in his backside, causing Naruto to shoot into the air, while Sasuke and Sakura just deadpanned how that was even a jutsu. He was sent flying. Naruto touched his butt with his hand as he waited for the pain to go away. Big chill. Naruto landed on the ground as he shot towards Kakashi. He threw punches at Kakashi but Kakashi dodged them all. Naruto kept throwing punches as Kakashi kept dodging until Naruto got a hold of Kakashi's hand, and once he did, he held tightly as he took a deep breath before he released fog from his mouth. Kakashi tried to dodge it but couldn't as Naruto was holding his hand very tightly. Kakashi watched as his hands become encased in ice when the fog went through his hand. Kakashi couldn't do anything as the fog went through Kakashi, and when it did, Kakashi was completely covered in ice. Naruto took the bells from Kakashi and gave it to Sasuke and Sakura, who were still surprised by how Naruto, the dead last, could defeat Kakashi. Naruto turned to Kakashi, who was still encased in ice. Heat blast. Naruto's hands were on flame and he put his hands on the ice encased Kakashi and moved his hands around Kakashi over and over until the ice melted and turned to water. Kakashi was shivering from the coldness of being encased in ice. How did you do that? Asked Sasuke. It's secret, whispered Naruto loud enough for Sakura and Sasuke to hear it. Naruto kept melting the ice that was still covering the lower half of Kakashi's body. No one said anything for a while as Naruto was busy melting the ice that was still covering the lower half of Kakashi's body, all the while Sasuke was just wondering what and how Naruto did while Sakura was too busy looking at Sasuke and thinking about how hot Sasuke or just about Sasuke in general. Once Kakashi was no longer covered in ice, Kakashi looked at this 3 genin and saw that Naruto did not have a bell. Well, I guess Naruto will be back to the academy, stated Kakashi. No, Naruto should pass. I'll be the one that should be sent to the academy, stated Sasuke. After all, Naruto was the one who beated Kakashi, and Sasuke couldn't live and call himself a Uchiha if he passed because Naruto did everything while he did nothing. It just wouldn't be fair. No, I should be the one to fail, stated Sakura. She couldn't let Sasuke or Naruto be sent back to the academy. They were stronger. Her and Naruto did do most of the work, so she couldn't in good conscience let Naruto be sent back to the academy or her true love, Sasuke. It looks like you'll have to pass us all or fail us all, said Sasuke as Naruto and Sakura nodded in agreement. Yeah, we're a team, said Naruto, too, as he put his hands on Sasuke and Sakura's shoulders and smiled at them for standing up for him. Naruto always trusted himself only when he was a child, but having a team like them might not be so bad as he previously thought. Well, then you all fail, said Kakashi as the genins had those looks of disbelief that was funny, well except for Naruto who looked indifferent. I'm joking, you all pass, stated Kakashi as he laughed at the funny look that they had on their faces. Man, it was priceless. Meanwhile Sasuke and Sakura were glaring at Kakashi, but Naruto was looking up at the sky with anxious. I see. Then I'll be going now, said Naruto before he disappeared in a flash of light before anyone could say anything, but they did see the look on his face that showed them that he had something on his mind. Naruto reappeared in a flash of light in the Hokage's office, which surprised Hokage at his sudden arrival. Naruto, are you ready to go to the council meeting? Asked Sarutobi, as he could see that Naruto had something on his mind. Yeah, of course I'm, Gigi, said Naruto with confidence, but Sarutobi could easily see that Naruto's mind was elsewhere. Okay. Then follow me, said Sarutobi as he guided Naruto. They walked for about 10 minutes or so. Before they reached their destination, they got to the council room to see that everyone was there. Now the meeting shall begin, claimed Hokage as he took his seat while Naruto was in front of the council for the meeting. What is this about? Asked one of the civilians from the civilian council as everyone was wondering the same thing. This is about Naruto and his awakened Kekkei Genkai, said the Hokage as he gestured to Naruto. This caught everyone's attention as they never thought that Naruto had a Kekkei Genkai. Since when did Naruto have Kekkei Genkai? Asked Shikaku as he asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. It was during the time that he stopped Mizuki from stealing the Forbidden Scroll. NS word Sarutobi as Naruto did say that he awakened his Kekkei Genkai and that it was the reason that he aged. What is this Kekkei Genkai? Asked Hiyashi as he didn't know what Kekkei Genkai Naruto had or that Naruto even had Kekkei Genkai. That's a secret, said Naruto, which infuriated the civilians thinking that the Kyuubi was trying to act superior than them. Die in heck, Kyuubi, said a nameless, unknown civilian with anger. Naruto got in front of the civilian before he released a fog from his mouth and sent to at the civilian. As soon as the fog went through the civilian and disappeared, the civilian was incased in ice before Naruto launched a powerful punch at the civilian incased in ice and the ice incased civilian shatter into frozen pieces, which he picked up and put them in front of him. Sorry about that, but it was his fault. You can't go around breaking the laws without facing the consequences. Either you have power or not, does not excuse you from breaking the law. Stat. Ed Naruto before he exhaled a small fireball, that was very hot that it turned the shattered incased pieces of the civilian into ashes within seconds. Naruto, this is serious, we need you to explain what your Kekkei Genkai, stated Sarutobi with a serious face and a serious tone. Fine, well my Kekkei Genkai gives me control over fire and ice, it also allows me to increase my size, and it increases my intelligence. Explained Naruto as he summed up what he could do, though he only told them a few of his abilities when in fact he had thousand upon thousand of more abilities that he didn't tell them. Everyone was speechless as they were still trying to get over the shock of Naruto having a powerful Kekkei Genkai which they have never seen or even heard about. Could you demonstrate the powers of your Kekkei Genkai? Asked Shuza, Shoji father. Naruto just shrugged. He put out his hand and out of nowhere fire appeared as the fire took the shape of a small dragon that flew around Naruto's hand before the flame faded. Then ice appeared out of nowhere as it turned into a small dolphin, that looked like it was jumping out of the ocean. The dolphin then melted into water and hit the floor. That still doesn't change the fact that he is the Kyuubi, said one of the ignorant civilians on the civilian council side. Naruto laughed at that before his body grew over and over as he kept growing until his head touched the ceiling which 50 feet high from the ground. What was that? Asked Naruto as he looked down at the civilians. Nothing. Nah Naruto, said the civilians and everyone else in fear as they saw him grow into 5 times the size of an average person. They all felt scared of Naruto as he could easily crush them. That's what I thought. And that was just half my maximum size. So you better watch what you say or I'll crush you, stated Naruto before he turned into his normal size. Everyone gulped at the thought of an 100 feet tall Naruto crushing them with his foot, like a human steps on an ant. Now, we have to deal with your bloodline Naruto. You have to take up multiple wives, so that your bloodline will carry on and that means that you can create your clan, said Sarutobi. I'll revive my clan, the Uzumaki, said Naruto. Naruto was going to revive High Clan and no one was going to stop him. Whether it was Danzo or whoever did not matter because he would kill them. Should they get in the way of Naruto reviving his clan? But Hokage, wouldn't be better if Naruto joined my clan? Surely joining my clan would be better than reviving a nearly extinct clan, stated Hiyashi. The Ryuruto to join his clan would mean that Naruto's new and powerful bloodline would be the Hyugas and this would no doubt make the Hyugas the strongest clan. That would depend on Naruto, said Sarutobi as he looked at Naruto for his answer. He knew Naruto would rather choose revive his own clan. As I said before, I'll revive my clan, stated Naruto as he spoke loud and out to make sure everyone was able to hear him. He going to revive his clan and only his clan. Well Naruto, You have to have at least 3 wives, said Sarutobi as he told Naruto the minimum amount of wives he would have to have. I'll do that when I'm old enough, said Naruto, looking everyone in the eye, so that they would know that Naruto wasn't going to change his mind. You will get files too. Look through and you'll have to choose who you think could be your wives as candidates, stated Homura, one of Sarutobi's advisors. Homura used to be Sarutobi teammates when they were in a team with the Nadaime Hokage as their sensei. Later, after Sarutobi became the Sandaime Hokage, he was chosen to be Sarutobi's advisor. I'll do that after I become a Chunin, as I would like to be in top of my shape before I consider doing that, said Naruto. Naruto lied as he had no desire to have a child, who could be kidnapped by them or be filled with the lies of the council. No, he wasn't going to let the use him as a way to produce strong child, that they will turn loyal shinobi by brainwashing the children with their lies. That will be all. Anything else will be planned out and discussed by Naruto and I, said Sarutobi as he council got up and separate as they went to their home. The council left and so did he advisors and Danzo. They left until only Naruto and the Hokage was left. See y'all later, old man, said Naruto before he disappeared in a flash of light, leaving the Hokage to walk to his office and be surprised by the paperwork on his desk. The Hokage spent the whole day crying as he dealt with all the paperwork. Naruto reappeared in a flash of light in his apartment and he saw that it was 7:34 p.m. and decided to go to sleep as he was tired from today, but before he went to sleep, he put seals on the door and window, so no one would be able to get into his apartment unless it was him or someone he trusted with his life. There were only 2 people, they were Azmouth and Sarutobi. A month had passed. Naruto and his team had spent their time doing boring, lame D-rank mission as a way to build trust and teamwork, though Naruto and Sasuke had spent their own time training in WR stronger than before, while Sakura became weaker than before as she didn't do any training and spent most of her own time stalking Sasuke, worshipping Sasuke or doing something to do with Sasuke. M7 is here to report the success of our mission, said Kakashi as he gestured to his team. Sakura and Sasuke were glaring at the Tora as they had claw marks on their body caused by Tora, while Naruto was holding Tora in his hands while Tora seemed relaxed and happy as he was resting in Naruto's hands, and Tora seemed happy when Naruto put his hand on the cat as the cat would let out a purr. This is the new record time that someone has captured Toro, stated Sarutobi as he paid them their pay for the D-rank mission. It seemed that Team 7 was doing well out of all the teams since they did do more missions than the other teams. Naruto handed Tora to the wife of the fire daimyo. Gigi, can't we have a harder mission like a C-rank mission? Asked Naruto. He was tired of doing boring D-rank mission with a low pay. He wanted something more challenging like a C-rank mission instead of a D-rank mission. Naruto, show respect to the Hokage, he'll give you a C rank when you're ready, said Iruka. As he couldn't let Naruto insult the Hokage. Also, he didn't like the idea of Naruto doing a C-rank mission as it had a higher risk percentage and he didn't want Naruto to die because he wasn't ready for a C-rank mission. Naruto, give me a reason why I should give you a C-rank mission, demanded Sarutobi as he looked at Naruto for reasons as to why he should take a C-rank mission. We did do the required amount of D-rank missions to be qualified to do a C-rank mission. We can also send for help if we're in a pickle. And besides, Kakashi-sensei is a Chunin-level ninja and I beated him. Oh, that makes me stronger than a Chunin-level ninja, while Sasuke was a high genin and we have trained during the whole month, so I'm stronger than before and so is Sasuke, explained Naruto what he saw. It did make sense as Sarutobi had guessed that Naruto was probably a low S-level ninja, which meant that he was strong enough to handle most trouble and his whole team were stronger due to training. I can't argue with that. Your first C rank will be to escort Tazuna and protect him from bandits, said Sarutobi as he handed Kakashi the scroll for this, which had all information about the mission. A man who was drinking walked in, 2 snot-nosed kids and a weird one-eyed masked ninja. So this my escort? I mean, I can understand the blonde and the one-eyed masked ninja, but are these snot-nosed brats really shinobi? Said Tazuna before he took a sip of his bottle. Well, this is what you paid for, replied Naruto, before he got his orange book out and started reading it, which to surprise and shock of everyone including the Hokage and Iruka. Okay team, go pack 2 weeks worth of food, clothes and water, Also pack some weapons, you have an hour to get ready, once you're ready we'll meet at the gate. Commanded Kakashi as they were now officially on a C-ranked mission. Naruto disappeared in a flash of light. Naruto teleported in his apartment and went to the kitchen to seal 2 weeks' worth of food in a green scroll. Then he went into the bedroom and sealed 2 weeks' worth of clothes in a brown scroll. Then he went to the sink in the kitchen to seal up enough water to last for 2 weeks in a blue scroll. He looked at his watch to see that he still had some time left. Naruto decided to head to Ichiraku's Ramen. When he got there he was welcomed by Ayame and Tsuki. Naruto ordered a 7 miso ramen and waited for Tsuki to finish making them. As soon as it was done, Ayame brought it to Naruto who ate it quickly in a couple of minutes. Once Naruto was finished he paid for the ramen and headed to the gate. Once Naruto got there, he saw that he was the first person to arrive and took out his orange book to read it as he waited for the others. After a minute Tazuna arrived and waited for the others as he drank. Next Sasuke and Sakura showed up after 5 minutes. They all waited patiently for Kakashi for half an hour before he finally appeared. Then Team 7 and Tazuna left Konoha as they rushed to the Land of Waves. Team 7 and Tazuna were walking through the forest on a clear path to the Land of Waves. On their way they saw a puddle of water and thought nothing of it. When they passed the puddle of water, the puddle turned into 2 ninjas who wrapped their chains around Kakashi and ripped him to pieces, much to the horror of Team 7 and Tazuna except Naruto. The ninjas rushed at Sakura but was intercepted by Naruto as one of them collided with Naruto's fist which knocked the ninja out while the other tried to attack Sakura but jumped back to avoid the grand fireball. Jutsu that Sasuke shot out of his mouth. The ninja saw Naruto's fist closing in on his face and moved back to avoid it, only to be knocked out by a round kick by Naruto as the Naruto in front of the ninja disappeared, leaving only smoke behind. Kakashi, stop hiding, said Naruto as he picked up the 2 ninjas and tied them against a tree with a rope that he got from Sasuke and tied it very tightly to make sure that they wouldn't escape. Kakashi came from behind a tree. Now Tazuna care to explain why these ninjas were trying to kill you. Oh, and last time I checked this was a C-ranked mission. That means we only supposed to protect you from bandits until you're finished building the bridge. If we knew this mission included ninjas then this would be a B-rank mission or higher, said Kakashina. The Land of Waves was fine until Gato started his shipping business and drained our country dry of most of its wealth and took control of the Land of Waves. I didn't have enough money for a B-ranked mission, so I paid for a C-ranked mission. It is important to the Land of Waves that I complete the bridge as it will help us get rid of Gato's control over us. But when Gato heard about this, he hired ninjas to kill me and stop me from finishing the bridge. I'm sorry that I lied to you, said Tazuna as he bowed his head and apologized as he felt bad for deceiving them. We should go back. This is too much for you guys. You just finally got to do a C-rank mission, said Kakashi as he told them it was better to head back since this was out of their league. I mean they just stopped doing D-ranked missions. You guys can go back if you but I'm staying. I'm strong enough to take down any Chunin by myself. After all I'm a high A-class ninja very close to becoming a low S-class ninja, state Naruto as he puffed out his chest in pride at the fact that he was very strong. He was already a S-class ninja but he lied to them because he knew that but they didn't know that. I say we continue the mission. I mean it would bad to Konoha's image if we didn't a mission, stated Sasuke. There was no way he was going to let Naruto get stronger as Naruto did a real mission while he was stuck doing boring chores. No, he couldn't let Naruto be stronger than him as Naruto was his rival and he couldn't let Naruto reach Itachi's level before him. If you're on board then so am I, claimed Sakura as she agreed with Sasuke. She would do anything to get Sasuke's attention and then one day Sasuke will recognize her, she will win his heart. I guess we're continuing the mission then, said Kakashi as he sighed at what was to come during the mission. He knew that it was going to be pain for him as he would have to protect Sasuke, Sakura and Tazuna while fighting enemy ninjas. He knew Naruto was right, and that Naruto could handle himself as he was a high Chunin level ninja. Team 7 continued their mission and walked to their destination, the Land of Waves. As they escorted their client, they walked for what seemed like hours before Naruto sensed something moving and threw a kunai at it. He rushed in and saw that it was a white rabbit with the kunai over his head. When Kakashi saw the white rabbit he wondered about it and then a thought hit him when he saw Naruto get down on the ground. Get down, shouted Kakashi. Got down on the ground and pulled Tazuna down while Sasuke and Sakura got WN just in time as they were able to dodge a huge sharp blade that flew over them and stabbed a tree. Kakashi of the Sharingan, now I understand why the demon brothers failed, said the person as he appeared on top of the blade before he jumped down and pulled the blade out of the tree and held it in his hand. Demon of the Mist, Zabuza, it looks like I'll have to fight you, said Kakashi as he sighed. He knew something like this would happen. Kakashi pulled up his headband to reveal a Sharingan in his left eye socket. Zabuza disappeared with his huge blade and reappeared standing on top of the water. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. Called Zabuza as he created thin swirling mist which grew thinner with every second that passed. Team 7 got in a formation to protect Tazuna as Naruto guarded the left side. Sakura guarded the right while Sasuke guarded the front of their client. The mist grew so thin that was impossible to see anything. 8 points. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys and heart, said Zabuza as his voice echoed through the mist. The mist that surrounded slowly resided as Kakashi unleashed his chakra to push away the mist that was blinding them. Calm down. I'll protect you guys from Zabuza, said Kakashi as he calmed down everyone, especially Sasuke when he saw Sasuke about to stab the kunai Sasuke's throat. Zabuza got behind Team 7 and he separated them from the client and was about to have his blade cut through Tazuna, but Kakashi got in front of him and stabbed him only for Zabuza to turn into water. Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and cut him in half with his blade and thought that he had killed Kakashi, only for Kakashi to turn into water, showing that he was a water clone. It's over, don't move, said Kakashi as he appeared behind Zabuza holding a kunai in his hand which was very close to Zabuza's throat, threatening to cut it in pieces should Zabuza decide to move or be a hassle for Kakashi. Another Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi as he was stood behind with his blade about cut Kakashi in half as the Zabuza in front of Kakashi turned into water to show that it was a water clone. Zabuza was about cut Kakashi when Kakashi ducked and the blade hit the ground. Zabuza twisted his body as he sent Kakashi flying not the lake as he pulled on the blade to increase the power and speed of his kick. Then he rushed behind Kakashi. Water release, water prison. Zabuza called his jutsu, but before Kakashi could do anything he was imprisoned in a body of water with Zabuza's hand in it. Kakashi tried to escape but the water was too dense. It may be made out of water but it's denser than steel, stated Zabuza as he thought that he had this in the bag. After all, he had neutralized the threat that could have stopped him from killing Tazuna and could have killed him. Another Zabuza was formed from water as Zabuza created a Mizu clone of himself flawlessly as he didn't make a single hand seal, or did he have to call out the name of the jutsu? Mizu clone, go deal with the brats, commanded the real Zabuza as the Mizu clone nodded. But before the Mizu clone could complete its task, it was burned and killed by a fireball half the size of a human. Naruto rushed at Zabuza and his hands were on fire as he ran at Zabuza, and Zabuza swung his blade with the intent of slicing Naruto in half, but before it could touch Naruto, Naruto teleported in a flash of light right in front of Zabuza and hit Zabuza with a full-powered punch as he used the fire to do more damage to Zabuza. Zabuza crushed against a tree and couldn't move as his body was too injured. Naruto opened his hand and created a small fireball to kill Zabuza as he closed in on Zabuza, but before he could kill Zabuza, Zabuza was hit with a Senbon to neck as Zabuza died. A mist hunter nin jumped from the trees and picked up Zabuza's dead body. I've been chasing Zabuza for a while and I want to thank you for helping me kill him, said the mist hunter nin before he shined away with the dead body of Zabuza. Kakashi got up from the lake and stood up in front of Naruto. Kakashi gave him a smile and said, "Thank for the assist," before Kakashi tripped over his body was tried due to the drain of using the Sharingan. Luckily Naruto caught him and helped him get to land. "Tazuna, do you have a picture of you home?" asked Naruto. He didn't want to do this but he had no choice as Kakashi was very drained while Tazuna, Sasuke and Sakura were tired as this was the first time they had ever felt that they were going to die, as they felt the presence of a person way stronger than them and a person that could have killed them had Kakashi and Naruto not stopped him. "Yeah, I do. Why?" asked Tazuna as he got out a picture of his home and gave it to Naruto, who took a long good look at the picture as he memorized every little piece of the picture before he gave the picture back to Tazuna. I'm gonna teleport us there," said Naruto as if it was the simplest thing in the world. This made the others deadpanned at how easy and simple it seemed, even though it wasn't. "You mean you could have teleported us from the start and saved us the trouble of dealing with Zabuza, but you chose not to?" said Sakura as Sasuke and Tazuna were angry at the fact that Naruto could have teleported them there but decided not to. Kakashi knew that Naruto must have had a reason for not doing. "I tell why I chose not to teleport us there from Konoha but chose to do it now," stated Naruto as he had everyone place their hands on his shoulder except leaning on Naruto for support. As Kakashi couldn't move his feet anymore, suddenly everyone disappeared in a flash of light. Everyone reappeared just outside of Tazuna's house. Everyone seemed alright when of a sudden everyone except Naruto vomited and emptied their stomachs as their body was aching in pain, as their body felt like it was being crushed by pure pressure, but after a few minutes the pain faded. "That's the price of using my jutsu. The further the place you want to teleport to, the longer and greater the pain will be, and it takes up a lot chakra to use once," said Naruto as he explained the drawback of using his jutsu. "So if you used it from Konoha all the way here, then it could have killed us from the pain of teleporting such a long distance," stated Sakura as her eyes widened, and so did the eyes of everyone. Except Naruto, as they all saw why Naruto didn't teleport them here from the start. "No, it definitely would have killed you. I can only teleport people about 1 to 4 miles, but only, and the average human wouldn't be able to handle the pain," stated Naruto, making everyone fear that jutsu Naruto used. They decided that it was best they didn't anger him, or he might teleport them 5 miles away from here and let die in a painful way. Everyone walked in and decided to leave the matter outside as they wanted into the living room, where everyone saw a beautiful woman with black. Sasuke thought it was his mother, Makoto Uchiha, but it wasn't. "Hello, it's nice to meet you all. I'm assuming you're my father's escort bodyguard," said the woman as she greeted them politely. "Everyone, I want you to meet my daughter, Tsunade," said Tazuna as he introduced his daughter to Team 7. "I find that hard to believe," stated Naruto as he didn't believe what Tazuna just said. "Why is that?" asked Tazuna, as he and everyone waited for Naruto's answer. "1, she's beautiful and you're not. 2, she's polite and kind, and also, she looks too young to be your daughter," stated Naruto, after hearing that Team 7 nodded their heads in agreement, while Tazuna was infuriated by what Naruto said. As for Tsunade, well, she was blushing at the compliments that he said she was beautiful and young, as if it was truth. "Are you saying I'm ugly, unkind, and that I'm rude?" asked Tazuna as he sent a glare at Naruto. "Well, if the shoe fits, then yes, and I have to say, the shoe fits perfectly," said Naruto as he looked Tazuna's glare and dismissed it as though it was nothing. "You're dead," said Tazuna as he was about to jump at Naruto and try and kill him. Tsunade got in front of Tazuna. "San, don't be so rude and immature. You're older than him and you should act your own age," said Tsunade as he shook her head slowly to show that she disappointed by how Tazuna was acting. Tazuna put his head down in while Naruto was laughing at Tazuna getting told by Tsunade, "Now I'll be in the kitchen cooking dinner, and I hope I don't have to come back to see you messing around. Do I make myself clear?" Tsunade asked, as she looked angry and ready to kill someone, as her killer intention was scaring everyone. They watched as in her place was a demon about to jill someone and take them to heck. "Yes, ma'am," answered everyone as they nodded in agreement with Tsunade. Not wanting to die yet, they all were sweating as they could feel the desire to kill from Tsunade, and they were all too afraid to say anything. "Good. Then I'll be in the kitchen if anyone needs me," stated Tsunade was happy and she was smiling. Tsunade clapped her hands and walked into the kitchen. "Sensei, what was that? I mean, I felt like I was about to be killed by a demon," said Sasuke as he had never felt more sacred in his life. She was way scarier than Itachi or Zabuza. That was the righteous fury of a mother and a woman combined into one. "Sasuke," said Kakashi as if he was full of wisdom. Kakashi was acting as if he was a wise old man like in those old kung fu movies. "Well, I guess I'm gonna help Tsunade with the cooking hut. You 4 definitely need to take a shower," pointed Naruto as he gestured to the bit of vomit that everyone had on their clothes from when they vomited earlier. Everyone went to take a shower. First was Tazuna, then was Kakashi. Next was Sasuke, and last was Sakura, because she wanted to take a shower after Sasuke, so when she would be showering in the same place that Sasuke showered at, because she I'll be able to smell Sasuke's scent when he was taking her shower while Naruto went to help Tsunade with cooking, which made Tsunade happy as cooking by yourself was lonely and boring. After Tsunade and Naruto finished making dinner, they brought the food to the dining room where they ate and had a good time talking. Before they got ready for bed, Sakura slept in the first guest room, Inari slept with Tazuna in the second guest room while Kakashi and Sasuke slept in third and finally guest room. Once Tsunade guided everyone to their room, she was able to go to her bedroom when she saw Naruto. "Don't worry. I'll sleep in the living room," said Naruto. "No, you're a guest, I will sleep in the living room," said Tsunade as she walked Naruto to the main bedroom. After she showed Naruto to his room, she turned to head to the living room. "I have a better idea instead," said Naruto as he grabbed Tsunade and put her on left side of the bed while Naruto slept at the right side of the bed as they faced away from each other. Team 7 and Tazuna woke up and got ready to continue the construction of the bridge. When they realized that Naruto wasn't in the living room, they searched everywhere but couldn't find. Tazuna decided to ask his daughter as he rushed into the room and saw that Tsunade was sleeping with arms around Naruto in bliss. Tazuna got out the room and closed the door. He then opened the door and saw Tsunade sleeping with her arms around Naruto. Tazuna thought that he was imagining things and closed the door before he reopened the door to confirm his worst nightmare. "No!" shouted Tazuna as he cried to the heaven about what he had seen. His cry of anguish could be heard by everyone in the elemental nations. "Tazuna, what's wrong?" asked Kakashi as he had heard Tazuna's cry of anguish as a cry for help and rushed to help. "Huh, what's going on?" asked Tsunade as she woke up from her blissful sleep when she had heard some sort of cry for help and woke up to see what the noise was about. "Naruto, how could you?" asked Tazuna as he cried over the belief that Naruto had slept with his daughter. This caused Naruto to got up and see what was happening. "Well, we're found Naruto. Now to continued construction of the bridge," said Kakashi as he and Team 7 except Naruto pulled Tazuna to the direction of the bridge. "You'll never take my daughter from me, Naruto. You hear? Never!" shouted Tazuna as he was taken to the bridge by Kakashi and Team 7 with the exception of Naruto. "Whatever," said Naruto before he went back to sleep with Tsunade. I hope you guys enjoyed this chapter. Remember to leave a comment. After all, like they say in Asda, every little helps. Well, that's all I have to say. Stay tuned. Jiraiya's first appearance. Sorry about being late with this chapter, but I have school and lots of tiring classes to get ready for GCSEs, so I'll be late with these chapters, so I sorry about it. Oh, and all of this plot begins to me as well as the storyline. So if you want to use my plot or storyline, you'll have to ask me first, other than that you're good. The next day, Naruto, I'll kill you, said Tazuna as he held a knife in his hand. And had a look on his face that would convince anyone think that he was crazy and dangerous. Naruto got his head up from his orange book and looked Kakashi. What's up with him? Said Naruto as he asked Kakashi. You and Tsunade, said Kakashi reading the orange book as he never took his eyes off of the book. Me and Tsunade. Nothing happened between us, stated Naruto before he got his head and continued to read his orange book in peace and quiet. Tazuna didn't believe Naruto's words. Stop lying. You defiled my daughter, and don't we all know you were flirting with her, and while we were all asleep. You had your way with daughter, said Tazuna as he cried at the thought of someone taking advantage of his daughter before he continued to glare at Naruto. What are you guys talking? Asked Sasuke as he and Sakura genuinely had no idea what Naruto and Tazuna were talking. I mean, what the heck did Tazuna meant when he said Naruto defiled his daughter? You're too young to understand, said Naruto as he looked at Sasuke and Sakura before facing Tazuna. Besides, Tazuna is just a bit crazy and letting his imaginations go wild, said Naruto, taking a single glimpse at Tazuna before he laid on his back. Naruto stated the fact that Tazuna was crazy as though it was the cold, hard truth. Why you? I'll cut you, yelled Tazuna as he tried to attack Naruto, but before Tazuna could touch him, Kakashi and Team 7 except Naruto got in his way and stopped Tazuna in his track. Did you say something? Said Naruto as he pretended not to hear Tazuna, which enraged Tazuna to no ends. Kakashi couldn't believe how easy it was to enrage Tazuna. What was that? Why don't you come here and I'll show you, said Tazuna as he tried again to charge at Naruto, but Kakashi and the rest of Team Seven didn't let him, however they were surprised by the strength of Tazuna. He was as strong as an ox. Naruto about make a comment about Tazuna being crazy, but then his watch started beeping. Anyways, if what Kakashi said is right, then that means that Zabuza isn't the only problems. This means that you guys have trained while I go on a little trip, said Naruto as he proceeded to walk out and into the forest so no one could see him. Naruto as he disappeared in a flash of light and reappeared at a familiar place when he saw a figure come out of the shadows. It turned out to be Azmouth, but when Naruto touched Azmouth, his hands went through Azmouth, which meant that it was a hologram of Azmouth. Naruto, if you're listening to this, then this means that you have come to help. I need you to go to Primus and help me protect it from Vilgax, said the hologram of Azmouth. Vilgax. Oh yeah, I remember Azmouth saying something about Vilgax wanting to take over the world with the Omnitrix or something, said Naruto as he used Azmouth's teleporter device to teleport himself to Primus and used his watch to find the location of Azmouth. When Naruto got there, he saw a group of weird-looking boys which guided Naruto to Azmouth, but as soon as he got there he saw that Azmouth, a red-haired girl who was Gwenn, a black-haired guy who was Kevin, and a guy with brown shaggy hair who was Ben 10, all four of them were chained to the wall. Naruto knew who they were because Azmouth told him about them. Not as impressive as Azmouth said, he was probably over-exaggerating about them, thought Naruto as he saw Had all of them were defeated by one person. I mean seriously, they're supposed to be powerful heroes but they lose to one person, technically an alien. Azmouth, tell me how to use this device and I may spare you from your demise, said Vilgax as he tried to know how to use the Omnitrix. Naruto has decided to see how this would play as he didn't want to make his presence known yet, especially since Vilgax had the Omnitrix and there was no way Naruto could beat Vilgax and get Omnitrix back, so he decided to see Ben 10 in action. After all, Ben 10 was known as a hero by many aliens from different galaxies. Naruto rushed before Vilgax in a silent manner as Naruto grabbed the Omnitrix and turned intangible before Vilgax knew what hit him, as Naruto was able to take the watch from Vilgax, but Vilgax noticed Naruto's presence when he took the Omnitrix from Vilgax. Give me the Omnitrix, said Vilgax as he charged at Naruto with his sword and tried to slash Naruto with his sword, but Naruto dogged at it and responded by punching back with a chakra-focused fist, causing Vilgax to kneel down and cover his stomach with his hands to try and ease the pain that was caused by Naruto's punch. Vilgax got up, obed Naruto's face and then slammed his knee against Naruto's face. Naruto retaliated by throwing barrage of powerful punches at Vilgax. It was too much for Vilgax as he fell down head first after being seriously hurt by Naruto's punches. That wasn't so hard, stated Naruto as he went to free the prisoners, but before he could, he was hit by a red beam and sent him to a couple of feet away from where he stood. Naruto tolerated the pain as he got up, created a Rasengan on his hand before he charged at Vilgax and slammed the Rasengan against Vilgax, making Vilgax hit the wall where the prisoners were hanging before falling into the greenish water, but before Naruto could celebrate, Vilgax came out of the greenish water and was glowing at an incredible rate until he was 100 feet tall. This time I'll crush you, said Vilgax as he looked down at Naruto as he was about to thump his foot on Naruto, but before he could, way big, said Naruto as he stopped Vilgax's foot as Naruto started to grow until he become the same size as Vilgax. Naruto kneed Vilgax in the chest as Vilgax tried to punch Naruto, but Naruto caught the fist. Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Saw it Naruto as he punched Vilgax with Vilgax's own fist over and over, which caused Kevin and Ben to laugh. Naruto then grabbed Vilgax's legs and span him around before throwing him into outer space. Once Vilgax was gone, Naruto helped Vilgax's former prisoners as he got Ben, Gwenn, Kevin and Azmouth out of those chains. So thanks for the help, but how did you grow so big like that? Asked Ben. He had never seen anyone, either human or alien, grow like that and beat Vilgax so easily. Here, said Naruto as he got out of his pocket something which Ben could easily recognize. It was the Omnitrix. Naruto passed the Omnitrix back to Ben. But how did you do that? Asked Gwenn with her curiosity being piqued by the mystery that was Naruto. After all, it wasn't every day that someone could beat Vilgax as easily as Naruto did. I thought that Ben was strong, but he was a kid and I believed that the Omnitrix shouldn't be in the hands of a child, so I come up with a plan to create the ultimate being wit. The powers of all the aliens, but I lacked one thing. Someone with fast regenerative ability to heal the injuries caused by the process of having so many DNA added at once, said Azmouth before he stopped to see if everyone was listening, and they did. Then one day come a child with the fast regenerative ability. I spent 2 years knowing that child before I asked him if he would like the idea of becoming the ultimate being, and he agreed, so I merged the DNA of all aliens in the universe with his DNA to make him the ultimate being, said Azmouth as he explained and answered for everyone. Well, I better get out of here, said Naruto as he focused chakra by disappearing and reappearing at a forest before deciding to take a nap. It was easy for Naruto to use the time and space jutsu that he learned from the Forbidden Scroll, as he had mastered that jutsu to the point where he could use it without having to perform any hand signs or even call out the jutsu. Hello, are you alive? Asked a girl looking down at Naruto. Naruto was currently sleeping, as last night he was busy trying to unlock another alien power. Naruto opened his eyes and he took a good look at the girl. She had long black hair and orange-colored eyes and was wearing pink-colored clothes. Hello, can you hear me? Asked the girl as she tried to get Naruto's attention. She could see that Naruto was looking at her, and she didn't like it as she thought he was a pervert. Naruto heard her and he shook his head. Oh, sorry about that. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head when he said that he had been looked at her too long and she probably thought that he was a pervert. My name is Haku, said Haku as she introduced herself to Naruto. So what are you doing out here? Asked Naruto. He took a sniff of Haku and could recognize her scent, as the hunter nin had the same scent. Naruto had strong to being a Jinchuriki, and he had learned that his senses were sharpened when he became the ultimate being. I'm here to collect some herbs in order to help a friend of mine recover, replied Haku as she looked around. Naruto knew that friend was Zabuza Momochi, the same person that almost killed Kakashi. Do you have any precious people? Asked Haku. Naruto thought of all the people he knew. There was Iruka-sensei, Sarutobi Gigi, and there was also Azmouth. Naruto guessed Shikamaru and Choji count, since they are his friends, but they barely hang out as Naruto is in a different team, so they don't have enough time to hang out. Yeah, I do, said Naruto as he grinned. Haku. Then you will become strong, stated Haku as she turned and was walking away, since she couldn't find any herbs around there. Plus she didn't want to be caught by Naruto as soon as he found out that she was the hunter nin, and she didn't want that, so she tried to leave without any suspicions. I know that you're the hunter nin, stated Naruto. Haku turned around and instantly took a few senbon from her kimono as soon as Naruto said that, as she looked ready for a fight, though Naruto didn't seem bothered. Naruto stood up and searched for something in his pockets, which made Haku cautious and get into a defensive stance. Naruto stopped searching and pulled out a bottle. Here, use it to heal Zabuza, said Naruto as he held out a bottle. Haku looked at Naruto and then looked at the bottle cautiously. How do I know this isn't poison? Asked Haku as she looked at Naruto suspiciously, but Naruto just laughed at that. Naruto opened the bottle and drank it. See, now you know that it's not poisoned. Sigh. Naruto as he closed the bottle with the lid and handed it to Haku, much to her surprise, as she was wondering why Naruto would give her that. After all, she was the enemy. Why are you giving me this? Asked Haku as she looked at Naruto with curiosity. They were enemies, yet Naruto still gave that to her. I want to be Zabuza ready, so after I beat him I bring him with me to the village hidden in the leaf, said Naruto like it was normal, which made Haku sweat drop at how normal he made it seem. I better go. Oh, and just so you know, I'm a boy, said Haku as she turned around and started to walk away from Naruto. Stop lying. I know you're a girl, said Naruto as he saw Haku turn around and looked in shock and surprise at Naruto for realizing that she was actually a girl, which made Naruto see Huckle when he saw the shocked and surprised look on Haku's face. Bye, said Naruto as he concentrated chakra on his foot to increase his speed as he ran to Tazuna's house. After running for a few minutes, Naruto was able to reach Tazuna's house as Naruto stopped focusing chakra on his foot, and when he looked around he saw that Team 7, Kakashi, Inari and Tazuna weren't there. Naruto went into the kitchen and saw Tsunade. Where did everybody go? Asked Naruto as he looked at Tsunade for answers. Kakashi and Team 7 went to train. Tazuna went to continue building the bridge while Inari went to help Tazuna. Said Tsunade as he answered the question. So when's your father gonna come back? Questioned Naruto. He'll be back in about 4 hours, why do you want to know that? Said Tsunade as Naruto started smile. Could you help me with lunch because I'm hungry? Said Naruto as Tsunade tried to reply but Naruto stopped her and dragged her to the kitchen before he got her to make some lunch for him. That was a long day wasn't it? Asked Tazuna as he patted Inari on the back for helping him with the bridge. Ever since Naruto said that speech Inari has been helping Tazuna with the bridge. After walking for a while Inari and Tazuna heard a sound. What was that? Asked Inari but Tazuna could swear that what he heard was a moan but thought nothing of it. The closer the two got to the house, the louder the sound became and as soon as they were close enough, Tazuna realized that the sound was a moan alright and when he realized that he told Inari that he had to get something important at the house and ran ahead to the house. When Tazuna was near the house, Tazuna could hear moans. Naruto. Don't stop, keep going. Said a familiar voice which Tazuna knew too well and ran into the house and at the door of Naruto's room. Naruto. Stop doing that to my daughter. Demanded Tazuna as he charged against the door, breaking the door and looked inside to see that Naruto was naked and was on top of Tsunade. Dude, why did you break down my door? Said Naruto as he was angry at the fact that Tazuna just broke the door to the bedroom which Naruto and Tsunade share. Tazuna looked up to the heavens when he realized that Naruto was right about Naruto having sex with his daughter. No, shouted Tazuna as he cried out to the heavens in angst about his daughter been defiled by Naruto. Tazuna passed out as his mind couldn't cope with what he had seen. As soon as Tazuna passed out the scene faded, revealing that it was a genjutsu as Naruto and Tsunade appeared in front of Tazuna with their clothes on and laughed at Tazuna. I told you it would be funny, if we messed with his head. Said Naruto as he had a huge grin on his face. That was fun but I liked it, said Tsunade as she leaned in close onto Naruto's ear and whispered seductive. You know I love a man who knows how to have fun. As soon as Tsunade said that Naruto had a huge nosebleed before he passed out as well. This caused Tsunade to laugh at both Tazuna and Naruto until she realized that she had to clean the blood in the floor, then wake up and inform her father about the prank. Naruto was sitting in the living as Inari and Tazuna were reading and drinking with the exception of Inari as he was only reading while Tsunade was making food with a twinkle in her eyes and a happy smile on her face as she danced happily around the kitchen as it was almost dinner time. Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 made their way to the living to see that Naruto and Tazuna were lazily drinking alcohol and reading. Team 7, remember that tomorrow is the day when Zabuza will be attacking Tazuna at the bridge, said Kakashi as he looked at Sakura and Sasuke as they both nodded their heads. Before long Kakashi looked at Naruto. Naruto could feel that Kakashi was looking at him. Sorry, too lazy to care, stated Naruto not giving an proper answer as he continued to read. He was blushing a lot while reading his orange book. Great, just what we need. Someone who is more lazy than me, thought Kakashi as he sweat dropped. Great, just what we need, another Kakashi-sensei, thought Sakura and Sasuke sarcastically as they rolled their eyes. Did you hear what Kakashi-sensei said? Asked Sasuke wondering where Naruto had. He couldn't tell if Naruto was listening or not. I think he said, something about no life or something, said Naruto as he never took his eyes off the orange book and waved off whatever Sasuke asked or said. Great, he's more like me than me as well, thought Kakashi while Sakura and Sasuke were clueless. What are you talking about? Asked Sasuke as he and Sakura didn't understand what Naruto was talking about. You two wouldn't understand, said Naruto as he didn't want to be the nay to steal Sasuke and Sakura's innocence. He would be darned if he took their naivety about those kind of stuff. Dinner's ready, said Tsunade as her voice was filled with happiness and joy. Everyone was sitting around the table as Naruto was sitting next to Tsunade as everyone were eating their dinner. Naruto was eating the food slowly. He liked the food that Sunmi made but it just wasn't ramen. He quickly finished his meal and went to his bedroom. Naruto lied on the bed as he went to sleep. He opened his eyes and saw that he wasn't in his bedroom anymore as he was near a waterfall in a forest. He looked around and saw a figure on top of the waterfall. Who are you? Where am I? asked Naruto when he caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure on top of the waterfall. The shadowy figure jumped down from the top of the waterfall. Before long the person landed on the ground with though. Naruto was now able to see the person clearly as he saw that the person was Swampfire. Now it is time to see if you are worthy of my powers. You may have defeated the other but let's see if you can beat me, said Swampfire as he created a normal-sized fireball in his right hand. Same rules. If I beat you like I did the others or prove myself worthy to you then I get your powers forever, right? Asked Naruto as he had only defeat or proven himself worthy to 8 aliens so far. Gray Matter, Big Chill, Heat Blast, Homungosaur, XLR8, Diamond Head. 4 Arms and Chromostone. Swampfire nodded his head before he threw the normal-sized fireball at Naruto. The fireball hit Naruto and Osti collided with Naruto. It created a huge amount of smoke that covered Naruto's whole body as Swampfire was trying to see if he had done anything to Naruto, only to get hit with a right hook from Naruto. Swampfire ignored the pain that he felt on his left cheek as he quickly kicked Naruto in the stomach but had to jump back when Naruto was about to hit him with the Rasengan. Swampfire directed his hands to Naruto as he launched a large waves of red-hot flames at Naruto as the flames engulfed Naruto in a couple of seconds until Swampfire could see nothing but flames. When the flames extinguished there was nothing but a burnt trees, piles of ashes and a scorched ground. Swampfire saw the power of his attack and felt a bit disappointed since Naruto didn't even sat long enough against him. Swampfire was going to turn around and walk away since the fight was over but before he could, he was hit with the Rasengan by Naruto which sent Swampfire flying away. Swampfire broke through several trees as he was sent flying by the force of the Rasengan. Swampfire crashed through several trees and crashed against the ground. He got up and within moments he was able to regenerate completely. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Called out Naruto as he created 10 clones and charged with them towards Swampfire as they all took out shurikens and threw them at Swampfire with a flick of the wrist which Swampfire avoided by jumping up. Swampfire. He threw a lot of seeds at the ground in front of Naruto and his Kage Bunshins. Naruto and his Kage Bunshins were charging at Swampfire when they suddenly stopped as vines that got out of the ground quickly wrapped around all of Naruto and his Kage Bunshins' legs. Swampfire created a giant fireball with both his hands before he threw it at Naruto and all his Kage Bunshins that were held in place by the vines. Naruto thought on his feet fast as he had the 2 closest clones that were in front of him and had them pull him out of the vine's grip and catapulted him up in the air and away from the giant fireball that heading towards them. You both equal in power. Let's end match by using our strongest moves, said Swampfire and Naruto nodded as Naruto agreed with Swampfire. Ultimate Swampfire. Called Swampfire as he changed into his ultimate form. Swampfire pointed both of his hands towards Naruto. Take this, shouted Swampfire as he fired a large stream of blue flames at Naruto until Swampfire couldn't see Naruto at all. The blue flames were more hotter than regular flames. Swampfire waited to see if Naruto was down for count or still standing. Futon. Rasenshuriken. Called Naruto as he charged Swampfire with the Rasenshuriken on his right hand before he slammed into Swampfire. As soon as the Rasenshuriken made contact with Swampfire it expanded and before long it exploded. The explosion was strong enough to push Naruto 25 feet away from the explosion. When the explosion ended Swampfire stood up. You win. My power is now yours, stated Swampfire as his body started to glow. Until he turned into light, then the light towards entered Naruto's body. It was odd but Naruto swore that could feel this feeling that was swirling inside him. It was the feeling of power. Naruto started to fade away as the world started to become a blur and before long Naruto laying on his bed when he heard someone shout out, "Leave my Ka-san alone." Needless to say Naruto quickly rushed downstairs to see 2 thugs carrying swords as they were trying to grab Tsunade but Inari was in the way. So the Gaki wants to play hero, said one of the thugs. The thugs grabbed the hilt of their katana as they were eager and ready to deal with Inari, so Naruto decided that it was time for him to deal with the thugs. Naruto used the Shunshin no Jutsu to get behind the 2 thugs. He quickly grabbed hold of both their head before he collided the 2 heads with enough power to knock out the thugs. Naruto used the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu to create a Kage Bunshin and had him tie up the thugs with rope. Inari-chan, you did great. You were able to stand up to them," said Naruto as he smiled at Inari and ruffled Inari's hair, which made Inari smile. "You were the one who inspired me to stand up for myself and for what's right." Naruto smiled at Inari before he turned around to face his Kage Bunshin, and the Kage Bunshin nodded before it puffed out of existence. Naruto turned to send one more smile at Inari before he disappeared in flash of light. Naruto reappeared on the bridge in front of Tazuna. He saw that Kakashi was doing well against Zabuza. Sasuke was in the center of ice mirrors and Sasuke was not doing well against Haku, as Sasuke was getting hit with a lot of Senbons from every ice mirror faster than Sasuke could react. Naruto rushed over to help Sasuke with his match. Naruto could see that Sasuke was tired, so he jumped inside the area filled with ice mirrors. Naruto grabbed Sasuke and throwed him outside of the area filled with ice mirrors. "Please give up. I don't want to hurt you," stated Haku as she asked Naruto to not fight, or else she would have no choice but to kill him. "I will not." "I see, then I will have to kill you," said Haku as she created ice Senbon before she threw them at Naruto from every mirror. Naruto extended his hands as he unleashed a large stream of flame from his hands as the flames touched the ice Senbons, melting them instantly, and the flames melted the ice mirrors when the flames touched the ice mirrors. As soon as the ice mirrors melted into water, Haku created a Senbon out of ice thanks to her bloodline and charged to attack Naruto, but Naruto noticed her, and before she could react he landed a full-powered punch that broke Haku's mask and sent her flying as she crashed into Zabuza and were out of the way before the Chidori could hit the which meant that they dodged Kakashi's Chidori and escaped certain death. Suddenly a laughter was heard throughout the bridge as the mist was starting to lift and the bridge started to become clearer as the mist was disappearing. Everyone looked at the source of the laughter and saw a little midget, who was no doubt Gato behind an army of bandits. "You couldn't handle a little group of weak ninjas, Zabuza. How pathetic that a former member of 7 Swordsmen of the Mist lost to a bunch of children, but it doesn't matter because I wasn't going to pay anyway," said Gato as he laughed. "Whoever kills the most shinobis gets a huge bonus," declared Gato as all the bandits were motivated by the extra bonus and rushed at the shinobis. "You jerk," said Zabuza as he was enraged by the fact that Gato, at Slimeball would trick and try to kill him. "I guess I'll have to kill you all," said Naruto as he faced the bandit. The bandits were still 2 away from him. Naruto pulled and directed his hands towards the army of bandits that were charging at Naruto and sent a wave of flames which burned most of the bandits and killed by the flames. The remaining bandits were a bit afraid of Naruto's powers and didn't move at all. "Whoever brings the head of that blonde brat gets a 50 bonus," declared Gato, and just like that the remaining bandits charged at Naruto against. Naruto pulled out some seeds from his pocket and threw them in front of the bandits, and within seconds, vines shot out of the ground and wrapped around the bandits as the vines made their way up to the neck of the bandits and wrapped around the neck of the bandits as it suffocated the bandit. Naruto made his way to Gato. Gato backed up in fear of Naruto after he witnessed how easily Naruto killed all the bandits. Naruto grabbed Gato and was able to finish him when the villagers arrived. When Naruto saw the villager, he threw Gato at villagers and everyone heard Gato's screams as the villagers got their revenge against Gato for all the horrible things he did to them and for making their life so difficult. "My pervert senses are tingling. Someone must be getting really lucky," said a mid-aged man with white hair. He was peeking through a hole in the wall as he was checking out all the women on the other side of the hot string before he turned around to see a lot of guys looking at him. "Please teach me the way of the pervert," said lots of guys as they bowed down to the king of perverts. "I can't teach you. The way of the pervert is a way of life. You must commit to being pervert." "We all commit to being a pervert, Jiraiya-sama," stated all of the guys at once. "Then I, Jiraiya, king of all perverts, will teach you the way of the pervert, and from now on, you'll call me Jiraiya-sensei," said Jiraiya as he stroked a pose which he thought was made him look cool. "Hi Jiraiya-sensei," said all the guys as they bowed down to Jiraiya and looked at him with respect, awe and admiration. "I hope you like this new chapter, and I'm sorry but I'll post a new chapter at least every week. Remember to leave a comment. Sorry about being late with this chapter, but I have school and lots of tiring classes to get ready for GCSEs, so I'll be late with these chapters. So I sorry about it. Oh, and all of this plot begins to me as well as the storyline. So if you want to use my plot or storyline, you'll have to ask me first, other than that you're good. So, mind telling me why your C-rank mission became AA rank mission and why the demon of the mist behind you? Asked the Hokage as he rubbed his head from the headache he knew he was gonna get in a minute. You see, what happened was that we fought against Zabuza and Haku while Naruto defeated the 2 samurais that were holding hostages, and then after Naruto came, we fought and defeated Zabuza and Haku. Then out of nowhere Gato appeared with his goons and Naruto was able to kill Gato, and when the villagers appeared, Gato's men ran away because they lost their client and they were outnumbered. Said Kakashi as he explained what happened while the Hokage sighed as he could feel the headache. That doesn't explain why Zabuza and Haku are behind, said the Hokage as he rubbed his head. I just thought that the 2 of them would a good addition to R, and also I just figured that the 2 of them would like to stop running and find a place to live in, said Naruto as he gestured to Zabuza and Haku. I see, but where are they going to live? Questioned the Hokage. I thought they could stand with me, said Naruto. You don't have enough in your apartment, said the Hokage. Don't worry, I used Fuinjutsu to expand the space in my apartment, replied Naruto. You know how to use Fuinjutsu? Said Hokage in surprise. Yeah, I know how to use Fuinjutsu. In fact, I'm a high Chunin in Fuinjutsu, said Naruto. Well, that settles it then. Now you can all go away before you give me a bigger headache, said the Hokage as he gestured them to leave, and so everyone decided to leave. Is he always like that? Asked Haku, pointing to the Hokage. Yes, was all Naruto said as he, Haku and Zabuza went to Naruto's apartment, and when they got to the apartment, they were surprised by the apartment when they saw the apartment was twice as big and had 6 rooms on the inside. Wow, said Zabuza and Haku when they saw the inside of the apartment. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, be careful, I put traps in here so to make sure you guys don't set off the traps. Here, said Naruto as he gave them a key. If you don't use this key then you could die, said Naruto as they took the keys from Naruto. Do you have any spare clothes? Asked Zabuza, and he saw that his and Haku's clothes were a little ruined. If you want new clothes then you have to go buy new clothes, said Naruto. But how are we going to buy anything if we don't have any money? Said Haku as Zabuza and Haku showed Naruto their empty pockets, which made Naruto sigh. Here is so money, and with this money go buy clothes, weapons and tools, said Naruto as he gave about 140 Ryo to Zabuza and Haku, which surprised them with the fact that Naruto had a lot of money. Darn kid, where did you get this? Asked Zabuza as he looked at the cash. Quote, I took about half of Gato's money since he wasn't going to use it, said Naruto as he explained where he got the money. Darn kid, why didn't I think of that? Said Zabuza. Enough horsing around, go buy stuffs, said Naruto as he pulled Zabuza and Haku outside of the apartment. XXX times skip XXX. I don't think she's human. Did you how big her forehead was? Said Konohamaru as he and Naruto were getting up from the floor as Sakura turned when she heard what Konohamaru said. Sakura's face was so scary that scared Team Konohamaru and Naruto. Ah! Screamed Team Konohamaru and Naruto as they saw Sakura run at them, and they started to run. While running, Konohamaru crashed against Kankuro, the guy with face paint. Do you need sockmething? Asked Kankuro. Kankuro grabbed Konohamaru and held him up with one hand. So does this hurt, punk? Asked Kankuro as he tightened the grip on Konohamaru. Put him down, Kankuro, or you know you'll pay for it later, said Tamari, the girl with a giant fan. Hey, I'm sorry, the whole thing's my fault, said Sakura as she apologized to Kankuro. Put him down please, said Naruto. We have a few minutes before he gets here, let's have fun with these punks, said Kankuro. Naruto disappeared and reappeared behind Kankuro as Naruto put his hand on Kankuro's head before slamming it against the floor and pulling Konohamaru from Kankuro's hand. I told you to put him down, said Naruto. Kankuro, get up, you're an embarrassment to our village, said Garathy boy with the gourd on his back as he came down from a tree. Hey Gara, said Kankuro, sweating as he stood up. Let's go. Shut up or I'll kill you, threatened Gara as he walked away. Tamari and Kankuro followed behind. Talk about creepy, said Konohamaru. You were awesome bro, said Konohamaru as he looked at Naruto with admiration. I'm always awesome. What did you expect? Said Naruto as he started to walk away. Where are you going, Naruto? Asked Sakura as he wondered where Naruto was going. "I going to train for the Chunin exams," said Naruto as he kept walking. "There isn't any Chunin exam or Kakashi-sensei would have told us," stated Sakura as she looked at Naruto as if he was crazy. "Didn't you see they're from the village hidden in the sand, meaning that they must be here for the Chunin exams," said Naruto as he informed Sakura about the Chunin exams and left to go train. A week later. "Good luck," said Kakashi, as he disappeared thanks to the replacement jutsu, leaving Smoke and his genin team behind. "Let's go," said Naruto as he opened the door to see that all the rookies were there as well as teams of genin from other 4 elemental countries. "Looks like we're all here," said Kiba as him and his team approached to Team 7 as did all the other rookie groups. "Hi Sasuke-kun," said Ino as he came up from behind Sasuke and wrapped her arms around Sasuke's neck, much to Sakura's dislike. "Get your arms off of Sasuke-kun, Ino pig," said Sakura as she pointed at Ino and glared at Ino. "What was that forehead?" said I. No, as she glared at Sakura as lightning was coming out of their eyes. "You're the new rookies, aren't you?" asked Kabuto as he appeared to the groups as he looked at the new rookies. "Yeah, what about it?" said Kiba. "You guys might want to keep voice down because you're getting the attention of everyone," said Kabuto as the new rookies looked around and saw that everyone was looking at them and nodded their heads. "I've taken this exam like 7 times, which means I'm a veteran of the exam," said Kabuto as he put glasses to his temple. "Wow, you must suck if you have failed that many times," said Kiba as he chuckled about Kabuto. "Faust, so you know, taking the exam several times has its perks," said Kabuto as he took his glasses off and started cleaning it as he continued his sentence. "Perks like having info on every genin here," said Kabuto as he completed his sentence and put on his glasses. "Do you have any info on Naruto of the leaf and Gaara of the sand?" asked Sasuke as he looked at Kabuto for that info. Kabuto pulled out 2 cards from his deck of card and put one of it on the ground with his index finger on top of it as the card started to spin before he pulled it back up and read it. "Gaara of the Sand, age 12. Teammates: Tamari and Konkuro, who are also his relatives. Missions: 0A rank, 1B rank, 8C rank, 32D rank. Completed every missions without a scratch on him. Ninja tool, taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu. No experience fuinjutsu, no experience blood. That is all I can get on Gaara of Sand," said Kabuto as he put the second card on top of the first CA. Wrote and put his index finger on the card as the card started to spin. "This is all the info on Naruto. Naruto of the Sand, age unknown. Teammates: Sakura and Sasuke. Missions: 1A rank, 0B ranks, 18C ranks, 23D ranks. Ninja tool, shuriken. Kunai and unknown. Taijutsu: high Chunin to low Junin genjutsu, med Chunin. Ninjutsu: low Junin to med Junin kenjutsu, high Genin to low Chunin fuinjutsu, high Chunin. Bloodline: unknown. Blood," said Kabuto as he and everyone in the room was shocked and had wide eyes to know that Naruto, who was a genin, was as strong as a jonin. "This boy would make a great vessel, but too bad he doesn't have a powerful and interesting dojutsu like Sasuke," thought a certain Snake Sennin as he looked with interest at Naruto. "It's so obvious that those cards are fake," aid Kiba as he refused to believe that a dead last like Naruto was as strong as an jonin. "All the info in these cards are true and up to date. I have info on every genin here except for those sound ni. NS, as this is the first time that they've ever taken the Chunin exams, so they're a mystery," stated Kabuto with a matter-of-fact tone as he looked at Kiba. "Did you hear that? He just insulted us," said Zaku as he looked pissed. "I think we should treat a lesson," said Kin. "I think we should show him who's in charge," said Dosu as he ran towards Kabuto and launched a punch at Kabuto, which he dodged, but before everyone knew it, Kabuto let out and screamed as he fell on the floor for a few minutes. "What just happened?" asked Sasuke as he stared at Dosu like everyone as they tried to figure out how Dosu hit Kabuto even though Dosu didn't even touch him. But before they could figure out how that happened, "Alright you baby-face degenerates, listen up," a voice spoke as smoke appeared in the mid of the room and a man with scars on his face and a group of ninjas appeared. "It's time to begin. I am Ibiki Morino, your proctor, and from this moment your worst enemy," said the man with scars. "Oh, And his face as he introduced himself as Ibiki Morino. The first lesson is shelf, said Jiraiya as he peeked through a hole in the wall in the hot springs and peeked at the girls. Best lesson ever. Saw it all the guys as they peeked through holes in the walls as he peeked on the girls as well. While the girls were all relaxing in the hot springs before a girl saw that there were perverts who were king on them as she let out and scream, "Ah, perverts," which caught the attention of the female, and before the perverts and Jiraiya knew it, the girls surrounded them with their fists ready, and then all of heck broke loose as the girls showed no mercy. XXX. After a while XXX. All the girls were done beating up the perverts and Jiraiya before leaving with a satisfying look on their faces. That was the second lesson, endurance, said Jiraiya as he pulled his face up, and before long his face hit the ground as he went unconscious. Worst lesson ever, said all the perverts as they went through heck as they tried to get up from the floor but failed as they were seriously beaten and injured by those girls. Those girls were really strong, thought all the perverts as they hit the floor and passed out. I hope you like this new chapter, and I'm sorry that it took a while to post this, but I'm really busy with revision and homework. Remember to leave a comment. Sorry about being late with this chapter, but I have school and lots of tiring classes to get ready for GCSEs, so I'll be late with these chapters, so I sorry about it. Oh, and all of this plot begins to me as well as the storyline, so if you want to use my plot or storyline you'll have to ask me first, other than that you're good. But before they could figure out how that happened, "Alright you baby-faced degenerates, listen up," a voice spoke as smoke appeared in the middle of the room and a man with scars on his face and a group of ninjas appeared. "It's time to begin. I am Ibiki Morino, your proctor, and from this moment your worst enemy," said the man with scars on his face as he introduced himself as Ibiki Morino. Everyone went quiet after Ibiki was speaking as most were afraid. Some didn't care enough to speak while a few, like Naruto, was grateful that it was finally silent. "Finally," whispered Naruto. Ibiki led all the teams to the exam room and had all the teams sit down with exam papers in front of them. "Your first test is a written exam. Each team has 10 points. If you or your teammates are caught cheating, then your team loses 2 points. If your team lose all 10 points, then your team is out, and those Chunins will make sure no one cheats," said Ibiki as he gestured to the Chunins that were sitting with their backs against the wall and with a book on one hand and a pen on the other as their eyes were looking around the room. "Let the test begin," announced Ibiki, and with that all the Benin teams started by looking at their questions. Naruto looked at the questions. "These questions are at least Chunin LVL questions, but still I could finish this," thought Naruto as he was able to answer half of them but couldn't figure the rest out. "I guess when you spend at least 4 years with Azmouth, the smartest being in 4 galaxies or 5 in Azmouth's opinion," thought Naruto as he sweat dropped before he shook his head and focused on the task at hand. "I guess I'll have to use gray matter's power if I want to answer all these hard questions." "Gray matter," whispered Naruto as his mind and knowledge suddenly expanded, and just like that he looked at questions and instantly knew all the answers. So after he filled his exam paper he took a nap, seeing as he still had 55 minutes before the test was over. When the test was over he saw that at least 18 teams were out after getting caught cheating. "Everyone, now it's time to answer the 10th and final question, and you have 2 options. Stay and risk the chance of being disqualified forever from the exams, or leave and automatically fail and try again next year," said Ibik. Which caused all the Genins to shout and some Sakura to scream, but were shut up by Ibiki. "So what will it be? Leave and try next year, or stay and risk having your team disqualified," said Ibiki. "What? That's BS. There are lots of people who have taken the exam before," yelled Kiba as Orochimaru yapped in agreement with him. Ibiki chuckled in a way which creeped out all the Genins except for Naruto, who could see through Ibiki's act. "Well then I guess you're unfortunate to have me as your proctor," said Ibiki. "If you're not confident then you are free to leave and come back and try next year." Saw it Ibiki, which caused some teams to leave while others started to get tense from the pressure of failing the test. When Ibiki looked around he saw that every Genin were nervous and tense except for a certain blonde. "What about you, blonde?" said Ibiki as he stared at the blonde. Cough. Naruto cough. "No thanks, I'll stay and pass the test," said Naruto as he looked at Ibiki. "You sure are confident, but if you fail then you and your team will be banned from taking the exams ever again," stated Ibiki, trying to make Naruto nerve and tense. Naruto closed his eyes and opened them to look at Ibiki with AI. "Chi doesn't matter if I pass or not because I'm just that awesome," replied Naruto as he made a peace sign and had a grin on his face. "Why are you so confident?" asked Ibiki. "Because if I won't be the greatest ninja then I must be confident in myself and my skills, and because I'm just that awesome," replied Naruto as he never lost the resolve in his eyes. Ibiki looked around and saw that all the genins weren't tense or nervous anymore. Interesting, that blonde's little speech has inspired all of the genins and gave the genins some backbone. Naruto Uzumaki, I remember that name, thought Ibiki. "If any one of you wants to leave then now is the time," stated Ibiki, but no one left or moved. "Well, I guess you all pass," said Ibiki, which caused an outbreak from the genins. "What? How did we pass? Not that I disagree," asked one of the genins while the rest just nodded in agreement as he were wondering the same thing. The 10th question was to test their determination and bravery. For example, say you had a mission where you don't know how many ninjas there are and the enemy could be expecting you, so do you abandon the mission to live and fight another day? No, there will be many missions where it may seem suicidal, but you must think about your mission and achieving it through courage and discipline, said Ibiki as he removed his handband to reveal scars on his head. Just then, a body broke through the window and in a few seconds the body unfolded into a banner which said, "Here comes second test's proctor, Anko Mitarashi," and there was a woman in front of the banner. "Get ready for the second test." "I'll be your proctor for the second test," said the woman now known as Anko Mitarashi, and just search for Anko Mitarashi on Google and you'll know what she looks right. "You're early again," stated Ibiki as he looked Anko. Anko looked around and saw that there were at least 72 teams. "Ibiki, you let so many of these genins pass, you must be going soft," said Anko. "Or maybe we just have a stronger crop of candidates," suggested Ibiki. "Well, before I'm done with them, more than half of them will be eliminated," exclaimed Anko, which made many of the genins wonder how she was going to get rid of more than half of all the genins. "All right, all of you may leave, we'll start the next test tomorrow morning," said Anko, and with that the remaining genins left. Naruto left and went home to see to Zabuza, and Haku bought lots of clothes, food and weapons, which made Naruto sweat drop at the number. "You know, when I said that you to buy stuffs a week ago, I meant that you should buy enough for the 3 of us, not for an army," said Naruto, which caused both to look Zabuza and Haku sheepish. "I just figured better safe than sorry," said Zabuza as he scratched the back of neck while looking sheepish. "Don't worry, with my ability to create jewelry with my ice release we don't have to worry about money," said Haku. "You know, that's a great idea. You know what, I'll talk to the Hokage about getting a store for you, Haku-chan," said Naruto, which made Haku blush at the chan suffix that Naruto added to her name. Naruto brought out a sealed most of the clothes, weapons and food in a storage CL and gave it to Zabuza. Shunshin no jutsu. And with that Naruto disappeared as leaves were falling in the place where Naruto. "Darn, I forgot to ask the kid how he became so strong." "Oh well, I'll ask him next time," said Zabuza as he put his hand on Haku's head and smiled at Haku like a father would to his daughter. Naruto appeared in the Hokage's office to see that the Hokage was busy with the paperwork, and the Hokage looked up to see that Naruto was in his office and that he didn't have to do any more paperwork. "How can I help you, Naruto?" asked Sarutobi. "Gigi, I was wondering if you could get Haku a store," said Naruto. "Okay, but to get her a store, she has to fill this form," said Sarutobi. "Can we get her a store today?" asked Naruto. "It's not that easy. It takes at least a month to create a store and fill out the form," said Sarutobi. "What if I give a very important knowledge for you to help me get Haku a store today?" asked Naruto. "What knowledge would be worth all the paperwork?" questioned Sarutobi. "If I told you a way to defeat paperwork?" asked Naruto. "If you know a way to defeat the evil that is paperwork, then speak," said Sarutobi in a bit of a overdramatic way as he looked at Naruto with a look that promised a lot of pain if Naruto was lying. Naruto shook his head. "I tell you, but you must owe me 5 favors, stated Naruto. "Okay, just tell," said Sarutobi. Naruto got CLOs to Sarutobi and leaned into on Sarutobi's left ear. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," whispered Naruto, and as soon as Naruto said that, Sarutobi widened his eyes and he had a smile on his before Sarutobi crossed said his hands, and just like that 10 Sarutobis appeared as the Sarutobi got busy with the paperwork, and in a few minutes they finished all the paperwork. I want you to help me get Haku a store today for a favor. Said more like demanded Naruto. Sarutobi sighed, knowing that Naruto was going to say that, fine, I'll sign all the forms and finish all the paperwork while you go get a store that's empty. Are unknown now, and she'll get that store until we build her another store. Now go, commanded Sarutobi, and they did just that as Sarutobi started filling the form while Naruto went to search for a store. XXX time skip XXX. It was 8 in the evening when Naruto got to his apartment, and when he got there, he gave Haku a key, which confused her. What's this for? Asked Haku as she looked at the key in confusion. It's the key for your store, stated Naruto, which made Haku smile with happiness. Haku smiled at Naruto. Thank you for everything you've done for me and Zabuza, said Haku as she hugged Naruto. Quote, you're welcome, but now I'm going to go to my bedroom, said Naruto as he went to his own bedroom and fell asleep on his bed. XXX the next day. XXX. All the genin teams were now at the forest for the Seiko ND exam, and they looked at the forest of death to see a small bird get eaten alive by a large snake. They call it the forest of death, and soon enough you'll find out why, said Anko as she smiled. Why call it the forest of death, and soon enough you'll know why, said Naruto in a mocking way as he mocked Anko. Do your worst, but you won't scare me. I can handle it, no problem, stated Naruto. Anko too. Okay, out a kunai and threw it past Naruto, and it landed near the group of grass genins before Anko disappeared and reappeared right behind Naruto. You're not afraid, are you? Tough guys like you USUA. LLY leave their blood all over this forest, said Anko. Anko quickly drew out a kunai as a long tongue-holding kunai came from behind her by a grass ninja. You know, I only recommend that you stand behind me if you want to die, said Anko as she took the kunai from the tongue. My apologizes, but with the side of blood on your blade slicing through my hair, I'm afraid that I just become a little excited, said the sound ninja as her smiled in a twisted way before he went back to her team. The Naruto in front of Anko poofed out of existence. You know, I thought that a Chunin would learn to underest. I made a ninja no matter the ranks, but I was wrong, said Naruto as he walked up to Anko from behind. Quote, ... Anyways, I need you to sign these forms before we start the second exam, said Anko as she held out forms. What for? Asked Sasuke. Because some of you may not come back alive from this test, and this form makes it so that I'm not responsible for your deaths, informed Anko as she laughed a bit. XXX time skip XXX. After Naruto was done peeing, he zipped his pants and turned around only for him to get devoured by a large snake as he slid down the snake's throat. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, as he see. Re-ate 50 clones, which caused the snake to widen before it exploded as the clones and Naruto were launched into the air. That's weird, said Naruto when he noticed the snake was gone in smoke, which surprised him as he was expecting to see snake parts all around the area. It must have been a summon, theorized Naruto as he jumped from tree to tree looking around for kept looking around for Sakura and Sasuke until he saw them. When Naruto got closer, he could see that Orochimaru was biting Sasuke in the neck while Sakura and Sasuke stood still in fear of the snake Sanin. Naruto launched hymns LF at Orochimaru, but before he could land a punch on Orochimaru, Orochimaru made hand signs quickly as soon as he saw Naruto and use wind release, great breakthrough, to send Naruto flying across the forest and caused Naruto to black out. When Naruto woke up, he saw that he was lying under the roots of a tree. He walked out of the tree to see that sound nins were getting their butts kicked by Sasuke. We surround. I'll give you this scroll for our lives, said Dosu as he picked up his teammates and left. A group of Naruto clones appeared in front of Naruto. Did you get it? Asked Naruto. Only F, or the clones to grin and pull out 3 scrolls from their jackets. After Naruto took all the scrolls, the clones disappeared. Good job, clones, said Naruto as he looked around until he got a heaven and earth scroll. What scroll do you have? Naruto asked Shikamaru. We have a heaven scroll, replied Shikamaru. Here, take this, said Naruto as he took an earth scroll from his collection of scrolls and handed it to Shikamaru. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 clones appeared out of nowhere. I want 5 of you to carry Team 10, Sasuke and Sakura, commanded Naruto as he and the other clones ran through hand signs before using Shunshin no Jutsu. And just like that they disappeared, leaving leaves where they used to be. Time skip. The fact of the matter is we never expected so many of you to still be here, and because of how many of you are still here that we have to have a preliminary to reduce the number of candidates and sped things up a bit, said a coughing man also known as Hayate. A lot of important people will be arriving to see the match and they have to only see the best, so if you feel like you're not in top physical condition then now is the time to leave because the preliminary begins now, said the Hokage. Kabuto raised his hand. I would like to resign, said Kabuto. Why do you want to resign? Asked the Hokage. The fact is I'm still beat up and tired from moving around in Ightting in the forest of death that I don't think I can fight again so soon, said Kabuto as he started to leave as soon as the Hokage let him go. I hope you like this new chapter and I'm sorry that it took a while to post this, but I'm really busy with revision and homework. Remember to leave a comment. Oh, and all of this plot begins to me as well as the storyline, so if you want to use my plot or storyline you'll have to ask me first, other than that you're good. Okay, the preliminaries will now begin. The first match will be between Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato, announced Hayate as both Sasuke and Yoroi got in front of Hayate. Will everyone else go to the upper floor, so we can get this battle underway, said Hayate, and everyone made their way to the balcony around the walls of the room. The fight is the same as anime. Lion Barrage, said Sasuke as he hit Yoroi on the stomach with a powerful axe kick as he twisted his body to put more pressure and power on the kick as it knocked out Yoroi and sent Sasuke flying and hit the floor as he was tired from the battle and having Yoroi drain most of his chakra. That move, it was the one that Bushibrao used on him, so this is the power of a Sharingan. That ability will be of great use to me, thought Naruto. It looks like I've been slacking off with you, said Kakashi as he grabbed and picked up Sasuke before leaving as everyone was thinking about that last move that Sasuke used on Yoroi. All the matches will be the same as the ones in the anime, so let's skip to Naruto's match. Naruto vs Kiba. Kiba got down on the ground and Naruto got down on the ground as well. Getting ready for the fight. Looks like we got an easy win. Orochimaru, fighting a dead last, said Kiba very cockily as Orochimaru yapped in agreement. Hajime, said Hayate as the match began. Naruto put up his right hand and squeezed his hand, which caused Kiba and Orochimaru confused. I'd like this exam get on, so I'll finish this quickly, said Naruto. Kiba stared at Naruto's eyes before laughing at what he found funny as he didn't believe the dead last could beat him. Yeah right, you, a dead last beating me, keep dreaming, said Kiba as he and Orochimaru got into a stance. Fang over fang, Kiba and Orochimaru spiraled like a tiny tornado as they launched themselves at Naruto, only for Naruto to dodge it like it was nothing, but the two got up and tried it again, only to fail again. After trying to hit Naruto over and over, Kiba and Orochimaru got tired as they used almost all of their chakra. Just like that, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Kiba throwing strong punches and kicks at Kiba. I won't take this lying down, thought Kiba as he tried with his entire willpower to stand up and sent a punch back to Naruto, but it was futile as every punch and kick that Naruto landed on Kiba hurt him like heck. On the balcony, the Junins watched in surprise as Naruto was brutally beating Kiba, which surprised them as they thought that the dead last would have lost, but this was different as the dead last was beating the crud out of Kiba. Kakashi, how did you make him so strong and why is he so strong? Asuma asked Kakashi, looking at Kakashi for the answers, as did the other Junin. Kakashi smiled as he said, I didn't make him any stronger, he did it himself and he is strong because he trains hard to try the best results. After he said that, he smiled as he was very proud and happy to see and know that Naruto, who considered his little brother, was strong. Darn, do you think that he'll make train my team? Asked Asuma. Kakashi stopped smiling, sorry but Naruto only trains people he believe will use their power for evil or people who don't take their duty as a shinobi seriously, said Kakashi. Which made Asuma frown. Anyways, it's not a good idea. Sigh. Kakashi as he waved his hand in front of his face. Why not? Asked Kurenai with curiosity. Because Naruto's training is harsh and he said that every 1 out of 3 people will die from the training, said Kakashi. He shivered with fear. I saw him training once and I saw why it's not a good idea. By the time he finished his sentence, everyone shivered as they knew that anything Kakashi was afraid of had to be really scary. Back to the match. Orochimaru was shocked from watching Naruto appear in front of Kiba and beat him up. Orochimaru got out of his shock and tried to bite Naruto's hand, only to be sent flying across the room and crash against the wall by the back of Naruto's hand. Orochimaru, cried out Kiba in concern, as he and the dog had always been together since he was 3, so he had grown a bond with the dog and he didn't want anything bad to happen to the dog, but he couldn't do anything as Naruto kept knocking him down. Just give up now, said Naruto, wanting to not hurt the boy anymore. Kiba sent a glare at Naruto. Never, said Kiba, but he knew he couldn't hold down much longer. Naruto just sighed. Fine, know that you brought this on yourself, said Naruto as he clenched his fist and punched Kiba hard enough to send him flying across the room and colliding against the ground. Kiba coughed a lot as he just got the air punched out of him and he knew his ribs were broken. As that, cough the best you cough can do, said Kiba as he coughed. As he speaking, he tried to got up and on his legs, but his legs gave in as he fell head first against the floor as he passed out. Atake put his hands on his mouth as he coughed before he announced, the winner is Naruto Uzumaki. Kurenai shunshined to Kiba and picked him up. She then shunshined to Orochimaru and picked him up as well. Then she turned around to glare at Naruto, but he was already going up the stairs to the balcony. So she shunshined back to the balcony. On the balcony, when Naruto got up the stairs, he saw that Kurenai was giving him the evil eyes. Then Hatake coughed to get everyone's attention before announcing the next match. Will Hinata, Hyuga and Neji, so we may begin the next match. As Neji and Hinata mad their way to the floor and got into their Hyuga fighting stance to start their fight. Naruto watched the two Hyuga fighting it out in their clan's respective fighting style and turned around to see that Kurenai was still giving him the evil eyes. What? Asked Naruto. Did you really have to beat up Kiba that badly? Asked Kurenai. It's not my fault that you're incompetent at being Kiba's sensei, stated Naruto. What do you mean that I'm incompetent at being Kiba's sensei? Asked Kurenai with the anger present in her voice. You should have taught him not to be so stubborn and arrogant. Then he would have known that he couldn't beat me. I had to beat him up because he was too stubborn to give up, and also just so you know, if I really was his enemy he would be dead by now, explained Naruto. You're right. I should have taught Kiba to not be so stubborn and arrogant, admitted Kurenai, looking down as the anger was no longer present in her voice and she stopped giving Naruto the evil eyes. Naruto turned around to look at the match between Hinata and Neji, only to see that the match was almost over. You're within my range 8 trigram, 64 palms, said Neji. 2 palms. Neji hit Hinata with precision and power as he hits landed successfully on her. 4 palms. Neji continued to hit Hinata without missings once. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Neji hit Hinata without miss. A single hit as he hit all of Hinata's tenketsu points and caused Hinata to fall as she fell unconscious. Neji charged at Hinata, but before he could, he was stopped by Kakashi, Hatake, Kurenai and Guy. Neji, calm down. You need to clear your head, said Guy, which only made Neji snare. Kurenai and Naruto made their way to Hinata to check up on her. Naruto put his hand on Hinata as his hand was covered in green chakra. He moved his hand around Hinata's body before stopping at Hinata's heart. To think he already know medical ninjutsu, thought the Junins who watched him. What's wrong with her? Asked Kurenai with concern as she wanted to know what was wrong with Hinata. After all, she was like a little sister to Kurenai. Her heart critically injured. I would recommend that she rest, relax and take things slow for at least 2 months to get her strength back and, said Naruto, but stopped as he pulled out a medium-sized book. He flipped through the book until he stopped at a page and took out a seal. He then channeled chakra into the seal only for a bottle of green liquid to appear. Quote, ... If you want her to heal faster in at least a month, then I would recommend that she drink a bit of this every day, said Naruto, finishing his sentence as he grabbed the bottle and passed it to Kurenai. Naruto turned to Neji. I can't forgive you for what you did to Hinata. She tried her best against you and I'll beat you for her, claimed Naruto as he held his hand out and looked at Neji in the eye. Time skip. Naruto, Neji, Sasuke and the rest were on the ground, lined up in front of the Sandaime Hokage. All of you have passed the preliminaries and will advance to the finals where you will fight for your village. The finals will start in a month. A lot of important people are coming to watch the finals, so go out and give it your all. Said the Sandaime Hokage. You can leave to start getting ready for the finals now. Stated Hitaki as everyone went their separate ways. Naruto went to his apartment to get all the stuff that he needed. He got in to see that Zabuza and Haku wasn't there. Get out now, said Naruto as 4 figures appeared in front of him. The figures wore masks. We brought you what you asked us to bring you, father, said the one with a dragon mask as the 4 masked people kneel in front of Naruto. Good, get ready to leave, said Naruto as the 4 masked figures disappeared into the shadows. Naruto got everything he needed and sealed them, but he left some of the stuff in his apartment for Zabuza and Haku. Naruto picked up the seals, after leaving a note for Zabuza and Haku. The masked figures appeared out of nowhere again. We're leaving now, said Naruto as the masked figures put their hands on Naruto's shoulder. Time and space jutsu, teleportation, and just like they disappeared in a flash of light. Elsewhere, Naruto and the 4 masked figures appeared in front of Azmouth. Hey Naruto, said Azmouth casually. After spending time with Naruto and watching him do that for long, it became a regular thing. Hey Azmouth, do you mind if I can use the time chamber again? Asked Naruto. No, why? Asked Azmouth. Well, I'm going to use the time chamber, learn and master new abilities as well as learn to use some of the aliens that I haven't used yet, let alone master, replied Naruto. Okay, you can use the time chamber but no more than 20 years, stated Azmouth as he RTING leading the group to the time chamber. Okay, I promise no more than 20 years, said Naruto as he and the masked figures followed Azmouth. After what seemed like 2 hours, the group finally got to the time chamber, which was a huge dome about a mile long, and in it was the ground, trees, waterfalls, rivers, hills and wildlife. It was like someone got a forest and put in a dome. Okay, remember not to do too much damage, said Azmouth as the group got into the dome as Azmouth closed the door. After Azmouth closed the door, the masked figures took off their mask. The figure with the dragon mask took off his mask to show that he had spiky red hair that reached his neck and covered his right eye. He also had blue eyes. The figure with the owl mask took off his mask to show that he had long black hair that covered the left of his face and that had blue eyes. The figure with the rhino mask also took off his mask to reveal that he had spiky brown hair that had hints of gray and had blue eyes too. The figure with the polar bear mask took off his mask to reveal that he had light blue hair that reached his neck and he had blue eyes. Flashback. Naruto flipped through the forbidden scroll but stopped when he saw a page that fascinated him. He looked at the page and read the title, Yang Release, said Naruto. Naruto read the page, Yang Release techniques, based on the physical energy that governs vitality, can be used to breathe life into form. When combined with Yin Release, it allows for the use of Yin-Yang Release. Yang Release could be just what I need, said Naruto as he spent 6 hours trying to use Yang Release by following the instructions of the Forbidden Scroll when an idea hit him. Kage Bunshin no just you, and with that he created 300 clones and the clones too tried to use Yin Release. It took a month before they could use Yin Chakra. To use Yin Release, I need some people to use it on, thought Naruto as he wanted to test this newly acquired power. Time and space jutsu, teleportation, called out Naruto as he used his jutsu and teleported elsewhere in a flash. Naruto looked around to see that he was in a burned-down village with the aim symbol, meaning that he was in aim. He looked around and he saw that there were a young dead child on the floor. The child wore clothes with cuts and holes filled with blood and he had a huge cut on his chest. What kind of sick person would do this? Thought Naruto as he picked up the child's body and sealed him in a storage seal. Time and space jutsu, teleportation, and with that Naruto disappeared in flash of light before he looked around. Naruto looked around and saw that he was in a town that had almost nothing but a huge black mark on the ground, as though someone had destroyed the town by grinding it against ground or had just set off a giant bomb. Naruto searched around the area of the town and saw that just a bit away from the town were 3 children with at least 10 kunai and shuriken embedded on they. Our body. To think that someone would do this, and to these children no less. Though Naruto as he picked the body of the children before he sealed him away in his storage seal. I guess it's time to go back. Time and space jutsu. Teleportation. And just like that, Naruto was gone in a flash. Naruto looked around inside the dome. Naruto got out the storage seal and unlocked it as 4 bodies appeared in a poof. Naruto looked at the first child with the huge cut on his chest and healed the hole before taking out and implanting the 2 DNA. One was his DNA and the other was the DNA of Heat Blast. With that the child's body changed as his hair turned red, his eyes turned blue while his face and body reformed quite a bit as his gained some traits of Naruto like Naruto's whisker scars. Naruto looked at the second child. Naruto healed the child before he took out and implanted 2 DNA into the child. One was his DNA while the other was Shotokan's DNA. When he implanted the 2 DNAs, the Child's body and face reformed as his hair turned black. The child gained some of Naruto's traits as his eyes turned blue and his hair became spiky like Naruto's hair. Naruto looked at the third child, Naruto healed the child's injuries before he took out and implanted 3 DNA into the child. One was Naruto's DNA and the other one was Ghost Freak's DNA while the last one was Homungosaur's DNA. The child's body and face reformed when the 3 DNA were implanted as the child's hair turned brown with hints of gray. The child gained some of Naruto's traits as his eyes turned blue and his hair became spiky. Naruto turned to his head to the fourth and last child. Naruto healed the child's injuries as well before he took out and implanted 2 DNAs. One was Naruto's DNA while the other was Diamond Head's DNA. The child's hair turned light blue as his face and body reformed. The child now had blue eyes and some of Naruto's trait like his nose and mouth. After that was done, Naruto put his hands on top of them. Yang release. Said Naruto as he used his Yang release on the children and before he knew it, the children started breathing and opened their eyes to see where they were. Where am I? Asked the children as they looked at Naruto for the answers. You're in my time chamber. Now I must ask you what are your names? Said Naruto. My name is Hokage. I don't have a last name because I don't need one. Said the first child, now known as Hokage. My name is Misuto. I don't have a last name because I'm an orphan. Said the second child, now known as Misuto. My name is Kiri. I do. And have a last name because I'm an orphan as well. Said the third child, now known as Kiri. My name is Mizu. I'm an orphan too, so I don't have a last name. Said the fourth and last child, now known as Mizu. Well, from now on your last name will be Uzumaki. Stated Naruto. From what I can gather, Hokage is from a Megakure while Misuto, Kiri and Mizu are from Kurigakure. Why? Asked the children as they tilted their heads in confusion. Well, a child does take their last name from their parents, replied Naruto. You mean you're our two-san? Asked the children wide-eyed. Well, of course I'm going to be your father, said Naruto as he smiled at the children. We have a two-san now, exclaimed the children smiling as they jumped at Naruto and hugged him to death. They were happy that they had a father now, since they never had a parent. Flashback end. I still remember the days when you were children, said Naruto as he remembered the good and bad times that he had with the children. And how was this girl that you're talking with Hokage? Asked Misuto as the 4 sons the twitching eyes. That was a lie. I just said that to make the Hokage distracted and not think too much about me being gone for a few days, explained Naruto as he made himself tea. What about Tsunami, two-san? Asked Kiri as he and the other 3 looked their dad in the eye. Naruto laughed nervously. Well, you see, even your father needs a woman's company once in a while, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head. Oh, well, we thought that we were going to have a Ka-san, said Mizu before Misuto, Mizu. Kiri and Hokage smiled and laughed nervously. Naruto was speechless and he said nothing as he couldn't think of anything else to say, so he decided to drink the tea he made himself. Two-san, when are you going to start seeing girls? Misuto, Mizu, Kiri and Hokage asked. Naruto did a spit take with the tea that he drank which caused the tea to land on Mizu, Kiri, Mizuto and Hokage in the face. The 4 rubbed the tea off their faces. Maybe later, but right now give me the thing I told you to get, said Naruto as his 4 sons got out a tube and gave it to Naruto. Now with the DNA of not Only Hashirama Senju but also the DNA of countless of Uchihas as well as the DNA of a Hyuga. I will become stronger than ever, said Naruto as he injected their DNA inside him, and before long he RTED coughing violently as his body and eyes was burning as if it was on fire and his chakra reserves increased and expanded due to the addition of the DNA of a Senju, Hyuga and the DNA of countless Uchiha. Chu-san, yelled the four sons worriedly as Naruto's eyes were changing colors, and when the four sons got in front of Naruto, his eyes turned completely white, with slight hints of lavender. After a few seconds it turned red as it had one tomo and his eyes spiraled in circles, and then the burning sensation slowed faded away as his eyes stopped spinning. I think that it's over now, stated Naruto as he stood up. Then all of a sudden, an unimaginable pain crashed down on him as he coughed more violently than before as his body felt like it was covered in lava and his muscles were expanding as if his muscles was being teared up before his muscles was been crushed and compressed. Naruto's eyes changed as it had light purple sclerae and irides with a ripple pattern that spread over the eyeball. Before long he passed out due to the pain. Naruto opened his eyes as he saw that he was in a tent and saw Tokage come in the tent. Tokage got over to Naruto. Here, have some water, said Tokage as he gave Naruto a glass of water. Naruto took the water and drank it. How long have I been asleep? Asked Naruto as he got some of his hair off his eyes. You've been asleep for at least 3 days, answered Tokage as he took the now empty glass with him as he went outside. Naruto got up and walked up to a mirror. He looked at the mirror to see that his hair grew and changed as it now reached his eyes and touched his cheek. He looked at his hair to see that the tips of his hair were black. He looked at his body and saw that his body was different than before as his body was more faster, stronger, more endurable, and his chakra reserves increased almost tenfold than before. I guess this is the advantages of having the DNA of Senjus, Hyugas and Uchihas, thought out Naruto. Then he searched for his clothes and put it on. He wore black clothing, metal arm guards and gloves, ninja sandals with spikes for traveling into mountainous regions, 3 ninja pouches on their back waist and a signature spiral tattoo on the back. Naruto walked outside to see that Misuto, Kiri, Mizu and Tokage were busy training. Naruto walked a bit far away from the tent and created 1600 clones using Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. All the clones lined up in front of Naruto. 400 of you will train to use wood release, 200 of you will train to use fire release, 200 of you will learn to use water release, and 400 of you will do chakra control exercises while the other 400 of you will learn to use our new dojutsus, commanded Naruto as the clones lined up in groups and left to do their task. Chidori, said Naruto as he channeled lightning chakra on his hand. Before long he charged at a tree as he punched through the tree with the Chidori. He kept charging with the Chidori and slammed his lightning-covered hand through several trees before the lightning chakra on his hand faded away. Rasengan, said Naruto as he created a spiraling orb. He slammed the Rasengan against a tree and the power of the Rasengan sent the tree flying backwards and knocked down several trees. Wind release. Vacuum sphere, said Naruto as he took a deep breath and exhaled several small blasts of wind chakra which pierced rough trees and hit other trees behind the tree. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Ferocious gust of wind that sliced and cut through the trees. Naruto continued to use the jutsus repeatedly until he was out of chakra or tired. After using the justice over and over again, Naruto got tired and was almost out of chakra. He looked up at the sky to see that the sun was going down, so Naruto walked to the tent and dispelled the clone. 10 clones per second, and after 140 seconds, all the clones were dispelled and he went to sleep. Time skip. Naruto had spent nearly 20 years training in the time chamber. Naruto worn all of his clothes and walked out the time dome with his 4 sons. Naruto attached 100 seals on him. The 35 advanced chakra suppressing seals, 35 advanced gravity seals and 30 advanced resistance seals. When Naruto and his 4 sons got out of the time chamber, he saw that Azmouth was waiting for him. Naruto, how have you been? It's been weeks or should I say years since I last you, said Azmouth as he smiled at Naruto. Yeah, I guess you could say years, but it's been 2 decades since we last met, said Naruto as he smirked at his words. So how did it go? Asked Azmouth. I gained new powers, Learned to control and master my new powers. I became stronger and smarter, so I would say it went pretty good, summed up Naruto. Chu-san, remember you have a tournament to get to. Aid Hokage as he remembered Naruto about the Chunin exam. Oh right, Azmouth, it's been nice talking to you but I better get going, everyone hand on. Said Naruto as Misuto, Mizu, Kiri and Hokage put their hands on Naruto's shoulders. I guess I'll see ya around Azmouth. Time and space jutsu, teleportation, and just like that Naruto and his 4 sons disappeared in a flash. That Naruto, he's sure is interesting, said Azmouth as he smirked before he got back to inventing things and watching over the Omnitrix. Naruto appeared in his apartment to see a surprised Zabuza and a surprised Haku looking at him as they dropped the stuff they were holding on their hand. Yo, said Naruto. To say they were surprised was an understatement as they were shocked to the core when they saw Naruto and 4 other people appear out of nowhere. How did you do TT that, and who are those people be behind you Naruto? Asked a surprised Haku as she was still surprised. Oh, they're my sons, said Naruto as he pointed to his 4 sons which caused Haku and Zabuza's eyes to widen. They looked like they had seen a ghost, or something unbelievable. You mean you had kids? Said Haku as she was surprised. She didn't know or think that Naruto had 4 sons, especially considering they were the same age. How do you have kids? Asked a surprised Zabuza, still not believing that Naruto had 4 children, let alone 1 child. I guess your parents never taught you about the birds and the bees, said Naruto as he and his 4 sons fell on the floor as they laughed at his joke, causing Zabuza's face to turn a bit red with embarrassment. Naruto got off the floor and so did his sons. Naruto looked at Zabuza. Zabuza, when is the Chunin exams final? Asked Naruto. It's today and it starts in a few minutes, so you better hurry, said Zabuza as he started to get over the shock. Okay, see ya, said Naruto as he looked at Zabuza and Haku before he turned to his 4 sons. And you 4, remember to stay hidden until I say otherwise, said Naruto before he used Shunshin no Jutsu. And his 4 sons started to sink down into the shadows as if they were never there. Zabuza-sama, what just happened? Asked Haku. I don't know and I told you to call me Chu-san, said Zabuza. I hope you like this new chapter and I'm sorry that it took a while to post this but I'm really busy with revision and homework. Remember to leave a comment. Oh, and all of this plot begins to me as well as the storyline, so if you want to use my plot or storyline you'll have to ask me first, other than that you're good. Naruto Shishun to the Chunin exams final on time and had at least 1 minute before the exams began, so he got to the ground and was ready to fight, though some weren't there yet. The match between Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki will begin. So will the rest of the contestant go to their designated area, said the proctor as all the contestant left for their designated areas except for Naruto and Neji. You should give up now. Fate has decided that you will lose to me, said Neji with a slight hint of arrogance in his voice as looking at Naruto. Sorry but fate and I don't go so well, said Naruto as he grew NNED outwardly but inwardly he knew he won. Very well then, I guess I'll have to show you how pointless this is, said Neji as he closed his eyes and activated his Byakugan before opening his eyes to show his Byakugan. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto created 6 clones. All the clones charged towards Neji before they started to use their jutsu. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu. Called 2 of the NES as they performed hand sign at Junin speed as they spit out 2 middle-sized fireball from their mouths. The 2 fireballs fused to become 1 giant-sized fireball and it increased in power and SP. As it was rushing at Neji at the speed of a low Chunin speed. Neji got into his family's famous fighting stance, gentle fist, rotation. Called out Neji, releasing and focusing chakra out from L of his Tenketsu points as he rotated in circles to create a rotating shield. The rotating shield blocked and cancelled out the fireball. Fuden. Vacuum sphere. Called out 4 of the clones as he took a deep breath before he spit out several blasts of wind chakra. Neji dodged the attack and was surprised to see it pierced through the floor and the wall, leaving several holes on the floor and the walls. All the clones charged at Neji and began to engage him in a taijutsu battle. You are within divination, gentle fist art, 8 trigram 64 palms, said Neji as he got into the Hyuga fighting stance. joining his index and middles as he began the assault on the clones. Neji got in front of the first clone in a second at the speed of mid-Chunin, 8 trigram 2 palms. Neji landed 2 consecutive hits on the first clone, which cut of 2 of the clone's tenketsu points. This put the chakra flow of the clone in a disarray and made the clone poof out of existence to the change in the chakra flow of the clone. 8 trigram 4 palms. Neji got in front the second clone, and before the clone could do anything, Neji landed 2 more consecutive hits on the clone and blocking the tenketsu points of the clone, which caused a aggressive change in the chakra flow of the clone and made the second clone poof. 8 trigram 8 palms. Neji turned his attention to the third clone and attacked the clone with 4 successful consecutive hits with more speed and power, as at the beginning he attacked with speed and power of a mid-Chunin, but now his speed and power was that of a high Chunin. The clone poofed out of existence due to the change in the flow of his chakra. 8 trigram 16 palms. Neji rushed out the fourth clone, who responded by throwing a punch at him. Neji dodged the punch and landed not 4 but 8 consecutive hits on the clone, causing it poof and disappear due to the aggressive oppression of some of his tenketsu points that led to the disruption in his chakra flow. The fifth clone got out 2 kunais and throwed him at Neji, but Neji jumped and dodged. The clone tried to use a jutsu, but as soon as Neji landed, 8 trigram 32 palms. Neji landed x-team consecutive hits on the clone, which blocked some of his tenketsu points and made the clone disappear, leaving some smoke. 8 trigram 64 palms. Neji attacked the last clone with more speed and power as he attacked at the speed of a low Chunin. This time Neji landed 32 continuous hits on the clone, and then the clone vanished due the same reason as the other first 5 clones. I have to say that very interesting to see a move of the Hyuga so close, said Naruto. To say that he was amused was an understatement. He was downright entertained to see Neji take down 6 of his clones in less than a minute. See that? I fought ANR clones, so just give up as you can't fight fate, said Neji with the same amount of arrogance as the last time, but acted more condescending than last time. Seeing that Neji was acting even more condescending than before, Neji, I think you should get that stick in your butt and being in butt, said Naruto, and he smirked at his joke. This pissed Neji out. Neji, I have asked you, what is it that made so fixated on all this fate and destiny crud? Asked Naruto, looking Neji in the eye as Naruto wanted to know the reason. The Hyuga clan is separated into 2 families, the main house and the branch house. The main family governs the Hyuga clan, while the branch family has to protect the main house. When the heiress Hinata turned 3, a cursed mark seal was placed on me by my own uncle, just like it was placed on all the other members of the branch family, said Neji as he stared at the sky and watched birdies flying in the sky as free as air. The caged bird seal's main purpose is so that if a branch member dies, then it will seal away their Byakugan, but its second secret purpose is to make sure that the branch members are obedient to the main family, and its third hidden purpose is so that the main family can have control over the branch members, said Neji with a sneer as he took off his headband to show the caged bird seal in his forehead. On the night of Hinata's birthday, she was kidnapped by the ambassador of Kumo, who was sent to Konoha to sign a peace treaty between the 2 villages, but he was killed by Hiashi. When Kumo heard this, they demanded the dead body of Hiashi. Later the Hyuga clan Kunal knew that they could give them the body of Hiashi, so they gave Kumo the body of other person who happened to look like Hiashi, said Neji with a sneer as he seemed to be disgusted by the mere thought of what the main family did. That other person was none other than Hiashi's younger twin brother and my father, but it was only in death was my father be free from this evil curse, said Neji before he put on his headband. Okay, so maybe your father was killed, but you can't blame it on destiny or fate, said Naruto. What the main family was cruel. Naruto still didn't believe in fate. Neji rushed and struck Naruto, causing him to fall. You're a failure, said Neji as he looked down at Naruto before turning and walking away. Wait, it's still not over yet, said Naruto as he got up and looked at Neji. Neji turned around to face Naruto. 8 trigram 64 palms. Neji got in front of Naruto and landed 2 consecutive hits, then 4 consecutive hits, then 8 consecutive hits, then 16 consecutive hits, and then 30 consecutive hits before he ended it with 64 consecutive hits. It's over now. I have blocked all of your tenketsu points, said Neji as Naruto fell on the floor head first. Naruto got up slowly as he made a tiger hand sign. Kai, said Naruto, and like that, chakra was flow. Wing through Naruto as he turned off one of 35 advanced chakra-suppressing seals. Chakra was flowing throughout Naruto's body and it opened up any blocked tenketsu points as it coursed around Naruto's body, in and out. On the outside it looked as if the chakra was moving around like water, calm and collect. I guess I should take this seriously, said Naruto as he charged at Neji. Neji go! T in his Hyuga stance, and as soon as Naruto got into his range, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji launched 2 palms, then 4 palms at Naruto. Rotation. Naruto focused chakra out of all his tank etsu points as he rotated in circles to create a rotating shield. The rotating shield blocked and cancelled out the Juken attack of Neji's. Neji quickly jumped away and got away from the rotating shield just a few seconds early to avoid collision, knowing that the offense power of his palms would lose to the defense power of Naruto's rotating shield. Neji, after getting a few distance away from Naruto, to think of a plan. With the Hyuga, Hiashi was surprised to see Neji using not only the 8 trigrams 64 palms but also rotation, which were jutsus only reserved for the main family, too. Think that the Byakugan found its truest form in Neji-san, mumbled Hiashi. Hinabi turned to her father. Hiashi, Chu-san, what were those jutsus that Neji-kun used? Asked Hinabi after seeing Neji use rotation and 64 palms. Those were jutsus that were supposed to be reserved for the main, but for him to have discovered it on his own, stated Hiashi, truly impressed by the true prodigy of the Hyuga clan. But how was Naruto-san able to use rotation as well? Asked Hanabi as she was genuinely curious how someone who wasn't a Hyuga was able to use a jutsu that only the Hyugas use. For someone to be able to use the Hyuga techniques must either be a Hyuga or theoretically someone that is capable of focusing and releasing chakra from multiple parts of the body at the same time. But up until now only Hyugas were able, thanks to our eyes, said Hiashi as he was surprised. Up until now he had never seen someone who could use the jutsus of the Hyuga. Hiashi knew that he shouldn't let Naruto see anyone use Hyuga jutsus or Naruto might copy them. Back with Naruto. Naruto got out 12 shurikens, and as soon as he stopped his rotating shield, he threw the shurikens at Neji, rotation. And like that the rotating shield stopped the shurikens, which Neji caught and put 6 into his shuriken holsters before he threw the other 6 shuriken at Naruto. Neji wondered how Naruto was able to use rotation, which he created. It was supposed to be a jutsu that could only be used by a Hyuga, so Naruto used it. Neji was very surprised. This thought led Neji to believe that Naruto was a Hyuga in secret at least, but there's no way Naruto could be a Hyuga, right? While Neji was caught up in his thoughts, he didn't see Naruto dodge the shurikens and was charging at him until, you are within my divination. 8 trigrams 64 palms, said Naruto as he got into the Hyuga fighting stance. Naruto landed 2 consecutives, then another 2 consecutive hits. He landed 4 more consecutive hits. Then Naruto landed 8 strikes, which was followed up by 16 strikes, and then Naruto finished it off with 32 more strikes. Naruto put a lot of power at the last strike, which caused Neji to hit the wall and started to slowly lose consciousness. Neji was looking at Naruto, the dead last of the academy, the one who barely passed the exams, the one who always pranked people and couldn't do a simple bunshin. The information he heard about Naruto never told him that Naruto was this strong. Naruto was even stronger than the last Uchiha. Neji was surprised at first but eventually got over his surprise. It was funny how he lost to his own clan's jutsu used by none other than the dead last, wasn't it? That was the last thought Neji had before he lost consciousness. After seeing Neji was knocked out, he announced Naruto the winner, and just like that everyone clapped their hands at the entertaining match. Who wouldn't have thought that Naruto was able to beat Neji by using Neji's jutsu against him? Within the cage box. Sarutobi was speechless. Sarutobi saw the skills that Naruto had when he was still in the academy. He was surprised and shocked at what he had seen. He saw Naruto, who had no help from him or any other ninjas of Konoha, defeat Neji. After all, defeating the prodigy of the Hyuga clan was not easy, as Sarutobi knew that Neji was as strong as a low ninja, but for Naruto to beat him has to mean that Naruto was stronger than a low Chunin. Orochimaru, the snake Sannin, was interested in Naruto, especially after seeing him use 2 Hyuga jutsus, Snake Sanin was happy to have another potential vessel but was saddened. What a shame that I have already chosen Sasuke-kun as my vessel, but don't worry, after Sasuke-kun I will have your body, Naruto-kun. Thought a giggling Orochimaru, as he had not found one strong, fresh, young, new body but two that he would soon claim. I feel bad for you too, San. It seems that snake pedophile that you tall. D is about plans on Rapino as he watched the tournament from the shadows in the cage box. Before he always wanted Tsunade to go out with someone, but he never wanted Tsunade to be raped, especially not by a snake pedophile. I wish I could punch that stupid snake pedophile in the face, but if I do that then people would that we are here. Thought Tokage, but he knew that his Tsunade would be disappointed with him if he did that. Oh well, I guess Tokage will just follow Tsunade's plan and then punch that snake pedophile in the face. I glad I'm not in Tsunade's place, lucky me, thought Kiri as inside his mind. A chibi version of him sighed in relief. Before long the chibi got out fans and was celebrating that he wasn't in his Tsunade's place. May Kami have mercy on your soul, Tsunade, thought Mizu as inside his mind. A chibi version of him was looking down at a coffin with a tombstone that said, R.I.P. Tsunade's innocence and purity, you were so important but you were taken by a snake pedophile. The chibi started to cry with tears of sadness as he looked down at the coffin. All of a sudden Orochimaru sneezed 4 times in a row, but he shaked it off. Must be some young strong child talking about me, thought Orochimaru in delight. All over the world every children sneezed at the same time and they shivered. Even Neji sneezed and shivered even though he was unconscious and had 4 broken ribs. That was quite the interesting match, wouldn't you say, Hokage-san? Asked Orochimaru in his disguise as he pretended to be the Kazekage. I would indeed, Kazekage-san. Those two have what it takes to be a Chunin from what I have seen, wouldn't you agree? Questioned Sarutobi as he smiled at the imposter of the Kazekage. I would have to agree, they were quite skilled and very strong, definitely worthy of becoming Chunin. Replied Orochimaru as he answered Sarutobi's answer. In truth, Orochimaru was impressed by the match between the Hyuga prodigy and the dead last. Though I would love to see the match between the Uchiha and my son, Gaara of the Sands, stated Orochimaru as he shivered in anticipation at seeing how Sasuke-kun has improved over the month. Hopefully he would be a lot stronger than before. Sarutobi saw that the Kazekage was excited to see the match between the Uchiha and Gaara. I guess we'll have to wait and see, said Sarutobi, smiling at the thought that the Kazekage was excited to see his son's match and that the Kazekage must have a whole lot of confidence that Gaara will win. The Kazekage and the Hokage had a conversation for a while but ended the conversation and went back watching the match to see that Temari had won. With Naruto. Naruto had finished his match and went to his designated place and meditated in peace to wait until Orochimaru decided to make his move. Due to Sasuke's absence, his match has been postponed, announced Genma as he chewed on his metal stick before announcing the next match. The match between Shino and Kankuro will begin now. Shino was making his way to the arena when, I forfeit, said Kankuro, making Shino walk back after seeing that he wasn't going to have to fight. The crowd booed at Kankuro as they came to the tournament to see match. Not for people to wuss out, but Kankuro didn't care as he knew he shouldn't use his chakra against Shino when Naruto was a bigger threat, so Kankuro planned on saving his chakra and keeping his abilities a secret until he had to fight against Naruto. The match between Temari and Shikamaru will begin shortly, announced Genma as Temari got to on the ground ready to beat Shikamaru while Shikamaru walked to the ground as he muttered about blondes being troublesome. Same as Conan. The match between Temari and Shikamaru was a great. Temari seemed to be the one in control. It turned out Shikamaru thought 3 steps ahead and was able to catch Temari while Temari was sending a wave of wind at Shikamaru, but was soon in the Shikamaru's possession and Shikamaru was able to outwit Temari but lost due to him using most of his chakra. Naruto was impressed by the fact that Shikamaru was able to think 3 steps ahead of Temari, even though he still lost. Naruto knew at Shikamaru was most likely to become Chunin as he did show the intelligence, skills and cunningness to be a Chunin, as Chunin would usually be the leaders of a team in a mission except if there was Junins in the team because Junins are more qualified to be a leader. The match between Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara of the Sands will begin shortly, so will both fighters get to the ground, said Genna as he kept chewing on his metal dango stick. Gaara got down to the ground from his designated area and wait for the Uchiha. After waiting for few moments, Sarutobi decided to put a 1-hour time limit on Sasuke, and if he didn't show before the time ran out then he would be disqualified. Gaara waited patiently for Sasuke until there was only 2 minutes left. Gaara turned around and started walking away. As he thought that Sasuke must have ran away, Gaara muttered things like, "Stupid Uchiha, couldn't you just show up, so I can kill you? And, darn Uchiha, mother wants your blood and I will get it." And he kept muttering things like that as he was about to walk up the stairs. Kakashi and Sasuke spent all of the whole month training for this month, and after they were done, Kakashi shunshined them to the tournament and said, "We're not late. Are we?" As he and Sasuke appeared in front of Genma. "Now that you're here, it's time for the match to begin," said Genma, just ignoring Kakashi's words as he gestured to Sasuke to stay and for Kakashi to go away. Naruto, after seeing, had enough of this boring match and decided to meditate as he activated the link between him and his 4 sons. "Oi, the plan is going to begin shortly," thought Naruto. "The sons were able to receive the message. We're already in position," replied Misuto as he and the other sons were waiting inside of a shadow in the cage box. Flashback. Naruto was covered in bandages from his head to his foot as he was standing in front of Azmouth. "Hey Azmouth, I see that the experiment went well," said Naruto as he looked at his body and clenched his fist. Naruto felt way powerful and stronger than before. It was as if Naruto had just been updated. "Well, it looks like I overlooked a few things," said Azmouth as he lowered his head in disappointment and shame. Azmouth was the smartest being in 5 galaxies and was by far the smartest Galvin there ever was, but for him to make a few miscalculations were a blow to his self-esteem. "What is it?" asked Naruto, wanting to know how serious it was. Naruto mentally slapped himself and prepped for whatever the Galvin had to say. "It turns out that after I injected all the DNAs in you, the Fey force of all aliens were added to your own life force, and with so many of those life forces joined together, you're basically an immortal now. Congratulations," said Azmouth as he closed his eyes to get ready for the scream that was to come from Naruto, but it never came. When Azmouth opened his eyes, he saw that Naruto looked like a kid in a shop full of sweets. "Is there anything else?" asked Naruto as he was surprised by the news and was very happy to never die. Naruto was smiling with his eyes. "It turns out that you can't be killed by anything, as you also have the advanced regenerate ion of some aliens added to your own advanced regeneration, making it so you can heal in a second from any injuries or poisons, and you can adapt to anything, meaning that you can survive underwater and in space without having to breathe," said Azmouth as he summed it all up and looked at Naruto to see that Naruto was on the verge of tears. "This is the best day ever," exclaimed Naruto as he was crying with tears of joy. This was the greatest day ever. It was like today was his birthday. He was so overcome with happiness that he hugged Azmouth. After a few moments, the Galvin returned the hug and smiled. Flashback end. Naruto looked up when he heard a scream. "Ah, what is this red liquid that flowing from me? It's my blood," screamed Gaara as started turning into Shukaku as white feth and caused the civilians watching the match fall asleep while the ninjas watching tensed their muscles as they all had one thought: an invasion. Oto and Suna ninjas appeared out of nowhere when they RTED the invasion, but the Suna and Oto ninjas were intercepted by Konoha ninjas as 3 giant snake summons were summoned near Konoha and the snake attacked Konoha. The Chunin senseis fought and aided all of the Oto and Suna ninjas as they tried to make their way to the cage box, but were intercepted by more Oto and Suna ninjas, which were starting to become a nuisance for them. I hope you like this new chapter, and I'm sorry that it took a while to post this, but I'm really busy with revision and homework. Remember to leave a comment. Oh, and all of this plot begins to me as well as the storyline. So if you want to use my plot or storyline, you'll have to ask me first, other than that you're good. Before I start, I would like to remind you that Hashirama, Tobirama and Minato don't need to hand signs to use jutsus, as they have mastery over all of their jutsus like Hashirama's would release, etc. Also, if you have any questions or mysteries, then they will be answered soon, so if you're going to ask me questions, then I'm not gonna answer, but you guys could at least comment. Naruto looked up when he heard a scream. "Ah, what is this red liquid that flowing from me? It's my blood. SC. Reamed Gaara started turning into Shukaku as white feathers fell from the sky and caused the civilians watching the match fall asleep while the ninjas watching tensed their muscles as they all had one thought, an invasion. Oto and Suna ninjas appeared out of nowhere when they started the invasion as they started to march to Konoha, but the Suna and Oto ninjas were intercepted by Konoha ninjas. A three-headed giant snake summon was summoned near Konoha and the snake attacked Konoha almost instantly. Meanwhile the Chunin senseis fought and defeated all of the Oto and Suna ninjas as they tried to make their way to the cage box but were intercepted by more Oto and Suna ninjas which were starting to become a nuisance for them. Sarutobi got up and attacked the Yondaime cage with a powered punch. The cage was able to dodge, but the Sandaime Hokage was able to rip off the cage's veil to reveal that the cage was Orochimaru. Sarutobi sighed as he knew there was no way to stop this than to kill Orochimaru once and for all. The cage, now revealed to be Orochimaru, got up on the roof of the cage's box where Sarutobi followed him. Just as soon as the Sandaime Hokage got on top of cage box, a group called the Sound Four formed a barrier that surrounded them and the cages. They also created a small barrier in their own corners to protect by using the barrier It was Red-Violet Flames Formation Barrier. Sarutobi threw a kunai at Orochimaru. Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Said Sarutobi as Theat 1 kunai multiplied from 1 and turned into 100 kuna. Which were all aiming for Orochimaru, but Orochimaru dodged them, just barely. Fire Release. Fireball Jutsu. Sarutobi spit out a giant fireball which moved so fast that Orochimaru was lucky to be able to dodge the fireball. Orochimaru knew that Sarutobi wasn't going to be easy to beat even if he was an old man now. After all, Sarutobi was still the god of shinobi and wasn't going to be defeated so easily. Orochimaru decided to use his trump card now while he still had an advantage, as he did study under Sarutobi and he knew Sarutobi was cunning, calculative and powerful. Orochimaru decided to use his trump card as he ran through hand signs. Before the Sandaime Hokage could stop him, Orochimaru finished doing the hand signs as he called out the jutsu, Kuchiyos, Edo Tensai. It was then that 3 coffins raised from the floor. The coffin with the number 1 opened to reveal a tall man with long black hair. The man wore a red armor over a black suit and he wore black sandals. The man was none other than Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. The coffin with the number 2 opened to reveal a tall man with a short, shaggy white hair. The man had red marks on each side of his cheek, under his eyes, and the third red mark on his chin. The man wore blue armor over a black suit and wore black sandals. This person was Tobirama Senju, the brother of Hashirama and the second Hokage. The coffin with a spiral opened to reveal a tall man with a short, spiky blonde hair. The man had a jaw-length bang on both sides of his head. The man wore standard Konoha shinobi clothes and wore a horida. Was decorated by red flame-like motifs on the edge, with the kanji for 4th Hokage written vertically down on the back. This man was known as the Yondaime Hokage and as the Yellow Flash. The 3 previous Hokages walked out of the coffins and looked at Sarutobi. "It's been a long time since I saw you, Sarutobi," said Hashirama with no expression on his face, though he was happy to see that Sarutobi was alive and healthy even if he was an old man. "Look at you, Sarutobi. You've grown old," said Tobirama as he too held no emotions on his face. He was surprised to see that Sarutobi had become old. It seemed like just yesterday that Tobirama was his sensei when he was a child, but now Sarutobi looked like an old man. "Hey there, old man. I see you're still Hokage. I would have thought that you would have gotten someone to become Hokage or die of paperwork," said Minato as he smiled. He was happy to see the old man. He thought he would never see him again, but here he was talking to Sarutobi. "Ha, Hashirama sensei. Tobirama sensei and Minato-kun. I thought I would never see you again," said Sarutobi as he cried with happiness and anger. He was happy to see his senseis and the person he had come to see as his own son, though he was angry that Orochimaru would defile the dead and begin back to the world in an unholy method. "Hey old man, how long has it been since I died?" asked Minato as he wanted to know just long he had been gone for. He looked at Sarutobi for answers. "It's been around 12 years since you died," stated Sarutobi. Answering Minato's question, Sarutobi got over his happiness of seeing the 3 that he had loved and respected as he wiped his tears away and got ready for the tough battle that was to come between him and the 3 previous Hokages. Minato blinked. Once then he blinked twice. So I guess Naruto is 12 now, so how was Naruto's life? Asked Minato again as he was sad that he didn't get the chance to see his son again. His son was probably Hayden. Gee, his guts for sealing the Kyuubi in him. This thought made Minato frown. Orochimaru was interested in the conversation and decided to listen in on the conversation. Sarutobi frowned at the question. Naruto has had a tough life since he was born, as people hated his guts and thought that he was the Kyuubi. The people of Konoha belittled him, bullied him, tortured him and tried to destroy him in ever. Why weighed possible whether it was in his education, his social or his personal life. I tried my best to stop them. But after you died the civilian council gained too much power, said Sarutobi as he cried. At the things that Naruto had been through and how he had failed to fulfill Minato's dying wish. Sarutobi spoke, and with every word Minato frowned deep until he became pissed off at Konoha for what they did to his son. Hashirama and Tobirama were disappointed in the people of Konoha for what they did to Naruto, while Orochimaru whistled at what Konoha did to Naruto. I mean, Orochimaru was cruel and LL, but he wouldn't hurt an innocent child without a good reason, especially not if they were orphans. Hey wait, don't touch that, you'll die if you do, said the captain of the Anbu that was outside of the barrier. This caught the attention of everyone in the barrier as they saw Naruto walking up to the barrier. Before he walked through it, his body was on fire, but he didn't scream, and when the fire disappeared, Naruto looked fine. Naruto, you shouldn't be here, this place is dangerous, said Sarutobi as he shooed Naruto to go away since he didn't want Naruto. Tori Gigi, I'll be fine, said Naruto with a confident voice and a grin on his face as he walked up to Sarutobi. And Naruto, I'm your father, said Minato as he tried to ran to Naruto to hug him, but his body didn't move as he was still under the control of Orochimaru. Stupid Orochimaru not letting him hug his own son. I have always known you were my father, said Naruto as he grinned at Minato with a thumbs up, which surprised Minato to see that his son wasn't angry at him for sealing the Kyuubi in him and turning his life into a living heck. So he's our grandfather, said a voice as 4 people had risen from Naruto's shadow. This surprised everyone to see the 4 masked people just come out of Naruto's shadow like that. One wore a dragon mask, one wore owl mask, and another wore a rhino mask, while the last wore a polar mask. Minato was still confused about them saying he's their grandfather. Hello, I'm Hokage Uzumaki, but you can just call me Hokage, said Hokage as he took off his dragon mask to show that he had red spiky hair and blue eyes. He wore black Anbu pants, a black Anbu shirt, and wore a waist-length jacket that was red with a few green lines going around it. The jacket had the kanji, burning fire, T. He one that turned all to ash, on the back center of the jacket. Good evening, I'm Misuto Uzumaki, but you can call me Misuto, said Misuto. Ash took off his owl mask to show that he had black spiky hair and blue eyes. He wore black Anbu shirts and black Anbu pants. He wore a waist-length jacket which was black with a few green lines going around it. The jacket had the kanji for dark shadow, the one that engulfs all in darkness, written on the back center of the jacket. Nice to meet you, I'm Kiri Uzumaki, but you can call me Kiri, said Kiri as he took off his rhino mask to show that he had blue eyes too and a shaggy brown hair that had hints of gray. He wore the standard Anbu uniform, but he, instead of wearing a cloak, he wore a waist-length jacket that was mainly brown and a bit gray. The jacket had a few green lines going around it. The jacket had the kanji for strong body, smart soul, the one with the strength and spirit of 1,000 men, written on the back center of the jacket. Yo, I'm Mizu Uzumaki, but you can call me Mizu, said Mizu as he took off his polar bear mask to show that he had blue eyes and a spiky light blue hair. The hair could reach the back of his neck. He wore the standard Anbu and wore a light blue cloak that covered his whole body. The cloak had a few green lines going around it as it had the kanji for the one with a heart of gold, a soul of silver and a body of diamond, written on the back center of the cloak just like the others. Sorry, but who are they? Naruto asked Sarutobi as he turned to Naruto for some answers. Sarutobi was genuinely curious about who those masked people were. Everyone else was curious too. Well, basically they're my sons, and you could say that they are my team of elite ninjas, said Naruto casually as everyone just sweat dropped at the fact that he had children. Everyone looked at him with a look that said, WTF, to which Naruto shrugged. Minato turned to Sarutobi. "Hey Sarutobi, you better not be lying or pranking me about Naruto being 12. Said Minato with a look that said if Sarutobi was lying then he'd regret it. This caused Sarutobi to sweat a bit in fear of what Minato would do to him. "Enough. Stop chatting and destroy them already," said Orochimaru as he implanted a kunai with a seal in each of the previous Hokages. He had enough of waiting around for them to stop chatting and get to the fighting already. Tobirama. The Nadaime Hokage charged at Naruto, who used water release, water bullet, called Tobirama as he spit out several of small body of water at Naruto and his sons, which they were able to dodge with the slightest of ease. Wood release. Nativity of a world of trees, called Hashirama as he made 100 trees sprout out of the ground, injuring Naruto and his sons as they couldn't escape due to how wide the attack was. Oikiri, go and stop Shukaku from wrecking any more havoc. Me, Tokage, Mizu and Misudo will handle these guys, said Naruto as he and his sons got out of the attack with a few scratches. Kiri looked his father before he sank into the floor as though he was a ghost. This caused others to look at the place that Kiri used to be with surprise and awe on their faces. "I guess it's time to step it up. Fire armor," said Tokage as fire appeared on his body before it surrounded the whole of Tokage's body. It looked as though the fire was alive as it moved around Tokage without harming, but instead it seemed as though the fire was protecting Tokage. He looked heat blast from Ben 10, but he still had blue eyes. "I guess so. Diamond armor," said Mizu, as his was suddenly covered in diamonds that looked as though it was worth a lot. The diamond covered his body and made him go like Diamond Head from Ben 10, except his eyes were still blue. "Shadow piercers," called out Misudo as hundreds of shadowy spears came out of the shadows and launched at Hashirama, Minato, Tobirama and Orochimaru, but they were able to escape the attack just barely as the were surprised by the attack, and this would have killed them if they hadn't react as fast they did. Wood release. Wood dragon, called Hashirama as he created a dragon out of wood which charged at Isuto but was stopped by a giant fireball as the fireball overpowered and burned the wood as it was heading towards Hashirama. The fireball was created by Tokage. Water release. Swirling barrier. See. Called Tobirama as he got in front Hashirama and created a giant swirling pool of water around them which was able to extinguish the fireball that heading towards them before he called out, "Water release, water cannon," as he launched a large powerful stream of water at Tokage. Diamond shield, called Mizu as he made a few diamonds sprout up from the ground and stopped the Nadaime's attack. Orochimaru, how much do you wanna bet that my sons can beat your previous Hokage puppets? Said Naruto as he looked at Naruto to see if Orochimaru would agree or not. Orochimaru was very fascinated in the abilities of those three, and he knew they were strong, but he knew that they weren't strong enough to beat the previous Hokages, as they were the gods of shinobi and powerful ninjas even if they had just 15 of their true strength. "It doesn't matter how strong they are because my puppets will beat them easily," claimed Orochimaru. He was excited to see what else those three could and see if they had any other abilities. Hashirama versus Tokage. Hashirama and Tokage thought that the others would be a nuisance, so they moved away from the others and started their fight as they faced each other in a taijutsu match. Hashirama sent a punch to Tokage's face, but Tokage dodged it and sent a right hook just after. Hashirama kicked the punch away before he used wood release, vine whip, as a vine made out of wood shot out of the ground and tried to pierce Tokage's body, but Tokage dodged it. It was then that Tokage realized that the fight had changed into a ninjutsu match. Twin fireball, ca. LLED Tokage as he created two body of fire, one in each hand, and then he threw the two fireballs at Hashirama. Wood release. Wood wall, called Hashirama when he saw the fireballs that heading towards him. Suddenly a wall made out of wood got up from the floor and cancelled the fireballs, but the two fireballs had burned the wall into ashes. It was then that Tokage knew that he need more firepower. Multiple fireball, called Tokage as he created two fireballs again, one on each hand as he threw the fireballs at Hashirama before he quickly created another two fireballs on his hand and he threw them as well. Tokage kept doing this until there was at least 50 fireballs that were heading towards Hashirama. Hashirama saw the attack coming. Wood release, wood wall, called out Hashirama as he created a wooden wall to stop the attack, but the fireballs burned through the wall. Unfortunately only a couple of the fireballs was still coming. Wood release, giant hand, called Hashira. Ma as a giant hand made out of wood got up from the floor and swatted away most of the fireballs, but a few got past the hand and hit Hashirama before he could even use another jutsu to stop the fireballs. Hashirama got up from the floor and got rid of some of the fire on his clothes. Would release. Giant hand. Called Hashirama as a giant got out of the ground behind Hokage and grabbed him, making sure that he didn't escape before slamming him against the floor. Once the giant hand disappeared, Hashirama went to make sure that Hokage was down. He looked down at the smoke that was where Hokage was. The smoke faded away to see that Hokage poofed, and before Hashirama could react, Hokage was behind Hashirama and put a Fuinjutsu seal on him, which released Hashirama from the Edo Tensei. Tobirama vs Mizu. Tobirama and Mizu were the only ones that were still at the same place where they started fighting. They saw that Hashirama and Hokage had gone elsewhere while Minato and Misuto had disappeared. They were alone to fight each other without having everyone in their way. Water release. Water bullet. Called Tobirama as he spit of a giant concentrated body of water at Mizu. Mizu saw the Atta CK and dodged it using the Shunshin no Jutsu. Diamond spikes. Called Mizu as he tapped the floor and 20 spears made out diamonds with very sharp points shot up and tried to stab Tobirama, but Barama dodged it using his Hiraishin no Jutsu, which allowed himself to teleport elsewhere, away from the attack. Water release. Water dragon. Called Tobirama as he created a dragon made out of Ater from nowhere before the dragon roared at Mizu before the dragon charged at Mizu, but the dragon was stopped by a stab through the head from a spear made out of diamond. Diamond claws. Called Ms. Yu as diamond covered his hands before the diamond extended out and created claws out of shadow, which was 3 claws on each hand. As the shadow was still covering his hand, Mizu used Sunshine behind Tobirama and launched his claws with full power at Tobirama's back. Water release. Water cannon. Called Tobirama as he ducked the attack and turned around to face Misuto before he shot out a big powerful body of super concentrated water at point blank. This sent Mizu back crashing as Mizu hit the floor and created a crater. Mizu got back up with a chuck of his diamond armor shattered as the diamond on his chest was in piece, but as he got back up the diamond started to regenerate and cover his chest again. Diamond bullets. Called out Mizu as he shot diamond shards from his hand at Tobirama. Water release. Swirling barrier. Called out Tobirama as he spun around while he created and controlled water. This created a swirling hurricane made out of water with Tobirama in the center, and the swirling water acted as a shield, stopping every and any attack. This jutsu repelled some of the diamond shards. Seeing that the attack was still coming, water release. Waves. Called Tobirama as he readed a wave of water before he sent the attack at Mizu. The attack collided with Mizu's diamond shards and the attacks cancelled each other. Mizu as that Tobirama was weakened due to the fact that he had 15 of his original chakra. So when he used all of those high-ranked jutsu, it meant that he wasted lots of energy. Diamond hand. Mizu created a hand made entirely out of diamond which got out of the ground and grabbed Tobirama to make sure he didn't escape. Mizu got in front of Tobirama and took out a Fuinjutsu seal from his pocket. He then put the seal on Tobirama. After he did that, he made sure that Tobirama couldn't escape. Meanwhile Tobirama tried to move, but he couldn't as the grip of diamond hand was too tight. When Mizu put the seal on Tobirama's head, Tobirama couldn't move as the seal freed Tobirama's soul from the corpse. Minato vs Misuto. Minato and Misuto had got out of the red-violet barrier technique of the Sound 4 and got down on the arena to fight it out. Minato and Misuto engaged each other in a taijutsu match where they attacked and countered each other's attack. Misuto sent a punch at Minato's head and Minato dodged the attack by moving his head left. Then he tried to punch Misuto, but Misuto stopped it by pushing Minato's arm down with his elbow. Minato tried to kick Misuto, but Misuto caught Minato's legs before he tried to kick Minato back, but his leg was caught too by Minato. Both Minato and Misuto got into a stare-off with neither of them backing down, but after a few moments they let go of each other's legs and started throwing chakra-boosted punches at each other. They both reduced the impact and power of the punches by covering the place where they were about to bet punched with chakra. Minato was busy fighting and blocking Misuto's attack. He didn't see another Misuto was behind him as the other Misuto got out a seal before he slammed it on Minato's back. This caused Minato to be released from Orochimaru's control and from the Exo Tensei. See y'all later, Gramps, said Misuto as he took Minato to Naruto. Before Minato's soul left the corpse of the living sacrifice, suddenly the Shinigami appeared above the Minato's soul. Who is Fooly? Shish enough to try and steal a soul from my stomach? Asked the Shinigami with wrath in his voice at the fact that a mere mortal would have the audacity to such a thing. That fact put a bad taste in his mouth. He looked down upon the mortals, to which Naruto got in front of the Shinigami. Shinigami-san, it was Orochimaru that did it, said Naruto as he looked up at the Shinigami and answered the Shinigami's answer. Orochimaru, that worm thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has a way to escape my grasp, exclaimed the Shinigami as he was infuriated by that worm, Orochimaru, and the fact that he found a way to escape death by finding a way to become immortal. Shinigami, how about we make a deal? Asked Naruto as he could use the Shinigami's rage for Orochimaru to bring back a coin someone in exchange for Orochimaru's life. She had red hair and was a Uzumaki. What is this deal and how will I benefit from it? Asked the Shinigami as he was curious to see what the deal was and how it would be beneficial to him. After all, what could the human offer that he does already have? I mean, he is a deity and he has everything. I will kill Orochimaru using the Shiki Fujin to sum Monu, then you will devour him, and in exchange I don't get devoured from using the Shiki Fujin and you have to revive a person, Uzumaki Mito, said Naruto as he explained the deal and explained how both the Shinigami and he would benefit from the deal, as the Shinigami gets to have the soul of Orochimaru and Naruto gets Mito Uzumaki, so it was a win-win. I agree to this deal because I will finally get to make Orochimaru pay for his foolishness, said the Shinigami, smiling a creepy smile that promised pain as the Shinigami was thinking of ways to punish and torture Orochimaru for trying to escape death and also for pulling and reviving a soul from the Shinigami's stomach. Naruto rushed at Orochimaru, who right now was fighting against Sarutobi and Enma the Money King. It seemed as though Orochimaru was having a hard time fighting them and was distracted, so this was the perfect time to use the Shiki Fujin. Naruto shunshined behind Orochimaru. Shiki Fujin, called Naruto as the Shinig. Amy appeared and plunged his hand through Naruto's body and grabbed hold of Orochimaru's soul, and because Orochimaru was caught off guard, he wasn't ready to fight back against the combined willpower of both the Shinigami and Naruto. Ah! Screamed out Orochimaru as his soul was ripped out of his body and then devoured by the Shinigami. After devouring the soul, the Shinigami created a bod. Why and revived the woman that he promised he would revive. The woman got up to show that she had long, bright red hair and large pupilless eyes. She wore an elaborate, high-collared kimono with the Uzu's Hyogakure symbol on the back of the obi, which was tied around her waist. Her hair was arranged in buns with H3 clips in the front. She also wore dark shade of lipstick and a diamond-shaped tattoo on her forehead. She also wore tags with kanji written on them in her hair decals. Naru-kun! Yelled out Mito, energetic as she rushed over to Naruto and hugged him. Mito was happy to see Naruto again. It seemed like almost forever since she last saw him. She was glad he didn't cheat on her or anything. Mito-chan, said Naruto as he returned the hug and smiled at her behavior. Only she would act like that, but you know he liked that she acted like that. It was one of the many things he liked about her. I hope you like this new chapter, and I'm sorry that it took a while to post this, but I'm really busy with revision and homework. I will try to always post new chapters somewhere between 5 days 2 weeks. Oh, and sorry you guys, but I'm afraid that I won't make another chapter for a while, as I will use this time to improve the first 3 chapters. Remember to leave a comment. After all, like they say in Asda, every little helps. Well, that's all I have to say. Oh, and all of this plot begins to me as well as the storyline. So if you want to use my plot or storyline, you'll have to ask me first, other than that you're good. Before I start, I would like to remind you that Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato don't need to form hand signs to use jutsus, as they have mastery over all of their jutsus like Hashirama's would release, etc. Also, if you have any questions or mysteries, then they will be answered soon. So if you're going to ask me questions, then I'm not gonna answer, but you guys could at least comment. Naru-kun! Yelled out Mito, energetic as she rushed over to Naruto and hugged him. Mito was happy to see Naruto again. It seemed like almost forever since she last saw him. She was glad he didn't cheat on her or anything. Mito-chan, said Naruto as he returned the hug and smiled at her behavior. Only she would act like that, but you know he liked that she acted like that. It was one of the many things he liked about her. What took you so long to revive me? Asked Mito as she and Naruto had spent a while planning to find a way to revive Mito, so they could be together. Well, you're here and that's all that matters, said Naruto as he started to stroke Mito's red hair, which was beautiful. Well, that's Naruto though about her hair. Flashback. A shirtless Naruto was training for his return to the Chunin exams as he was doing 1,000 push-ups and pull-ups with gravity seals on. To get help increase his strength and speed, after he did 1,000 push-ups and pull-ups he got a towel and wiped the sweat of his face before he walked back to his tent to do something he had wanted to do for a while. Naruto got to the tent and got out a scroll from the pocket on his jacket. Kuchio's Edo Tensai, said Naruto as he read the label on the scroll. It was obviously the name of a jutsu. Naruto opened it to read what the jutsu did. Revive the dead, that would be pretty cool, said Naruto as he learned what the jutsu could do. Once Naruto knew it could revive the dead, he knew there was no way in heck that he wouldn't use this jutsu. Naruto read what the jutsu required and learned that in order to perform this jutsu you need a living sacrifice and have to use at least high Chunin chakra amount to reanimate the dead. Naruto decided to put on his shirt and his cloak before he went to go find a person he thought deserved to die and be used as a living sacrifice. Time and space. Teleportation, said Naruto as he disappeared in a flash. Elsewhere there was a flash that appeared, and when the flash cleared, Naruto was standing in the place where the flash used to be. Naruto looked around to figure out where he was in the elemental nations when he saw a pathway and decided to walk down the pathway to see if there was anyone that he felt deserved to be used as a living sacrifice. Naruto walked down the path until saw what looked like a wall or a gate. It was hard to see from so far, but as Naruto got closer he realized that it was indeed a gate. The gate was made out of steel and had a lot of seals on it, but the seals seemed as though they had stopped working. The gate was at least 40 feet tall with a long wall made out of tougher steel connected to the gate. When Naruto got to it, he knocked on the door and noticed the spiral mark on the gate. He waited for what seemed like minutes until he heard a couple of people moving, then he heard a giant grumble as the gate opened to reveal and 3 people that seemed to look a bit wary and tired. The first person was an old man who seemed as old as Sarutobi. The old man was holding a staff which he properly used to walk. The old man looked like he had lost a war or something of importance as his eyes showed sadness that you could have if you had suffered a lot. The old man looked like he might die soon. The second person was a woman who seemed to be somewhere around her late 20s to her early 30s. Her hair was long, messy and dirty, which meant that she hasn't washed her hair in a long time. Her eyes had the same look of sadness just like the old man. She seemed wary of Naruto as she looked at Naruto to see if he was a threat or not. The third person was a little girl who seemed to be just 12. The girl's hair was short, messy and dirty. This meant that they haven't showered in a while. The girl had wonder and curiosity in her eyes as she was looking at him. "Who are you and what do you?" asked the old man as he got in front of the female. Naruto knew that the old man did it to protect the females from Naruto in case he was an enemy. "I am Naruto Uzumaki and I'm here for something that I need to perform a certain jutsu," said Naruto as he introduced himself and explained why he was here, though the reason why he was here did seem a bit vague. "You're a Uzumaki?" asked the old M. And before he and the woman looked at each other as though they had the same thought before they looked Naruto see if he could confirm it or not. "Well, yeah, maybe this will prove it. After all, I made it myself," said Naruto as he got out a seal and handed them the seal. The old man looked at the seal carefully to see if the seal was made by Uzumaki or not. "Gasp, you are a Uzumaki," stated the OLD man, but then the old man slapped his head as he had forgotten to introduce himself. "I am Ken Uzumaki and I'm one of the few people that live in these ruins," said the old man as he introduced himself. And held his hand out to Naruto, to which Naruto gave a handshake. "I thought that I was the only Uzumaki alive," stated as he had never seen another Uzumaki or ever heard of one before. Sarutobi Neve R said that there were any Uzumakis alive, so he thought he was the last Uzumaki, but when he heard he wasn't the only Uzumaki, he was happy. "We are some of the few Uzumaki that have scattered around the elemental nations since the fall of Uzushiogakure, in search of a new home," answered the woman as she explained what happened after the fall of Uzushiogakure. "Oh, how rude," I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Iko Uzumaki. Said the woman, now known as Iko. And she is Emi Uzumaki, she is my only daughter. Said Iko as she gestured to the little girl that had curiosity written all over her as her face was shining. Hey there, so anyway I need to ask you if there was any bandits nearby that I could kill. Said Naruto as he smiled at the little girl before he turned and looked at the old man. After all, Naruto still needed to get a living sacrifice for the Kinjutsu, and he felt that bandits were the perfect sacrifice. Yeah, there are a couple of bandits not far from here, they always try to steal from us, but we can't stop them as there are at least 16 of those bandits. You can find them by going northwest from here, said the old man as he pointed in the direction of where the bandits were at. Emi got past her mom and got in front of Naruto. Do you have any food? Asked Emi as she looked like she hadn't eaten food in long time. Wait a minute. Here, you guys can have all this. Said Naruto as he got into his pockets and pulled out a Fuinjutsu seal Beffa into the seal, causing the seal to activate. There was a huge smoke that appeared, and when it disappeared there was tons of food stacked on top each other. There was enough food to last a year. Thank you, said Iko, Emi and Ken as they thanked Naruto for the food that he had offered them. It was a long time since they eat edible food like this. So it was a miracle for them to have anything like the food that Naruto had given them. See y'all later, said Naruto as he turned to the direction in which the old man was pointing towards and walked towards that direction. He wondered what his sons was doing as he walked in the direction of the bandits. After 20 minutes Naruto got to the bandit camp to see that the bandits were busy eating and celebrating. So he got his kunai out and ran through hand signs, not giving the bandits a time to react or get ready as he threw the kunai at the bandits. Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, whispered Naruto as the kunai that was silently cutting through the air and charging at a bandit suddenly multiplied from 1 to 30, and without warning the bandits went down one by one. The bandits couldn't react to the attack and were all killed until there was only one bandit alive. Naruto got out of his hiding spot, joining his index and middle finger together and making a cross symbol with them. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, called out Naruto as he created 50 solid clones of himself and had them search through the corpses of the bandits and take anything of value while the real Naruto walked up to the last bandit. The bandit was shivering in fear of what Naruto would do, the bandit was afraid of Naruto. Naruto got in front of the bandit and sent the bandit unconscious as he threw a powerful right hook across the bandit's face. Naruto looked around and saw that his solid clones had finished checking through the corpses of the dead bandits and had taken everything and anything of value with them. Let's go back, commanded as he and the clones were running back to the place he had seen the old man and the woman as well as the little girl. Naruto and the solid clones increased their speed by focusing chakra on their legs, so by that they could get there at least half the time it took to get to the bandit camp. After 10 minutes Naruto got back to the gate and knocked on it again. The gate opened to reveal Ken and Iko. Hey, I got rid of the bandits. I figured that you would need this, said Naruto as his solid clones got all of the valuable stuff they could from the corpses of the dead bandits and put down in front of the old man, who was crying with tears of joy at the stuff that the solid clones had given, like 9,517 Ryo and some golden necklaces, etc. See ya later. Time and space jutsu. Teleportation, called out Naruto as he disappeared in a flash with the unconscious, tied-up bandit on his shoulder. Elsewhere there was a sudden flash and Naruto appeared at the flash disappeared. Naruto looked around and saw that he was back in the time dome. Naruto put down the unconscious, tied-up bandit. After a while, Naruto was ready to perform the kinjutsu as he had gotten a coffin and put the bandit in it before he filled it with dirt. He then sat down and thought of who he should revive. He then remembered from academy about a woman who was said to have been a powerful Kunoichi. She was born at the same time that Madara and Hashirama were born. I guess Mito Uzumaki it is, thought Naruto as he called out, Kuchiyos, Edo Tensai. Suddenly the coffin opened to reveal Mito Uzumaki. That was when Naruto fell on one knee from the sudden drain of using the kinjutsu as he felt like he tired from wasting so much chakra. Mito quickly charged at Naruto, getting on top of him and pinned him on the ground as she grabbed his hands and secured it on the ground by pinning it with her chakra increased strength. Why did you revive me using that accursed kinjutsu? Asked Mito with maliciousness in her voice. Well, I just wanted to see if this jutsu worked or not, answered Naruto. He knew he could escape her grip but wanted to see what she wanted. So you willing to sacrifice innocent people to revive me? Asked Mito as she didn't sound impressed at the thought of Naruto sacrificing an innocent person to revive her. You don't have to worry, I used a bandit instead of an innocent person. Stated Naruto as he felt disgusted at the thought of sacrificing an innocent person. Mito was surprised that Naruto sacrificed a bandit instead of an innocent person. Her respect for the boy went up. Why did you revive me out of all the other powerful ninjas, like Hashirama or Madara? Asked Mito as she wanted to know why the boy chose to revive her instead of other, stronger ninjas. I heard that you're very strong enough to challenge Madara or Hashirama and you're the first Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, also you are a Uzumaki and a master in Fuinjutsu. Answered Naruto as he had researched to see who he would research and he may have borrowed some documents and books from the library as well as the Hokage's office in Konoha. I see you did some research on me beforehand. Said Mito as she was impressed about the information that the boy had on her, especially the part about her being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi as it was kept a secret from everyone except a select few. Of course I did, you are an amazing kunoichi unlike kunoichi wannabes nowadays. Stated Naruto as he was impressed by the skill and strength that Mito showed. She was one of the few kunoichis that he respected as he had read about Mito and her achievements. Mito blushed at the compliment as no one had ever complimented her before because all of them were afraid of her. As she was one of the few that could stand up against Hashirama or Madara. Thanks for the compliment. Said Mito as she loosened her grip on Naruto's hands. No problem but serious, can you get off me, this is weird. Said Naruto as Mito looked down and realized what position they were in. She jumped off of him when she realized the position they were in as her was read. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the third and current Kyuubi Jinchuriki and you are? Asked Naruto as he introduced himself to Mito. I'm Mito Uzumaki, the first and previous Kyuubi Jinchuriki, nice to meet you. Said Mito as he introduced herself to Naruto. So, I was wondering if you could teach me about Fuinjutsu. Said Naruto as he got rid of the red on his face. He was a Uzumaki and all Uzumaki had to be awesome in Fuinjutsu as it was in their blood. I don't know. Said Mito as she had only ever taught one person. That person was little Kushina, the young Uzumaki heiress. Why not? Asked Naruto a bit annoyed because he didn't have a lot of people to teach him Fuinjutsu as Fuinjutsu was concerned a dead art meaning a few group of people actually learn but even fewer actually become master in Fuinjutsu as Fuinjutsu requires patience, time, imagination and proper calligraphy. I have only ever taught one person and that was little Kushina. Stated Mito as she had only taught Kushina but couldn't teach anyone else. As she was well into her 60s and died along with lots of other Uzumakis when Kumo, Iwa and Kiri's combined force attacked Uzushiogakure. You mean Kushina Uzumaki? Asked Naruto as he knew that name. After all, when he was looking through the Hokage's office, he had found a lot of documents and one of which was about Kushina and when he read about it, his mind was blown by what he had learned. Yes, that's her name. Do you know her? Asked Mito as she wanted to see little Kushina because the last time she saw Kushina was when Kumo, Iwa and Kiri's force was attacking Uzushiogakure and she had ordered a group of Uzumaki Junins to escort her to Konoha where she could be safe. She's my mother. Replied Naruto as he had learned that she was the previous Jinchuriki of Kyuubi before him and also that she was his mother. Can you take me to her? It's been a while since I seen Kushina-chan. Said Mito as she happy to hear that she had survived and got to Konoha. She wanted to see how much Kushina had grown up since she last saw Kushina. UNF. She died on the day I was born along with my father. Informed Naruto as his head was down and he was crying, not at the fact that they had died but at the fact that they died on the day he was born and he didn't even know that or who they were. When Mito heard that she was sad that Kushina died but she also felt bad for Naruto as he had lost his parents on the day he was born. There, just let it out. Said Mito with a soothing voice that made Naruto cry as he let out his anguish and sorrow as well as his pain. Naruto felt at peace as, though he could trust her with his life, he cried for hours to let out all of the emotions that he bottled from when he was a children. Mito kept him company and hugged him as she patted his back and comforted him. That was when Mito vowed that she would love Naruto like a son and give him the love that he never got. As the years went by, Mito taught Naruto everything that she knew and she loved I am like a mother, but as time went on Mito started to love Naruto more than a son, and eventually Naruto and Mito fell in love with each other. It took a while before they confessed their love for each other and started dating. It was then that Naruto knew he could trust her, so he taught her about the universe and the sentient creature that live in the universe, also known as aliens. He told her about her life from the beginning to the present. When Mito heard what Konoha did to Naruto, she was furious and would have caused destruction had Naruto not kissed on the lips and calmed her down. Naruto told her about how he was immortal. Mito was thrown off by this, as that meant that they couldn't be together forever, as Mito would eventually grow old and die while Naruto would stay young. But this matter was settled when Azmouth explained that Mito could be immortal by marrying Naruto and consummating their love, as some of the aliens share their life force with their lovers by having sex and luckily. Why Naruto did have the DNAs of those aliens as well. This caused Naruto and Mito to blush, as they had thought of getting married but decided that they would get married later, after Naruto had killed Orochimaru and left Konoha to rebuild Uzumaki with the help of Azmouth. Then Mito and Naruto had come up with a way to revive Mito, as they had learned about Orochimaru's plans to invade Konoha from Misuto when he was checking around Konoha and saw Kabuto and decided to spy on him. It was then that Misuto learned about Orochimaru's plan when Kabuto met up with Orochimaru and helped him prepare for the invasion. That was when Naruto came up with a plan to revive Mito. He would offer Orochimaru to the Shinigami in exchange for Mito. He knew that the Shinigami would take the offer, as Orochimaru has a way of escaping death, and doing so would have pissed off the Shinigami. The 20 years in the chamber was about to be over, as Mito, Naruto and his sons had spent at least 19 years in the time dome. During this time, Naruto's chakra reserves and the potency of his chakra increased, and as such he had to wear chakra restriction seals to make sure that his chakra was under control, as his chakra reserves was equivalent to the Yonbi, the four-tailed beast. This meant that Naruto's chakra capacity was equivalent to the chakra capacity of 200 Hokages, but he was able to have perfect control over his chakra thanks to doing the chakra control exercises such as tree climbing and water walking. Naruto's chakra reserves and its potency kept increasing because the seal was absorbing Kyuubi's chakra and fusing it with Naruto's chakra reserves. Naruto's chakra reserves got a major increase, due to him fusing the DNA of Hashirama and countless Uchiha caused his chakra reserves to be equivalent to Sanbi. His chakra reserves eventually became equivalent to the Yonbi, as the seal on Naruto's stomach had absorbed and fused almost 2 taels worth of Kyuubi's chakra with Naruto's chakra, so Naruto's chakra reserves were almost the same as the Gobi's. Mito-chan, I guess I will see you later, said Naruto as he hugged her before he had to do what was necessary. Mito returned the hug. You better not cheat on me or else, said Mito in a way that made Naruto know that she wasn't lying before she broke away from the hug. Naruto put his hand on her hand as his eyes changed to the Rinnegan. Flashback end. I guess it's been a while since I last saw you, Mito-chan, said Naruto as he tried to get out of Mito's hug, which was impossible as Mito still had her legendary strength. After all, she was the one that taught Tsunade how to use chakra to increase her strength and made her as strong as she was today. Just a bit more, said Mito as she could tell Naruto wanted her to stop hugging him, but she didn't. As she missed him and wanted to enjoy the warmth of his body. Cough ahm. Sorry, but I thought you loved Hashirama-sama, stated Sarutobi. I mean, after all, Mito Uzumaki was Hashirama's wife and they did have a child together. Mito released Naruto as she turned to face Sarutobi. We used to until Hashirama decided to give the Bujis to the other 4 hidden villages, and we had an argument about what he did. That was when I stopped loving him, but I couldn't divorce him as we already had a child and it would affect the alliance between the Uzumaki and the Senju, explained Mito. She realized that Hashirama was too idealistic about world peace, that he didn't even consider what the hidden villages could do with the Bujis, and that was when she stopped loving him, though he was ignorant of it. That was why they didn't have another child, as she didn't love Hashirama anymore. Now that I think about it, I can see how what Hashirama-sama did was stupid, agreed Sarutobi as he thought about it. If Hashirama didn't hand over the Bujis, then that meant that the other villages couldn't be able to seal the Bujis in vessels. Well, I wonder what Mizu is doing, thought out Naruto as he had sent Mizu to deal with the Ikibi Jinchuriki, as Naruto knew Mizu was more than capable to handle the Ikibi Jinchuriki. After all, Naruto did sometimes watch his sons train and he knew better than anyone what sons could handle and what they couldn't. As if on K. Hey to-san, I'm done, here's the Jinchuriki, said Mizu with the Ikibi Jinchuriki over his shoulder as he got to Naruto and dropped the sacred Jinchuriki down in front of Naruto. Please don't erase my existence, I don't want to die before I prove my existence, said Gaara as he was frightened of what the man in front of him would do. Naruto's hand started to move to Gaara's stomach and Gaara closed his eyes for the pain that was to come, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Naruto was just touching his stomach and was looking at his stomach. Whoever made this seal was lousy at Fuinjutsu. Mito-chan, could you create a seal to stop the Shukaku from influencing Gaara and help Gaara control Shukaku's chakra? Asked Naruto as he looked over to Mito. She was a master in Fuinjutsu and she does have experience in making seals for Jinchurikis, considering that she was the one that sealed Kyuubi inside herself. Sure thing, Naruto-kun, said Mito as she mic'd at him before she pulled out a blank paper and a pen. She was able to make the seal in a minute as she was the only person to be the first true Fuinjutsu master. This was because Shish-E was able to make any Fuinjutsu seals quickly. She was even able to make high-level Fuinjutsu seals which would take hours in just a few minutes. Mito gave Naruto the seal and Naruto walked towards Gaara. Don't worry Shukaku anymore, said Naruto as he placed the seal on Gaara's stomach before he karate chopped Gaara on the back of his neck, which caused Gaara to fall asleep. Everyone, let's go, we have a schedule to keep. We don't want to keep Azmouth waiting, do we? Said Naruto as Mito, Mizu, Kiri, Tokage and Misuto grabbed Naruto as he got ready to leave. Well Gigi, if I was you I would get someone to take over as the Hokage because I think that's the best way to not have to deal with the paperwork for all this, said Naruto before he disappeared in his flash of light. He really is your son, Minato, said Sararuto disappear in a flash of light, just like how Minato used to do the same thing. Sarutobi looked around and saw the aftermath of the battle and the invasion before he said, curse you Orochimaru. And you too Naruto. Sarutobi cursed as he knew that he would have to do a lot of paperwork because of it. Sarutobi thought about what Naruto said, then he came up with a plan. If I get someone else to take over as the Hokage, then I don't have to deal with all this crud, but it has to be someone strong, but it can't be Jiraiya because he'll be busy with his spy network, so then it'll be Tsunade, said Sarutobi as he decided that Tsunade would be the new Hokage. Naruto, Mito and his sons appeared in front of Azmouth and they could easily tell that Azmouth was not happy or amused then again. They doubted that he ever is. You're late, I've been waiting for 15 minutes, said Azmouth as he got off his chair and started leading them to somewhere. Yeah, sorry about that, it's just that we got hung up, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his neck as he laughed nervously. Well, it was truth, they got hung up as they had to deal with Orochimaru and make sure that the Ikibi Jinchuriki wasn't affected by the Ikibi anymore. Anyways, I got everything ready, like you wanted me to, said Azmouth as he knew that Naruto wanted to rebuild the village that belonged to his ancestors. Naruto had asked Azmouth to get everything that he needed to rebuild Uzushiogakure by using advanced alien technology. Okay, but we'll do that tomorrow. Right now they're all tired. Saw it Naruto as his sons had to fight strong opponents and Mito was just revived, so she was tired too. Naruto knew that he didn't get involved much as he didn't fight any opponents, but that was because he couldn't afford to fight weaklings. What about you? Asked Azmouth as he noticed Naruto didn't say anything about him being tired. Well, I didn't get to fight much as they were all weak, said Naruto as it was true, but there were two other reasons why he didn't. The first reason was to test just how strong his sons were, and the second reason was because he didn't want anyone to see what he can do full out. Naruto turned to face Kiri, Mizu, Misuto and Tokage. You guys can go to sleep, said Naruto as they all went their separate ways to their bedrooms to take a nap, as today was a long and exhausting day for them. What about you and Mito? Asked Azmouth. I hope you like this new chapter, and I'm sorry that it took a while to post this, but I'm really busy with revision and homework. I will try to always post new chapters somewhere between 5 days 2 weeks. Oh, and sorry you guys, but I'm afraid that I won't make another chapter for a while, as I will use this time to improve the first 3 chapters. Remember to leave a comment. After all, like they say in Asda, every little helps. Well, that's all I have to say. Oh, and all of this plot begins to me as well as the storyline, so if you Want to use my plot or storyline? You'll have to ask me first, other than that you're good. Naruto turned to face Kiri, Mizu, Misuto and Tokage. You guys can go to sleep, said Naruto as they all went their separate ways to their bedrooms to take a nap, as today was a long and exhausting day for them. What about you and Mito? Asked Azmouth. I was wondering if you have the thing I asked you to get, asked Naruto. Before Naruto left, he asked Azmouth to get him something, and of course Azmouth agreed. I got it with, here, said Azmouth as he handed a secure scroll that was tied up with a high-quality rope and was covered with seals. What it, or rather what's in it? Asked Mito as she looked at the scroll with curiosity. She had never seen that scroll before, and she had never seen a scroll that she had a lot of seals and high-quality rope to protect. Whatever was in the scroll must be very important or powerful for them to put so much protective seals on it. What's in it is a box, but more importantly inside the box is a tail, said Naruto as he was touching the scroll with gentle movements to not ruin or break the bottle in it. What is so important about this tail? Asked Mito as she did. Can't understand why the tail was so important for Naruto or anyone else. I mean, a tail is a tail, and there lots animals have tails in the universe. So what made this tail special and so important? Chi's tail is important because it is one of the tails of the original progenitor of all chakra, the Jubi, stated Naruto, as he slowly sealed the protected scroll inside a tattoo on his chest and looked Mito. How? The Sage of Six Path and the Jubi were just myths, although they were just made-up stories, explained Mito as he had heard stories of the Sage of Six Paths and the Jubi, her father told her the battle between those two, but she discarded it as a made-up story that her father made up. You properly know that the Sage of Six Paths defeated the Jubi and sealed the Jubi in his body. What you don't know is that during the battle, the Sage of Six Paths and Jubi fought hard and moved along the elemental nations, but as they fought, the Sage of Six Paths was able to cut off one of Jubi's tails, and when the battle was over, the Sage of Six Paths collected the tail that was once the Jubi's. The tail was put inside a box, then sealed in this scroll, said Naruto as he pointed to the tattoo on his chest, where the scroll was sealed in. The Sage of Six Paths feared what humans would do if they got their hands on the tail of the Jubi, so he hid it in the deepest level of the ocean, far away from the elemental nations and thus far away from the hands of corrupt men like Orochimaru, who would use the blood to create armies of abominations by mutated and experimenting on people with the tail of the Jubi. But I was able to find it by discovering the secrets that nothing know, said Naruto as he explained why the tail was so important and why it was hidden by the Sage of Six Paths. So what will you do with it? Asked Mito as she was curious at what Naruto would do with it and why he got in the first place. The question made Naruto laughed at how curious Mito was, and how she was cute with how she was so curious about everything. Naruto patted Mito's head to stop her from asking any more questions as she looked at Naruto. We'll talk with that tomorrow, but right now I'm tired, said Naruto as he went to his bedroom with Mito following him. Kids, they grow up so fast, said Azmouth as he wiped away the tears in his eyes as he watched Naruto leave with Mito. It felt like just yesterday he had met Naruto and they talked about their culture and how they introduced themselves. Time flies so fast because now Naruto was engaged to Mito and they would getting married soon. Sarutobi had gotten the council together and started to put his plan into action. Everyone, this invasion has had me realize that I'm an old man and can no longer fight as I did in my prime, so I have decided to choose a new Hokage, said Sarutobi as he announced that he was going to retire from the position of Hokage and give it to someone else. Then who will take your place, Hokage-sama? Asked a member from the civilian council. They had just fought off an invasion and they needed their strongest ready to fight off Iwa or one of the smaller villages when they tried to attack Konoha. I believe that I should be Hokage, said Danzo as he knew now was the best chance he had to becoming Hokage. Shikaku shook his head. No offense Danzo, but you're not in your prime and we need something well-known and can live long enough for them to lead Konoha to way it was before. We all know you're a warmonger and most of the time your loyalty to Konoha is questionable, stated out Shikaku as most of the council agreed. I have decided that Tsunade will be the Godime Hokage, stated Sarutobi as this got attention of everyone. You can't be serious, that woman is unfit to become Hokage. After all, she left Konoha of her own free will and she has a lot of debts to many people, so bringing her back means that we'll have to pay the debt back, said Koharu. Tsunade is a powerful ninja with also the last senju. She has a lot of experience and she is the greatest medic in the world, so it's best that we bring her back, that way the quality of our hospital will be better and she will be able to handle my work. Said Sarutobi as this made 13 of the council agree with him. Thanks to the invasion, we have a lot of us ninja injured, about half of our ninja are in the hospital and our village is a bit destroyed. If Tsunade became Hokage then that mean our military power will be increased, she could heal our ninja back to full health and her arrival will be able to deter Iwa long enough for us to have her village fully repaired. Stated Shikaku as he explained all the advantages of having Tsunade as the Hokage. When he was done speaking more than 45 of the council agreed to have Tsunade back as Hokage. Well then, it is decided that Hokage will be the god. I'm Hokage as Jiraiya and I will bring back Konoha, said Sarutobi. On the outside Sarutobi just shrugged nonchalantly but on the inside he was happy that his plan went accordingly and was jumping for joy. Dismissed, said Sarutobi as everyone left the room. He heard Danzo muttering about how naive old men were getting his way. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow to that but decided to leave it be and headed to his office to call back Jiraiya to help him find Tsunade. Naruto was talking to Azmouth about something. Azmouth, it's been a nice couple of days here but I think we'll be heading out now, said Naruto as he shook hands with Azmouth. Mito, Mizu and Tokage was able to seal all the things they needed, like a year's worth of food and fresh water. They sealed all the food in green scrolls and all the fresh water in blue scrolls. They also sealed enough clothes in a purple scroll to last for years. They put on labels on the SC rolls and wrote the name of the person who the clothes belonged to, so they didn't scroll mixed up with someone else's. Everyone ready? Asked Naruto as he carried a bag of the scrolls. He looked at the other and saw that Misuto and Kiri were also carrying a bag of scrolls while Mito, Mizu and Tokage were done with sealing everything away. They all nodded and touched Naruto's shoulder. See y'all later, said Naruto as he waved at Azmouth before he and the other disappeared in a flash of light, and just like that they were gone. Well, then back to work, said Azmouth as he went back to doing what he did best. Inventing and creating powerful device like the Omnitrix. Naruto had reappeared in a place of ruins as there was nothing but ruins everywhere as all the buildings had either collapsed or were all destroyed. This made everyone frown as the home of their clan had once lived in this island, which was nothing but ruins now as there were very few Uzumakis that were left alive. Uzushio. Gakure fell when we were attacked by the combined forces of Kumo, Kiri and Iwa. We tried our best to hold them back but their combined might was too strong for us, stated Mito as she started to crying. Her home was destroyed and she couldn't save. Naruto pulled her to him and hugged her as her head was leaning against his chest as she kept crying. Naruto turned to Mizu, Kiri, Tokage and Misuto. You guys go check for anything useful or usable and bring it back here, commanded Naruto as Kiri, Mizu, Misuto and Tokage nodded before they split up and looked around for anything useful. Mito-chan, it's alright, we'll rebuild Uzushiogakure and make sure it never gets down, said Naruto with soothing voice as he stroked Mito's hair as she had taken off her hairpins and her hair was so long that it reached her back. Mito slowly stopped crying. Thank you Naru-kun, said Mito as she smiled at Naruto as she rubbed her head against Naruto's chest. It felt so warm and safe, it made all of her troubles just melt away. Now that you're okay, can you let go of me? Asked Naruto as he saw that Miro was getting comfortable with his hug and seemed to enjoy it too much. No, said Mito in a childish tone as she acted like a child whose favorite toy was being taken. Didn't let of Naruto as she didn't want he hug to end. She just wanted to remain in this position forever as she never felt more safe and warm than she did in his arms. Mito-chan, we need to get back to rebuilding Uzushiogakure, stated Naruto as Naruto was able to finally pry Mito off him. Thought Mito frowned that the hug didn't last forever. Fine, but how are we going to get some trade route from other countries and how are we going to rebuild Uzushiogakure when we don't have the necessary resources? Asked Mito as she lost her childish frown and she was now serious. Oh, don't worry about that, I got it covered, said Naruto as he smiled. It had been a while since he visited them but Naruto was pretty they would remember him. Okay, said Mito as she didn't understand what Naruto meant by that but decided it was better not to ask. Chu-san, we found something, said Kiri as he, Tokage, Mizu and Misuto had found something interesting and came back to Naruto to show him it. "Follow us," said Tokage as he and the other led Naruto and Mito through the ruins, and when they stopped, they in front of a building which seemed to be in good conditions, as the building was balanced and seemed like it was safe to go into without worry of the building collapsing on them. Mito looked at the building and was able to instantly recognize the building. "That's where the Uzukage's office is," stated Mito. She was surprised that building survived the attack and was happy to see that not all of the building were collapsed or destroyed. It had been a while since she last saw the building. "The Uzukage's office does seem like the place where most of the valuable information would," stated Naruto, as it would seem like that, but Naruto wasn't stupid. So he used Kage Hunshin no Jutsu to create 10 clones and sent them to look around and find any traps. Once the clones were done, they dispelled. "Okay, it's okay for us to go in," said Naruto as he and everyone went in. They saw that the reception. They walked until they got into the Uzukage's office, which was very similar to the Hokage's office, except that there was a painting on the wall, and the wall also had friendly colors like green and blue. Everyone looked around as Naruto moved closer to the painting and saw a man who wore the Uzukage's robe and had a girl on his hand. The girl had a long red hair. She had a smile on her face as well as the man. Naruto picked up the painting and looked at it closely, and when he looking at the back of the painting, he saw some writing and read it. "Me and my daughter, my only joy, Kushina." As soon as Naruto read it, his eyes widened at what he just read, but after a few seconds, his eyes returned back to normal. Naruto hung the painting back on the wall and turned around to search for anything important in his deck. Naruto found nothing and decided to look elsewhere when he saw a spiral mark attached to the wall behind the Uzukage's deck. He looked at spiral mark closely. Naruto inspected the spiral mark and realized that it was actually a lock for something. He looked at the painting between. He took out a kunai and cut his right index finger. The finger was bleeding and he pressed it against the spiral mark. Suddenly the spiral mark was spiraling as a piece of the wall was separating until there was a hole in the middle of the wall. The hole was 10 centimeters by 16 centimeters, and in there was a book and a note. Everyone else noticed it as Naruto drew closer to the hole and he picked up the letter first and read it. "Dear Kushina, if you're reading this, then you've survived and escaped from combined forces of Kumo, Kiri and Iwa. I bet you've become powerful and are kicking your enemies' butts by now. If you read this, I want to tell you that I couldn't keep my promise. I promised you I'd be there for you until you didn't need me anymore. I'm sad that I never got to say goodbye to you, but at least I'll be able to meet your mother. She'll properly kick my butt for leaving you alone. You're so much like your mother. It makes me laugh at how similar you Tumo, Kiri and Iwa was planning on acting Uzushiogakure, and there was a great chance that we wouldn't win, and as such I wrote this letter to tell you how proud I'm of you. I've been proud of you since the day you were born. When you were reborn, I knew that you'd become a powerful and dangerous kunoichi like your mother. She too was a dangerous kunoichi, and one time she almost killed me for peeking on another woman. Needless to say, I learned my lesson. Kushina, I'll always love you and be proud of you, no matter what. The Sandaime Uzukage, Hikaru Uzumaki. When Naruto read the letter, it saddened him because he knew that his mother never got the chance to read this letter as she had passed away. "Naru-kun, are you alright?" asked Mito with concern, as she could tell that Naruto was sad and she was worried about him, as there wasn't a lot that could sadden him. "I'm fine. It's just that my mother never got the chance to read this," said Naruto as he handed the letter. Mito read it, and when she finished reading it, she hugged Naruto as a way to comfort him. Naruto was able to calm down and then picked up the book before inspecting the book and saw that it was different from other books, as this one had a lock on it which required a key, which he didn't have, and turned back to the other. "This will be the place, will be our planning room, but first we must check the barriers because the barrier should been active, so Mito, you and the boys check out the seal except for Kiri and Misuto, who will accompany me," commanded Naruto as Mito, Mizu and Tokage left while Kiri and Misuto stayed behind. "Okay, we're going to get some roots and some allies to help rebuild this place," said Naruto as Kiri and Misuto nodded and put their hands on Naruto's shoulders. Just like that, they disappeared in a flash of light. Right now Tazuna was enjoying his lunch that his whole and him were having, and they were enjoying when in a flash of light Naruto appeared in front of them and gave them a scare. "Ni-san, yelled Inari as he ran at Naruto and hugged him. It had been a while since Inari had seen Naruto. "Don't do that ever again, you almost gave me a heart attack," exclaimed Tazuna as he placed his hand over his chest, specifically where his heart was located. Naruto smirked as he just thought of something. "But you don't have a heart," stated Naruto as if it was the truth. Naruto loved doing that to people like Tazuna, it was so funny. "Haha, I see you're still a smartass," said Tazuna as he decided it was pointless to argue with Naruto and decided to ask the question. "Why are you here?" asked Tazuna as he knew Naruto wouldn't come here without a reason. What was the reason? Why choose to come now of all times? "Well, I left Konoha and decided to build my own village," stated Naruto. He knew how everyone now that he wanted to be the Hokage when in fact he wanted to be the Uzumaki and rebuild his fallen clan and village. "I thought you said that you wanted to be the Hokage and that stuff," claimed Tazu. As he thought Naruto's dream was to become Hokage, but his dream was to create his own village. "Well, I wanted to rebuild a village created by my clan and bring back my clan, that was my real dream," stated Naruto. That was the only he had now and there was no other dreams he needed or wanted. "Okay, I'll send my men to help you rebuild your village and since you saved our country, we'll do it for free," stated Tazuna as Naruto did save his country from the tyrannical tycoon that was Gato. "I don't any manpower, all I need is resources and materials that this country can offer," stated as he had already talked to Azmouth and arrange a way to get some manpower to help with reconstruction of Uzumaki. "When can you gather materials and resources like carpenter tools and building materials?" said Naruto, making sure that Tazuna would know what to get. "Well, we should have everything ready by tomorrow," said Tazuna as he went to get all the stuffs ready by tomorrow. "Hi Tsunami, it's been a while, how you doing?" asked Naruto as he gave her a hug, to which she responded by hugging back. "I've been fine, this was nice," said Tsunami as she and Naruto stopped hugging. She sent a smile to Naruto, which Naruto about to see. "Well, I guess I'll see you later," said Naruto as Kiri and Misuto put their hands on Naruto's shoulder before they disappeared in a flash of light. Naruto, Kiri, and Misuto reappeared in front of Koyuki, inside her palace as their guards who were surrounding them and had their spears out, pointing at Naruto, Kiri and Misuto to show that the guards were going to attack if any of them moved in any way that was seen as hostile to either them or the Koyuki. "Stand down and leave us alone, guards," commanded Koyuki as the guards put down their spears and stopped surrounding Naruto as the guards moved apart and separated, before all the guards left. Koyuki tackled Naruto as she hugged him with glee. "So what brings you here, Naruto-kun?" asked Koyuki as she kept hugging him. It had been a while since she had last saw Naruto. It looked like Naruto had grown taller. "I was here to buy some chakra armors for important reasons from the land of snow," said Naruto. He could feel Koyuki's chest pressed against him as Koyuki was hugging him very tightly. He was enjoying before he remembered about Mito and feared what she would do if she found out. Koyuki stopped, head hugging Naruto and separated. "So what can you offer me or my country that we don't have?" asked Koyuki as she was asking how it would benefit not for just herself but also for her country as well. "A lot of money, like 1 million ryo," said Naruto as Naruto still had a lot of money from Gato. In total Naruto had about 23.8 million ryo, it used to be 24 million ryo but Zabuza and Haku spend 200,000 ryo. "Wow, are you sure you can pay that much?" asked Koyuki as her doing pretty well economically, but they were still recovering from Dato's control where he spent a lot of money on the chakra armors and the train, leaving this country with about 14 of its original money. "Yes I can, here," said Naruto as he pulled out a scroll and unsealed the scroll, which caused a bag to appear in smoke. The bag was filled with 501,000 ryo notes and 105,000 ryo notes, which in total was 1 million ryo. Naruto gave Koyuki the bag. When Koyuki opened the bag, her eyes widened as the bag was filled with out 1 million ryo. "I'll have the chakra armors ready by tomorrow, so come back," said Koyuki. "I'll come back tomorrow," stated Naruto before Naruto, Kiri and Misuto disappeared in a flash of light. Naruto, Kiri and Misuto appeared in a flash of light back in the Uzukage's office, where they were waiting for Mito, Mizu and Tokage, who were checking the barrier to see if it was still active and reactivate it if it was off. They decided to wait and pass the time by telling stories. Kiri has told them about the time when he accidentally walked into the girl's side of the hot spring. That was the most painful time of his life ever. Misuto told them the time when he asked out a very pretty girl, only to find out that she was a boy. Naruto told them the time that he and Tsunade slept together in the same. So, Misuto, what was this about you asking a guy out? Asked Naruto as he and Kiri were laughing at Misuto for what he did. In my defense, he had long hair, pretty light blue eyes and a pretty face. Also he had a soft and gentle voice, so I assumed he was girl. Okay, stated Misuto while Naruto and Kiri were laughing so hard that they fell on the floor. Shut up or I'll kill you, said Misuto as he had brooding frown on his face while Naruto and Kiri were laughing as they were rolling on the ground. What going on? Asked Mito as she, Mizu and Hokage arrived in the Uzukages of Feist to see a brooding Misuto as well as Kiri and Naruto, who were rolling around the floor as they were laughing at some time that must have been funny. Nothing. Anyway, did you check the barrier seals that protects Uzushiogakure? Asked Naruto as he was serious and wasn't laughing around or rolling around. His face quickly changed FGE to a serious visage. I checked the barrier seals, it seems barrier seals was tampered by someone as the barrier seals was off during the invasion as the barrier seal haven't been active for about 20 years. This means that someone who knew how the barrier seals worked must have interfered. Stated Mito. She knew that it had to be someone from outside of Konoha and wasn't a Uzumaki. She frowned at the thought of one of her kins betraying their own home and family. This was because to the Uzumaki, family was the most important thing. So my assumption was right. Only the Uzumaki and the ninjas who lived in Uzushiogakure knew how the barrier seals worked and how to deactivate the seals. There was only one other group that knew about it and that was Konoha, so they had a big part in the downfall of Uzushiogakure, stated Naruto as they all sneered. In disgust at the fact that Konoha betrayed them and Uzushiogakure, even though they were allies and promised to always send help when the other was trouble. So what are you going to do? Asked Mito. She was wondering what to do now as they did all the things that they did. She was disappointed that Konoha would cause the downfall of Uzushiogakure, especially considering they were long time until Uzushiogakure was destroyed. I'm gonna go talk to Azmouth while you and the boys can go chop down trees and make stacks of wooden planks, said Naruto before he disappeared in a flash of light, which infuriated Mito. Naruto, you could have warned me you were going to teleport, you almost blinded me. Naruto reappeared in a flash of light and appeared in front of Azmouth. Azmouth looked at Naruto before he turned his attention to his food, which Naruto didn't think it could even be considered food as it looked a bit like a fish and it was still alive as it was flipping its tail as it was desperate to get to a body of water to survive, though it was pointless as there wasn't any body of water for a mile. Azmouth, do you have the other scroll? Asked Naruto. He knew he was going to ask Azmouth for something else as well. Let me get it, said Azmouth as he went to the door, opened it and then walked in as the door closed. There was a lot of noise coming from the room that Azmouth was in as NDED-like things were dropping and hitting the floor. The noise stopped as the door was opened. Azmouth walked out with a scroll and a box in his hand as he was coming of the room and the door closed on his way out. Azmouth walked up to Naruto. Here, said Azmouth before he threw the scroll to Naruto. Did you also get the... Naruto was going to ask but was stopped halfway through his question. It's here, said Azmouth as he gave Naruto the blue box, but before Naruto took it, he looked the box to see that the box was 12 centimeters by 20 centimeters. The box had a button which would allow it to be opened. Also the box was like a cube. It was a straight surface on all 6 sides like a rectangle. Okay, well I guess I should go, said Naruto as he disappeared in a flash of light as he reappeared in the Uzukage's office. He looked around to see that no one was there. He looked out of the cracked window in the Uzukage's office. The window was dusty but he could tell that it was going to be dark soon as the sun was going down from the sky and was going down as the ocean was engulfing the sun. Naruto decided to put the box and the scroll in the drawer of the Uzukage's deck. He closed the drawer and leaned back on the Uzukage's chair as he closed his eyes. The Uzukage's chair was comfortable and relaxing that Naruto wanted to take a nap, but he knew that Mito would kick his butt if he didn't help her. Naruto sighed before he got off the chair and made his way out of the Uzukage's office and out of the building. he created a 100 cage buncheons and had them search for Mito and the boys while He stood there reading Ichi Paradise as he waited for the cage buncheons to send him feedback when they found where Mito and the boys were. Suddenly Naruto got a feedback from one of the clones as it sent Naruto the location of Mito and the boys. Naruto created a shadow clone and had the shadow clone rush there as the shadow clone used a bit of his chakra to enhance the muscles in his leg as he increased his speed. The shadow clone was running through the streets of the ruins as he kept running. After a while the ruins wasn't there anymore as the scenery was filled with a couple of trees. He was running to the west and when he got there, he saw that Mizu and Tokage was stacking up the wooden planks before sealing it in a storage seal while Misudo and Kiri were chopping down wood and cutting down the wood into multiple wood planks. Mizu, Tokage, Kiri and Misudo were busy with cutting the log into wooden planks and stacking up the wooden planks before sealing in a storage seal while Ito was busy creating more storage seals using a pen, ink and paper with her skills and mastery in Fuinjutsu to create a storage seal every 5 minutes. You guys have done enough and it's time for you head back, commanded the clone before he dispelled, leaving Mito, Mizu, Misudo, Tokage and Kiri to grumble about something before they stopped what they were doing and headed back to the building where the Uzukage's office was located. While the shadow clone was rushing to Mito and the others, Naruto created a 1000 shadow clones and had them push the remains of the collapsed buildings together before he sealed it in a storage seal. He kept doing this to all the remains of the collapsed buildings around the building until there was a huge empty space surrounding the Uzukage's building. Naruto dispelled all of the clones. Wood release. 4-pillar house technique. Called Naruto as he used that had Hashirama the god amongst shinobi so revered and powerful to build a house. The house was 2 stories. It had door which were opened by sliding it. The house had holes which had bars on it, so that people could look outside but not get out through the holes. The hole was made entirely of wood. He was admiring his work when he sensed that Mito and the others were getting closer to him. Naruto waited for them to show as he could sense Mto and the others were closing in on him. 3. The group was getting closer but was too far. 2. They were getting closer as he could feel they were 100 feet away from him. 1. They were really close to him as they landed right behind him. Naruto turned around and said in a dramatic way, "I've been expecting you." Suddenly there was a thunderstorm. On outside Naruto was calm and collected but on that he was happy that he did it just right. I bet they liked how dramatic I looked. Quote. We're going ignore and just go to sleep, stated Tokage as they all went inside the house that Naruto made and each went to a different room as they went to sleep. No fair. I just made an awesome dramatic moment and you guys don't even care, said Naruto as he pouted before he went to the room that Mito went to and slept with her. Omake, hey to-san, shouted Misudo. He had been wondering about it for a while and had decided to ask Naruto directly about it. Yeah, said Naruto as he looked at Misudo. Naruto was wondering Misudo called him. How do you know Tsunami-san and Koyuki-san? And what's your relationship with the? Asked Misudo. He saw the way Naruto and Tsunami hugged and how they were trying to ignore each other. It was different with Koyuki but he could see that she had feelings for Naruto. Tsunami-chan and Koyuki-chan. I sure do remember them, said Naruto as he was smiling at the times they shared but soon that smile disappeared from his face when he saw Mito. Tsunami-chan and Koyuki-chan. I think we should have a talk, said Mito as she was smiling. The smile seemed a little too sweet as a dark red malicious aura was coming off of Mito as her hair was levitating. Wait, Mito-chan, I don't even like them. We're just friends, said Naruto as he ran away from Mito as Mito was chasing after him. It too late to run away as Mi. To had got a hold of Naruto's legs and was dragging him to their room. She was like a demon dragging a Ino. No, cried out Naruto as he was being dragged to their room. He dug his nails on the floor but it was no match for Mito's superior strength as he was leaving a long, deep scratch mark on the floor. Naruto was dragged into the room and once he was in, the door closed as his painful screams could be heard by anyone. Suddenly everyone in the universe lowered their heads for the pain that Naruto was going through and they prayed that he would find peace in the afterlife. Maybe I should go, said Misudo as he could hear the painful scream of Naruto as he ran away. he didn't want that to happen to him as was sweating in fear of what happened to Naruto and the torture that Naruto was going through. I hope you like this new chapter and I'm sorry that it took a while to post this but I'm really busy with revision and homework. I will try to always post new chapters somewhere between 5 days 2 weeks. Oh and sorry you guys but I'm afraid that I won't make another chapter for a while as I will use this time to improve the first 3 chapters. Remember to leave a comment, AF. Share all like they say in Asda, every little helps. Well that's all I have to say. Oh, and all of this plot begins to me as well as the storyline, so if you want to use my plot or storyline you'll have to ask me first other than that you're good. Naruto woke up to the smell of breakfast and went downstairs into the kitchen where he saw that the others were already eating their food, so Naruto sat down on a chair and ate his breakfast. Everyone was done and leaving to get rid of all the ruins and then start rebuilding. Naruto traveled to the wild side of Uzushiogakure which used to be like a huge park back before the fall of Uzushiogakure. Since then it was abandoned and it turned into a huge forest with dangerous animals like the Forest of Death in Konoha. Naruto ran through the forest and knocked out any hostile animal with his Kage Bunshin and the Rasengan as he kept running through the forest until he got to the center where there was an empty space. Once he got there Naruto unsealed the scroll from the tattoo on his chest. He untied the high-quality rope surrounding the scroll and then opened it before he channeled a bit of his chakra in the scroll and a box appeared from thin air and then the box fell and hit the floor. Naruto looked at the protective seal that were covering the box. He looked at the seal and tried to find a way to cancel the protective seals to open the box but the protective seal seemed airtight. Naruto closed his eyes and focused chakra on his eyes. Naruto opened his eyes to reveal the Rinnegan, chakra absorption, said Naruto as he used the Preta path to absorb the chakra from the seal until the seal couldn't sustain without an chakra and stopped working. Then he took the seal off from the box and closed his eyes before opening it to reveal his regular shiny blue eyes. Naruto opened the box to see a tail that had white pale skin as the tail lacked any fur and Naruto decided to take a DNA of the tail and then implanted the DNA inside him and then watched as the tail merged with him. As the tail merged Naruto could feel that his chakra reserves were increasing and his muscles started to become more compacted. Once Naruto had merged with the tail he created an ice mirror which he was able to create thanks to the Rinnegan. Naruto looked at the mirror and saw that his skin was more lighter and paler than before. He could feel his chakra reserves were equivalent to that of the Rokubi and his chakra had become denser. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, called out Naruto as he created 2,000 Kage Bunshins. I want all of you to go and do the tree walking exercise, commanded Naruto as all of his Kage Bunshins obeyed as they all rushed to the near tree. They focused chakra on their feet as they tried to climb the trees but ended up falling. After hours of trying to climb the trees and failing most of the Kage Bunshins were finally able to get to the top of the tree. Once they had reached the top they dispelled as they were able to pass all of their knowledge and chakra control to Naruto as well as the remaining chakra. Once all the Kage Bunshins had reached the top and dispelled, Naruto looked around for a water source in the forest and was able to find a river which traveled from the source of the river which was a huge lake to the mouth of the river which was the ocean that was close to the whirlpools in the ocean. Had surrounded Uzushiogakure no Sato and was a naturally defense that protected Uzushiogakure no Sato. Naruto created only 1,000 Kage Bunshins as he had used up nearly half of his chakra plus he didn't have good enough chakra control to make more. So he had the Kage Bunshins do the water walking exercise over and over until they were able to work on water. It took 1 to 2 hours for the clones to master the water walking exercise. Rasengan, called out Naruto as he created a Rasengan in his right hand before he charged at a nearby tree. Then he slammed the Rasengan against the tree and watched in satisfaction as the Rasengan grinded the tree with such force that the tree flew away from the Rasengan and knocked out a couple of trees. Chidori, called out Naruto as he inked his hand in Tning chakra before he rammed it through a tree and pulled his hand out before he rammed his hand through another tree before the lightning chakra faded away. Naruto spent hours training as he got said to his chakra reserves and he kept doing chakra control exercises to increase his chakra control until his chakra control was perfect. As soon as he had perfect control he stopped doing chakra exercises and only did a bit more exercises, so he could get used to his perfect chakra control. After doing chakra control exercises, Naruto spent the rest of the day training and getting used to all of his jutsus as the increase in his chakra reserves had affected his jutsus as it was affected by the amount Og chakra put in his jutsus, so that's why he did chakra control so he could use all of his jutsus like before. After he had spent all of the day training he headed home. It was 10 p.m. when he got inside the house and he saw that dinner was ready as everyone was eating. Naruto pulled out a air and sat down, then he started eating his dinner. "So how was your day?" asked Naruto as he turned his attention from his food to his family. "It would be better if you had helped us with rebuilding Uzumaki," stated Tokage as she continued to eat her food silently while Mizu, Kiri, Misuto and Mito nodded their heads in agreement with Mito. "Sorry, it's just that my chakra reserves expanded. So I had to train the whole day to have near-perfect control over my chakra reserves, and tomorrow I have to go to Tazuna and Koyuki to get the things that will help us with our village," said Naruto. As he took another bite of his food and enjoyed it, Naruto knew that Mito's cooking was the best because she had a lifetime of experience that most people didn't have. "So remind me why you bought some chakra armors?" asked Mito as he looked towards Naruto for the answer, since she didn't understand what was so great about chakra armors. "Oh, you'll know when I'm done." "What do you mean by that?" asked Mito as she looked at Naruto's eyes. She used the puppy eyes no jutsu on Naruto, but Naruto was able to turn away quickly enough to avoid being hypnotized by her jutsu. "Just wait, I'll be able to finish in a week at the least, and when I finish it, then you'll be able to see it," said Naruto as he was putting his foot down on the matter, and Mito wasn't gonna make him change his mind no mat. How cute she looks with or without the puppy eyes, no just you." Mito pouted when Naruto said that he wasn't gonna show her what it was. "Fine, but it better be good," said Mito as she kept pouting. Mito and Naruto were talking to each other. Tokage, Mizu, Misuto and Kiri were talking to each other. After he ate he went into his bedroom and fell asleep after he had said goodnight to Mito, Mizu, Mizuto, Tokage and Kiri. Naruto had the urge to open his eyes, and when he died in what looked like a huge landscape with mountains, Naruto looked and was a bit confused why there wasn't any alien, as there was always an alien when he appeared in places like this, so he wondered, was he dreaming this or was this a test where he had to find the alien? "Hello, I'm ready for the test, so where are you?" asked Naruto as he shouted it out to make sure that the alien was able to hear it. "Okay, then your test is to be able to find me," spoke a booming voice as its voice was echoing throughout the landscape. Suddenly the landscape shook violently as the huge mountain in front of him was starting to crack and explode as the top of the mountain broke into boulders that is it falling from the air. When top of the mountain exploded, a giant hand grabbed hold of the surface and pulled itself up. The alien was none other than one of the biggest aliens ever, Way Big. "Prepare for my punch," said Way Big as he brought down his fist on Naruto. As Way Big's fist was descending upon Naruto, Naruto closed his eyes. Nato opened his eyes to reveal the Rinnegan, Shinrai Tensei, called out Naruto as he used the Diva Path to deflect Way Big's fist and send the Way Big falling backwards from the gravitational push. Way Big got up and then tried to kick Naruto, but before Naruto could react, the K was able to hit him, sending him flying through the air from the force and power behind the kick. Big Way followed up his kick with a punch that he throwed at Naruto. Naruto quickly recovered from the K. It can dodge the punch before it could hit him. Naruto used the Kage Bunshin to create 40 clones. Naruto created a Rasengan in both his palms and focused more chakra on the two Rasengan to increase its size. The clones did same just like Naruto and charged at Way Big with two massive Rasengans on both of their palms. Way Big threw the back of his hand and destroyed some of the Kage Bunshins, but the rest charged at Way Big. "Cho Odama Rasengan," called out Naruto before slamming all the massive Rasengans against Way Big, sending Way Big near 100 feet away from where he stood before the Way Big collided on the ground. "Witness my most strongest attack, Cosmic Ray," said Big Way as he crossed his hands and focused cosmic energy in his hands before he launched a beam of blue cosmic energy at Naruto. "Absorption," called out Naruto as he used the Preta Path of the Rinnegan to absorb Way Big's attack. Naruto was putting all of his effort on absorbing the cosmic energy, but it was very difficult to do that since the attack was starting to become too much for Naruto to absorb for such long of period with so much cosmic energy focused on that attack. Naruto kept absorbing the cosmic attack, but it became too much for him to handle as he couldn't absorb any more energy, which caused him to be hit by the cosmic beam from way big that made a huge crater with Naruto in the middle of the crater. Naruto was a bit injured from the attack as it broke a rib. Naruto coughed out a bit of blood, but he got up and tried his best to ignore the pain. Wood release, wood dragon. Called out Naruto as a serpent dragon made out of wood sprouted from the ground and wrapped around Way Big's legs. Lava release. Lava bullets. Called out Naruto as he expelled boulders of molten lava at the feet of Way Big, and the molten lava burned Way Big's feet and started to spread out until it covered the whole of Way Big's feet. Way Big cried out in agony as he felt his feet been burned. Before he bent down and slapped away the lava from his feet. Seeing now that Way Big was distracted by the lava, Naruto decided to advantage of the distraction as he created two clone, wind style, Resurrecting. Called out Naruto as he created the Resurrecting with the help of his clones and threw it at Way Big. Once Way Big was done getting rid of all the lava that covering his feet, he heard a loud screeching and looked up to see the Resurrecting spiraling towards him at a fast rate. Way Big tried to dodge it, but it was too late as the Resurrecting touched his chest, and then suddenly it expanded, causing Way Big to fall down as the attack created a huge wound on his chest. Naruto jumped on top of Way Big and quickly created another Resurrecting in case Way Big was going to attack him. It looks like I have lost, stated Way Big before he turned into a huge body of light that fused with Naruto. Naruto looked at the ants around him and saw a forest to the left. Seeing as he was there, he might as well do some training with a couple of jutsus to get used to them. He quickly ran over to the forest and was able to make there in a couple of seconds, and he readied himself as he was about to begin his mental training. Lava release. Fiery rock bullet. Called out Naruto as he expelled a lava boulder from his mouth and shot it at trees before quickly expelling another one in a second at the trees over and over again until he shot his 20th lava boulder. Naruto looked at the trees and saw that some of them were destroyed while the others were slowly being lit on fire by the lava boulders that started to spread as lava, burning any tree it into contact with. Naruto was proud of his work and was admiring the destruction that he caused with a few of his jutsus. Water release. Water dragon. Called out Naruto as he created a couple of water dragons from thin and sent towards the lava and the trees that were on fire. The water dragons rushed at the lava and cooled the lava, causing the lava to turn to stone. The water dragons also rushed at the burning trees and extinguished all the fires. Wood release. Nativity of a world of trees. Called out Naruto as he clapped his hands before he tapped the ground with his hands, and just like that, trees started to sprout up from the ground, and in a matter of seconds it was able to replace all of the trees that Naruto burned and destroyed as if nothing had happened to them. I didn't get to use that much jutsu, but I guess I should get going now, said Naruto to no one in particular as he closed his eyes and focused his mind on waking up. Just like that, he vanished from the scenery as if he was never there. Naruto opened his eyes to see that he was in his bedroom. He quickly turned to his right and saw Mito was sleeping with her head over his right hand as she was hugging Naruto's hand. Naruto could feel Mito's chest pressed up against his hand, not that Naruto minded it. Naruto could see the drool that had come from Mito's mouth, and he smiled at how cute she looked, but he was no fool because he knew if he tried anything she would hurt him. Naruto looked at the clock to see that it was 10 a.m. and decided to wait a few moments before he got up. He spent a few moments in bed before he decided to go. He left his bed without waking up Mito as becoming intangible as he moved through Mito and walked out of his room and downstairs into the living room. Naruto quickly wrote a note telling Mito that he had gone to the Uzukage's office because he wanted to know more about the village and the downfall of Uzushiogakure. He left the note stuck to the fridge, so that it was impossible to miss before he left for the Uzukage's office. Naruto reached the Uzukage's building and walked into the Uzukage's office. And he took out the diary from the secret compartment on the wall and began search through the diary. As he read it, he flipped through the diary until he reached a page that he thought might be worthwhile. Year 2758 AN after the Sage of Six Paths. The 10th of July. Today was a special for both me and my wife. Today our baby was born. She was very beautiful and she really does take after her mother both in looks and attitude. Me and Megami had argued over what to name our little girl, and after a lot of arguing we decided to name her Kushina. I hope that one day she will become a very strong kunoichi in the future. That is if she wants to be a shinobi, but knowing that she takes after Megami, I have little doubt that Kushina will choose not to be a shinobi. Today was a day I'll remember forever. Today was the day my daughter was born. I got hold her in my hands. When I held her in my hands I instantly fell in love with her. She was so full of life and happiness that I couldn't help cry because me and Megami were blessed to have given birth to such a beautiful baby. Naruto read the chapter and couldn't help but smile at the fact that his grandfather was a great father and he was happy to know that his grandfather truly cared about his mother. Naruto wondered if his mother loved him and cared about him as much as his grandfather loved her. Naruto decided to put his thoughts on hold as he continued to flip through a couple of pages and finally stopped to read a page. Year 2763 AS, the 7th of November. Today was a very sad day for both me and Kushina, as my wife and Kushina's mother, Megami, died. It was only this morning that I first learned that she had been killed during a mission. I almost had a heart attack when I learned about Megami's death. I was falling apart. But I pulled myself together as I tried to decide whether or not to tell Kushina about Megami's death. In the end I told Kushina the truth. When she learned about Megami's death she was devastated. I could tell because of the look on her, but I couldn't do anything to make Kushina feel better. Megami had always been an important person in Kushina's life, and now that she gone Kushina was feeling lost and afraid of being alone. So I did the only thing I could do to help her. I hugged her and told her that everything was gonna be alright, as I let her know that she wasn't alone because I would always be there for her. Naruto didn't know what to say as he never had parents to begin with, so he didn't know what it was like to lose a parent. Naruto kept reading the diary until he reached page 57, which he felt curious to read, and so he did just that. Year 2768 AS, the 28th of June. Lately I've been getting several reports of Konoha shinobi with the kanji, ne, on their headbands entering and exiting the village, and I have grown cautious of their behavior, and I gotten many reports of Konoha shinobi activities in our village, and recently I have learned that they aren't here under the order of the Sandaime Hokage, as they don't serve the Hokage. It turns out that they're called root, who are anbus that fall under the control of Danzo. I have grown suspicious of Danzo and his root, as there have reports strange activities by them, and I have sent a letter to have an audience with the Hokage, but he has yet to reply back. I have this strange feeling in my guts that something is gonna happen and I'm not gonna like it. Danzo. Naruto growled out his name because almost everything that was or went wrong had something to do with Danzo. Naruto knew that Danzo couldn't be trusted, as he was the same as Orochimaru, a snake that would do as it pleases to obtain power, even if that meant ruining the lives of other. Naruto read the other page. Year 2768 AS, the 4th of July. Today at 9:49 AM Uzushi, Iogakure was attacked by the combined forces of Iwa, Kumo and Kiri. As soon as I learned about the attack I rushed to Kushina and had her be escorted away from into Konoha, where she could be safe from Kumo, Iwa and Kiri, but I have come to wonder how Kumo, Iwa and Kiri were able to get past the barrier that protected Uzushi-Iogakure and stopped invaders from getting through, so I rushed to the barrier's seals and found it was sabotaged. I have no doubt that it was Danzo's doing. All the shinobis of Uzushi-Iogakure were able to kill all of the Kumo, Kiri and Iwa shinobi, but I have gotten reports that another wave of enemy shinobis are coming and we won't be able to keep holding them back, so I have sent a letter to the Hokage for some help. Naruto quickly turned the page and began to read the next page as he was intrigued by what was going to happen next. Year 2768 AS, the 9th of July. Yesterday I found some evidence that it was Danzo and his root who sabotaged the barrier seals, thanks to the seal that we put around the barrier seals to collect the fingerprints of Danzo and his root messing around with the barrier seals. It seems that Konoha have betrayed our trust and broke our alliance, as they have refused to send any reinformations to help us and have left us to be slaughtered by Kumo, Kiri and Iwa. No doubt that all the hidden villages including Konoha will come to our village when it's destroyed in order to find our seals, weapons and much more, but too bad for them I have hidden them where no one will find, in my coffin under my grave. If you're reading this then you must be a Uzumaki. If you are a Uzumaki then you must rebuild our village and show the world once again, the might of the Uzumaki. I will leave the map to my grave. If you're wondering, no, I'm not in my grave. I'm chose to die right next to the grave of my wife. P.S. Do not trust Konoha and especially Danzo or his root because they're all power hungry and they will most likely try to make an alliance with you to boost there and have you save them in a time of need, but when you're in need they'll leave behind as if you're dead weight, so try to not have any alliances, and if you do have an alliance, make sure to have allies who will come to your aid. Now that you have read my diary, you have learned about me and my life, but I will tell you who I am in case you don't know. I'm Hikaru Uzumaki. I'm Sandaime Hokage. Naruto finished reading the last sentence on the page and flipped it to the last page, which had a map of where Hikaru's grave was. Naruto got out of the Uzukage's building and followed where the map pointed was Hikaru's grave. Naruto eventually made his way to a cliff. The scenery from the cliff was beautiful as everything was aligned perfectly as the sea aligned perfectly with the sky. Naruto looked around and then he saw a gravestone. He rushed to it. When he got to the gravestone he saw writing engraved on the gravestone, "Here lies the Sandaime Uzukage, a man who cared for his people and protected them to a bitter end," said Naruto as he read out the writing that was engraved on the gravestone. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto created 4 clones and had them dig up he coffin that was buried under the gravestone. Once the clones had dug a hole and found the coffin, they pulled the coffin up and opened that to show at least 3 storage seals. Naruto took the first storage seal and focused chakra on it, and just like that a pile of Ryo appeared up on the eye and then it landed on top of him as it crushed him. Naruto whistled in amazement at how much Ryo there was. In fact, anyone could live off of that pile of Ryo for 10 lifetimes in semi-luxury. Naruto quickly sealed the pile of Ryo in its storage seal before he looked at the second storage seal and focused chakra on it as a pile of headbands appeared next to him. Naruto and his clones checked all of the headbands and saw that they all had a spiral symbol on it. Naruto saw that there were a Chunin flak jackets with the Uzu symbol on the back and the side. Naruto realized that it what Uzu shinobi wore and Naruto quickly sealed it after knowing what it was. Naruto picked up the last storage seal and focused chakra on it, and just like that a couple of books and a few headbands with the kanji "ne" engraved on it. Naruto opened the books and read it, but when he read it his eyes widened in shock. "This is it. This is the evidence I have been looking for on Danzo for a while," exclaimed Naruto as he shut the book close and quickly sealed the books and the "ne" headbands in their storage seal before he headed back to his house. Naruto took out a black pen and wrote on the storage seal full of money 1. The storage seal full of Uzu headbands and Chunin flak jackets was marked 2 while the last was left as it was. Then Naruto ran past the southwestern forest that was, as the name suggested, located at the southwest of Uzushiogakure no Sato, with the Uzushiogakure at the center of Uzushiogakure. Naruto got to his house and entered it to see that his family was relaxed and enjoying the day off from the reconstruction of Uzushiogakure. Naruto saw that Mito was eating a cookie as she was cuddling a big teddy bear. Rough fire scrolls as usual. Misuto was reading a book while Kiri and Mizu were playing Go, the board game. Naruto walked towards Mito and gave her the 3 storage seal, to which he responded with a raised eyebrow. "The one with the mark 1 is full of money, the one with the mark 2 is full of Uzu shinobi headbands and Chunin flak jackets, while the last one is evidence to take down Danzo once and for all," said Naruto as he answered Mito's question before she even had the chance to ask. "How did you get this?" asked Mito as she genuinely curious about how Naruto was able to get all of this is less than a day, especially the evidence against Danzo, as she knew Danzo was taught by Tobirama to get rid of any loose ends, so it was not likely that Danzo would make a mistake. "The Sandaime Uzukage was able to help me with his diary, and I think because of him we are closer to the reconstruction of Uzushiogakure," stated Naruto as the Uzukage had helped Naruto since now he didn't have to get Uzu headbands made and he had more money to spend on the rebuilding of Uzushiogakure. "Mito, I want to keep those storage seals with you while I go get the things that I purchased," said Naruto before he disappeared in a flash of light. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been in his office with his Kage Bunshins dealing with the bane of all Kage paperwork, and it had proving to be pretty easy than last time, and it was all thanks to Naruto. Now that Hiruzen thought about it, he was glad that everyone was busy trying to build Konoha that they hadn't realized that Naruto was missing or in better gone. Right now Hiruzen decided to take a break from the paperworks and was drinking herbal tea. It helped him relax and take his mind off her how he was gonna convince Tsunade to return and become the Godime, or why Naruto left and when. Hiruzen was drinking his herbal tea when Jiraiya entered his through the window. When are you going to learn to use the door? Asked Hiruzen in a calm tone as he continued to drink his herbal tea. Hiruzen had sensed Jiraiya before he even entered the office, so he wasn't surprised by Jiraiya's appearance. Never. Beside, why did you ask me to come here? Asked Jiraiya, as he knew that Hiruzen wouldn't call him unless it was important, considering Hiruzen understood how important Jiraiya's work of controlling his spy network. I called you here because I need you to go on mission to bring back Tsunade, so that she can be the Godime Hokage, or at the very least help us get our medical staff in top form, said Hiruzen as he really needed Tsunade to come back and become Hokage so he could have a break from all the paperworks and all the council meeting. Okay, but I was considering if I could Naruto with me because I could be able to teach him during the mission. And maybe Tsunade will return when he learns that Naruto is her godson, said Jiraiya as he was excited to meet his godson and teach him awesome jutsus and maybe even peek on women in the hot springs together. Jiraiya got a herbal tea from Hiruzen and drank it. That's the second thing I wanted to talk to you about. I'm afraid Naruto has left the village and has gone elsewhere, to where I have no idea, said Hiruzen before he drank his tea in joy as it made him feel calm and gentle as if he was one with nature. Oh, so Naruto defected, huh? Said Jiraiya as he had figured out what Hiruzen meant. What? Naruto defected? Shouted Jiraiya when he realized that Hiruzen just said that Naruto defect. Jiraiya was so surprised by the fact that Naruto defected that he forgot that he was drinking tea and accident shot hot tea at Hiruzen's face. Hiruzen ignored the pain and quickly wiped away the tea. Yeah, he defect after he killed Orochimaru, said Hiruzen as he drank his tea again. Oh, he killed Orochimaru, said Jiraiya as he drank his tea. Then he paused for a second before he realized, wait. Naruto killed Orochimaru, shouted Jiraiya in surprise and shock that he ended up shooting hot tea from his mouth at Hiruzen's face. Hiruzen wiped the tea of his face. Yeah, he summoned the Shinigami and sealed Orochimaru's soul inside the Shinigami's stomach without being sealed inside the Shinigami's stomach as well, said Hiruzen. I see. Jiraiya drank his tea. Wait, what? Shouted Jiraiya as he spit out the tea that he was drinking in surprise again. The tea landed on Hiruzen's face for the third time. It also turns out that he has fiancé who is none other Mito Uzumaki, the first Kyuubi Jinchuriki and wife of Hashirama-sama, said Hiruzen before he waited for what was to come. Mito Uzumaki is his fiancé, shouted Jiraiya with surprise as just like before, and as Hiruzen predicted, Jiraiya spit hot tea at Hiruzen's face again, for the fourth time. You know I had enough tea, stated Hiruzen as he took the tea away from Jiraiya before he expelled any more hot tea from his mouth at Hiruzen and then proceeded to wipe the tea off his face with his hand. Sorry about that. Sigh. Jiraiya as he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment as he felt embarrassed at the fact that he had spit hot tea at the Sandaime Hokage's face, not once, not twice but 4 times. Anyways, I need you to keep what I told you about Naruto a secret, and I also need you to go get Tsunade back here, said Hiruzen as he ordered Jiraiya to bring Tsunade back to Konoha. You can count on me, said Jiraiya as he opened the window and proceeded to leave through the window. He exited the Hokage's office just the same way as he entered it. That idiot will never, will he? Said Hiruzen as he asked N01 in particular, since he was asking the question that ran through his mind when he saw Jiraiya leave through window like always. After Hiruzen had finished drinking his tea, he went back to work as he created a couple of cage buncheons and had them help him with the load of paperwork that had piled up during his tea break, when he was talking to Jiraiya and when Jiraiya continuously drank his tea. Before he spat the hot tea that he had drank at Hiruzen's face. Even now Hiruzen could still feel the warmth of the tea on face. I hope you like this new chapter, and I'm sorry that it took a while to post this, but I'm really busy with revision and homework. I will try to always post new chapters somewhere between 5 days 2 weeks. Remember to leave a comment. After all, like they say in Asda, every little helps. Well, that's all I have to say. Oh, and all of this plot begins to me as well as the storyline, so if you want to use my plot or storyline, you'll have to ask me first. Other than that, you're good. It had been a week since Naruto had got the chakra armors from Koyuki and the resources from Tazuna. As soon as he had gotten the resources from Tazuna, Naruto created a large army of cage buncheons and had them help build houses and get rid of all the ruins, the clones and his family did a great job as Uzushiogakure was close to being rebuilt with the exception of the walls that surrounded Uzushiogakure were been rebuilt and reinforced with hardened steel. While the Kage Bunshins and his family were busy rebuilding Uzushiogakure, Naruto had been busy working on his secret project that he had been working on for the whole week, and he had just completed it as he went to his family to show them the secret project that he had been working on. "When do we get to see it?" asked Mizu. As the others were asking the question in their head, they were truly fascinated by what Naruto had been working on for the last week. He wouldn't tell them anything about the secret project he was working on. "Of course, just follow me outside," said Naruto as he led his family outside of the house, and when they got there they were confused as they didn't know what they were looking at. They were wondering what they were looking. In front of them was about 1,000 robots, which each had an appearance of a samurai as their bodies resembled that of a samurai's armor. The robots had a spur Al mark, which was the symbol of the Uzumaki clan and Uzushiogakure, on their chest. The main color of the robot was black and its secondary color was orange as the color on their arms, anile. The rest of their bodies was black. "It's a Tekkadan robot. I upgraded it by reinforcing it with chakra-resistant metal, so that it would be very difficult for them to be defeated by chakra," stated Naruto as he sent a smile at his family. He had spent a week working on them and he really loved seeing the looks that was on everyone's face when he told them what the robots were. "How did you even get those robots?" asked Mito as she knew that Tekkadan robots were expensive and not to get, so she was very curious about how Naruto was able to get a Tekkadan robot, let alone 1,000 of them. "I had Azmouth order them and keep them for me until just recently," answered Naruto as he explained how he got the army of Tekkadan robots. He really thought that the Tekkadan robots were well worth all the time and effort as well as the money that he spent on the robots. "What are you going to do with them?" asked Hokage as he wondered why his two-san would have so many Tekkadan robots. "I was planning on having them as our army for Uzushiogakure and have them guard Uzushiogakure no Sato," said Naruto as he turned around and faced the Tekkadan robots and ordered them to spread out and protect Uzushiogakure no Sato from anyone who seemed like they were going to threaten the safety of Uzushiogakure no Sato. "Hey guys, let's go celebrate the near reconstruction of Uzushiogakure," shouted Naruto as he put his hands around Hokage, Mizu, Misuto, Kiri and Mito's neck as he brought them closer to himself as his smile was radiating happiness and warmth. "Yeah, Ramen," cheered Mizu, Kiri and Mito with huge smiles as they were jumping up and down with excitement, while Hokage and Misuto were smiling a little as they refrained from doing anything they thought would make them look silly or idiotic. It had been a week since Jiraiya left Konoha on mission to bring Tsunade back to Konoha. Jiraiya had spent the week searching for Tsunade, but much to the ire of Jiraiya he was unable to find her. He had been able to get sources and reports that people had seen a blonde busty woman and a black-haired woman that was carrying a pig, however he couldn't find her. Jiraiya was walking through Tanzaka town where he had heard that there had been people who said that they saw a busty blonde woman and a black-haired woman holding a pig in Tanzaka town, and he had come to see if it was true or not, since it was only lead on Tsunade that he had to go on, so he decided to make the most of it by checking for Tsunade in Tanzaka town. Jiraiya was walking to all the bars in Tanzaka town and asked if the bartenders had seen a busty blonde woman wandering around with a black-haired woman who was holding a pig, to which they replied with a solid no, but Jiraiya kept searching around in every bar. As the number of bars he visited increased with no sight of Tsunade, he had started to think that he would never find her, but much to his surprise when he entered the last bar, there he was drinking in the corner of the bar while a younger black-haired woman was trying to stop her from drinking. "Tsunade Haim!" cried out Jiraiya in joy and relief as he had finally found her after searching for 10 hours. 10 fricking hours. But anyway, he was very happy to find his Haim, who looked young as always. Jiraiya, said Tsunade as she had no idea why he was here and what he doing here. She was wondering how he found her, but then looked at the clock on the wall and realized that she had been drinking for a long time, a very long time. "Hey Tsunade Haim, I haven't seen you in long time, you look just as you did 20 years ago," stated Jiraiya as he joined Tsunade at her booth and put his left arm around her neck. He was grinning as much as he could. "Why are you here?" asked Tsunade as she knew That he wouldn't visit her unless it was important, so she was wondering what was so important that she had to be brought back to Konoha, considering the last time she was there she had sworn never to set foot on Konoha, as she would much die than be forced to return back to Konoha. Can't I just visit my old teammate without being suspected of having an interior motive or without being questioned? Asked Jiraiya as he pouted at Tsunade for making it sound like he needed her for something, but Tsunade responded by sending a look at Jiraiya and the pout on his face disappeared as he becomes serious all of a sudden. Okay, the real I here is because Sarutobi-sensei said you had to come back to Konoha, so I was here to bring you back, stated Jiraiya. He was hoping Tsunade would come back peaceful. Otherwise he would have to fight her and he didn't want that, as her punches and kicks hurt like heck. You can tell the old man that I'm not going to return back to Konoha, stated Tsunade defiantly. No, there was no way in heck that she was going back to Konoha, no, not the same place that caused the death of both her little brother and her late fiancé. I'm sorry, I don't think I was clear enough. Hokage-sama is ordering you to return to Konoha and is calling you back to duty. It's not a question, it's a order, stated Jiraiya as he became very serious and had sent a serious look at Tsunade, so that she would understand that it wasn't a joke and that it was very important. Tsunade gulped nervously as she knew it had to be very important for Jiraiya to get this serious. Okay, say if I was to return to Konoha, why am I being brought back, especially now of all times? Why not tomorrow or even yesterday? Why today? Asked Tsunade as she was curious as to why she was being ordered to return. There had to be reason why they wanted her to come back, but why? You see, recently Orochimaru attacked Konoha, so many ninjas and civilians were injured, also a lot of Konoha was destroyed by He combined forces of Sons and Oto until Suna retreated when they found out that Orochimaru had killed the Kazekage and pretended to be him. A lot of people have come to realize that Sarutobi-sensei has become too old. So they chose the new Godime Hokage. They chose you, Tsunade, said Jiraiya as he explained the whole ordeal. Quote. Tsunade didn't know what to say as he didn't understand why the council members, the elders and the daimyo agreed to have her become the next Godime Hokage. She was a bit shocked. After all, she had been out of duty for a while and now all of a sudden she was being brought to become the Hokage. Tsunade, shouted Jiraiya when he looked at Tsunade after telling that she was gonna become the Godime Hokage and saw that she paused as she seemed to thinking about it. So he decided to snap her out of the thoughts that she was having. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a look that said that if he was lying then he would be in world of pain. Are you serious? Is everything you said true? Asked Tsunade, to which Jiraiya responded with a nod. Give me a week to think about it. I need to think about this through before I make a decision, stated Tsunade as she needs me time to wonder if it was best for her to go back, as it was all so sudden that she needs to THNK about it before accepting or rejecting the position of Godime Hokage. Tsunade, I'll be back in a week, so let's meet up here. I just need to go and check up on my spy network, said Jiraiya before he left. With a smile as he left, he decided to go check up on his spy network to find out where his godson was. He realized that he had failed to be there for Naruto as his godfather, but he was going to make up for it by being there for him now. Once Jiraiya had left, Tsunade-sama, I think that maybe it's time we go back to Konoha, said Shizune as she knew that if Tsunade accepted then they would get to return to Konoha and see her friends again. Also it would mean that they didn't have borrow money from people and move from town to town spending all of their money on alcohol, casinos and hotels. I don't know, I'll think about it, said Tsunade as she waved off Shizune's words and walked out of the bar with her hand on her chin to indicate that she was putting a lot of thought into it, while Shizune was following behind trying to convince Tsunade back to Konoha. Naruto had organized the movements of the Tekkadan robots, or as he called them Uzu guards, as well as the perimeters that the Uzu guards would secure and move around, as he had them placed them all around Uzushiogakure no Sato, where he was placing on building major towns in order to protect them as efficiently as possible. He even had them patrol near the border that separated Uzushiogakure from other countries without being seen from the border to prevent anyone to learn about the reconstruction of Uzushiogakure no Sato. Naruto had selected a few of them and upgraded to be stronger and better than the rest by threes. He painted most of their body red and their heads blue to distinct them from the regular Uzu guards, they were selected by Naruto to become in charge of a platoon of Uzu guards to protect Uzushioga. No Sato in the most efficient way possible, as he created a program that helped them think through their plans and do everything efficiently. Right now Naruto was creating clones to help reinforce the wall that protect Uzushio with very hard and tough metal, one that was very hard to break. They were very close to finishing reinforcing the wall, and Naruto and his family was very happy as it may nt that they were close to fully rebuilding Uzushiogakur. Though the houses and buildings were different, as Naruto used his Mokuden to make them, and he made sure that they were very dense that even fire or powerful jutsus could break it down. Naruto was at his house on the balcony on the second floor as he was looking up at space with questions running through his head. Am I ready to rebuild and lead Uzushiogakur no Sato to greatness? Do I need more experience or power? What happens if Jiji finds out about it? Will I have fight him? Thought Naruto as many questions was going through his head. Naruto felt someone's hand on his shoulder, so he turned around to see Tokage. What are you doing here, Tsu-san? Asked Tokage. He was wondering what his Tsu-san was doing on the balcony looking at the starry sky because he never did that before. Naruto turned his head back around and looked at the sky. I guess I was just thinking about things, said Naruto as he continued to look at the starry sky. Man, the stars sure were pretty to look at. Me too. Sometimes I wonder why I'm different compared to my brothers, stated Tokage as he moved right beside Naruto and turned his sight to the starry sky as well. He loved looking at the stars because looking at them made him feel better for a reason. I understand that they have more in common with each other than you, but that's because they were born in Kiri and you were born in Aim, so they lived a different life than you and did things differently than you do, said Naruto as he turned his head to look at Tokage. He did some researching after he had revived them and found out about they and where they were born. I guess so, but I wish I could have more in common with them, said Tokage as he sighed. He wondered if it would have been easier for him to talk and understand the others if he had been born in the same country as them. You know, it's better to be an original of yourself than a copy of someone else. After all, what makes everyone the same is the fact that we're unique, because there's no one exactly like us, said Naruto before he turned around and started to walk to his bedroom. It was almost time for dinner and he knew if he was late the others might eat his food like the last. Tokage listens to his Tsu-san's words and understood what his Tsu-san meant. He continued to look up at the starry sky as he decided to walk the sky for a while before he realized that it was almost dinner time, and he headed to the dining room, not wanting his food to be eaten as his Ka-san makes the most tastiest food ever, probably because she lived 2 lives. Tokage got to the dining room and sit next to Mizu. He was excited for some of Ka-san's cooking. He was eating his dinner and saw that everyone was talking about stuffs how their day was or what they were going to do. He looked at them and realized something. His whole family were a weird bunch. This was the second life that his Ka-san was living, his 2s. And was basically an immortal with the powers of every single aliens in the universe. Misuto had been revived with the power of Shotokan. Mizu had been revived with the power of Diamond Head. Kiri had been revived with the power Homungosaur and Ghost Freak. Then there was him. He had been revived with power of Heat Blast. He couldn't help think that they were a weird bunch, and Tokage couldn't take it anymore as he started laughing at the fact that they were a weird bunch, and then soon everyone else joined in as they laughed together. They may be a weird bunch, but they were his family and he wouldn't have wanted them any other way. Once everyone had finished their dinner, they went to their bedrooms and decided to go to sleep. Naruto was at his room as he was answering the questions that he had earlier. Yes, I can do. I can't let anything get in the way. I will succeed, thought Naruto before he went to sleep with Mito. Jiraiya had arrived at the bar that he had told Tsunade to meet up with him, and he sat at the same booth in the corner where he found Tsunade last time, and he sat down as he waited to Tsunade to arrive. Before long 2 hours had passed and he was starting to wonder if they were going to show up or not. After waiting for a couple of minutes, the bartender had enough and told Jiraiya that he wasn't going to order anything, then he might as well leave, so Jiraiya ordered some sake, which he drank as he waited for Tsunade to arrive. He looked at the clock on the wall and saw that 3 hours had passed since he had arrived at the bar. Before long Jiraiya had enough and left the bar as he looked around Tanzaka town to find Tsunade. He looked around to see where she could be but found nothing. Then he started to wonder if Tsunade had jumped town and ran away to another town. He hoped she didn't, otherwise he would have to look around for her with time that he could use to find Naruto instead. He decided it was best to head out of the town and look for her around the path to the closest town. He was running as fast as he could without wasting too much chakra, so he could some to fight against Tsunade if she resisted. He kept walking along the path when suddenly he saw Tsunade and Shizune, who were walking back to Tanzaka town. Tsunade was able to spot Jiraiya. Jiraiya shouted in surprise as she was genuinely surprised to see Jiraiya on her path back to Tanzaka town, as she thought that he would be waiting for her at the bar. Tsunade, why didn't you meet me at the bar? I thought you were running away and then I catch up to you to see you walk back to Tanzaka town, said Jiraiya as he wanted to know why she didn't show up and why she walking back to Tanzaka town when she had tried to leave. Tsunade decided to tell Jiraiya what happened. Well, you see, it started like this. After a week of thinking about it, she decided to run away because she wanted to say no, but if she did then she would have to fight Jiraiya and she knew that she wouldn't win against him even with Shizune's help, as she was a bit rusty since she hadn't fought for a long time while Jiraiya had been continuously fighting, so she would lose against him for sure. Tsunade woke up and saw that it was 5 a.m. She quickly got dressed and got ready to leave town. As she and Shizune were ready to leave, they left Type Hotel and headed for the next closest town as they used chakra to move faster and leave before Jiraiya could realize what happened. They hopped from tree to tree, not stopping as they were trying to make sure that by the time Jiraiya learned they left they would be far away. They kept walking until they stopped after seeing a cloaked figure who was sitting on a rock in front of Gwenn in the middle of the road. "Why are you in such a rush?" asked the cloaked figure. As he looked up at Tsunade standing still on a tree branch using chakra, he looked at them as he saw that they were sweating. "Could I tell you anything?" asked Tsunade as she gave him her famous glare. Much to her surprise, it didn't do anything. It didn't even make him flinch. All he did was raise an eyebrow. "You seem tensed. It could be because you're running from your problems, or maybe you're running from something or someone. Could it be someone you loved?" asked the hooded figure as he asked her questions to which he felt she could not answer. "I don't know what you're talking about," said Tsunade as she tried to rein in all of her emotions. On the outside she tried to keep a straight, but on the inside she was wondering how he knew that. Could it be that he was able to tell by looking at her? "You have lost a couple of someone you love, so you're running away from the truth. You always have been running away from it cause you couldn't accept, could you?" said he cloaked figure. "I'm not running away from anything. You need to stop making assumptions," said Tsunade as she tried her best not to punch the cloaked person in front of her. She wondered how he knew so much about her. Just a meeting, as this was the first time they meet each other, yet he seemed to know a lot about her. "We both cone, that's a lie. You've been running away from the truth because you couldn't stand it. You've trying to erase or at least numb the pain you feel by drinking and gambling," stated the cloaked figure as if it was the truth. "You know I've had enough of you," said Tsunade as she couldn't take it anymore. She didn't like how the cloaked figure said it and threw a punch to the cloaked figure, trying to get the cloaked figure to stop acting as if he knew everything. The cloaked figure topped the Tsunade's fist and grabbed before clicking his teeth. "This just goes to prove my point that you're running away. Why are you running away?" asked the cloaked figure before he disappeared. Once he left, Tsunade crumbled onto the ground as the cloaked figure's words sank into her mind, and before long she realized that everything he said was true. She had been running away from the truth because she couldn't accept it. She sat there on the ground as she couldn't do anything to stop the tears that were flowing from her eyes as she wished that she was able to get closure. She spent the next 30 minutes crying as she came to terms with all the mistakes she made and made peace with herself as she let out all the emotions that she had been holding. And after she had been done crying, she sent great as if a huge weight had been lifted as she got up from the ground and wiped away all the dirt on her clothes before she turned and headed back to Tanzaka town with Shizune to meet up with Jiraiya. "And that's what happened," said Tsunade as she told Jiraiya what happened and why she was walking back to Tanzaka town. "Do you learn who the mysterious cloaked figure was?" asked Jiraiya as he was curious about that person. "Who was able to stop Tsunade's punch as if it was nothing? Surviving her punches will make you recognized, but stopping her punches could make you famous." He had found out this person's to test whether or not he's an enemy. "No, I didn't. His cloak overshadowed his face so I didn't see his face and his voice was very deep but that's not much to go on, said Tease. Unaided as he wasn't able to learn much about the cloaked figure as he kept his distance and had been careful to not reveal himself as his cloak was covering his face. Anyway, so are you going to return to Konoha and become the Godime Hokage? Asked Jiraiya as he wondered if she was going to return or if he had forced her to return back to Konoha. Tsunade didn't say anything as she just walked toward Tanzaka town with Shizune following her behind. Jiraiya was confused as he didn't know if Tsunade was going to return to Konoha or not. He decided it was best to follow her. They walked for 2 hours before they reached Tanzaka town where they decided would be the best place to rest and take a sleep, so they can be energized then leave tomorrow and head towards Konoha as fast as they could do. They ran all the way to Konoha as they didn't want to waste any more time. They used chakra to boost their speed as they raced across the fire country to return to Konoha. By the time they got there the sun was in the middle of the sky. They walked towards the gate of Konoha as the gate guards, Azumo Kamizuki and Katetsu Hagane jumped in front of them. It's great to see you Jiraiya-sama, may I ask who the blonde-haired woman is? Said Katetsu as he looked at Tsunade with a sharp eye to make sure she didn't do anything. She's Tsunade Senju, stated Jiraiya, as soon as Katetsu and Azumo heard W. Had Jiraiya just said their face became pale and they started to sweat as they just realized that Katetsu had just called Tsunade who was said to have the strength of 100 men a blonde-haired woman. Katetsu quickly bowed his head in apologize. I'm sorry I didn't know who you were Tsunade-sama and I'm very sorry that I insulted you, said Katetsu as he apologized hoping that she didn't punch him because he didn't want to know if Tsunade had the strength of 100 men or not. There is no need for you to apologize, said Tsunade as she looked at Katetsu before she turned to face Jiraiya. Let's go Jiraiya, said Tsunade before Jiraiya and Shizune passed through the gate and headed for the Hokage's office so they could sort out any problems there might be and talk about some stuff. The same cloaked figure that was talking to Tsunade earlier took off the cloak to reveal that it was Naruto. She's definitely Mito's granddaughter alright. Tsunade sure wasn't a pick over that. For sure but she wasn't as feisty as her grandmother, thought Naruto as he was making his way through the border of Uzushiogakure no Sato. I can't believe Mito made me do this, said Naruto out loud. As he couldn't believe Mito had him talk to Tsunade and get Tsunade to stop running. He was a bit curious though as he was wondering since he was married to Mito would that make Tsunade his granddaughter-in-law or something. Naruto headed back to Uzushiogakure and on his way he saw platoons of Uzu guards marching around as they guarded the entirety of Uzushiogakure no Sato. Naruto was thinking about his new project that he had finished working on as he had built a giant satellite which he going to send into space and have it create a huge barrier around the borders of Uzushiogakure no Sato. So no one could enter it without being added to the register on the satellite which only he could update it to make sure if someone could get Uzushiogakure no Sato or not. Naruto was thinking that it was time to reunite the Uzumaki clan and had realized that it was still too soon to do that as he needed to have shinobis like the other villages as he was thinking about how he was going to get an army of shinobis in just a year. Then as he was walking to his house it hit him, what if he created an army of shinobis with the DNAs that he possessed such as the Senju DNA or the DNA of Hanzo, which he got when he knocked out Hanzo using his time and space jutsu, teleportation. Yes that could work. All he has to do is get Azmouth to help with it and then he will get an army of clones which he could train in the time dome for 20 years and train them to be strong enough to survive on their own without having to rely on him. I think I'll go to Azmouth later but now I'm busy, said Naruto out loud as he had found no reason to keep it in considering the fact that he and his family were the only humans in the entirety of Uzushiogakure no Sato. That day when Naruto got to his house, he spent the rest of the day thinking of plans and ideas for what he was going to do in the future when he became Uzukage as he planned. A question ran through Naruto's mind as he thought of his plan. Question running through was not if his plans were going to happen but when it was gonna happen. Tsunade had spent the few hours she had been in the Hokage's office looking through every records of this Naruto Uzumaki that Jiraiya had made her look. She looked through all the records and was notable records showed that he is brought there at least once a week, although this did make her wonder why this orphan was picked on by everyone and beaten close to death. Tsunade had looked through the records and learned everything she needed to. She learned that he was a Jinchuriki, an orphan. He was considered a failure in the academy, and he was also a dead last of the graduating genins, as he was unable to create a bunshin. When she read the records she got about Naruto, it wasn't much and she didn't see anything special about Naruto Uzumaki. He then looked through his shinobi career records, and after she looked through the records, to say that she was surprised was an understatement. Naruto's and was able to complete a C rank turned A rank mission. He was able to kill all 1,000 of Gato's men in a few minutes. He was able to convince the Demon of the Mist and his daughter to join Konoha. He beated the Hyuga prodigy and then later went on to help the Sandaime Hokage kill Orochimaru. Jiraiya, can you tell me anything else about this Naruto Uzumaki kid? Said Tsunade as she stirred the spoon in her tea around before she took a sip. She couldn't help but feel that she don't know everything and that Jiraiya was hiding a couple of things from her. She didn't realize just right she was. Quote, he was able to beat Kakashi by himself when Kakashi had given Team 7 the test to determine if they are ready to become genins or not. Said Jiraiya. When he first learned about this from Hiruzen he could NT believe it, but then when Kakashi showed up and agreed with everything Hiruzen said, Jiraiya had no choice but to believe it. Oh, so he was able to best Kakashi, said Tsunade before she stopped as her own words began to sink in. Then she spit out the tea in her mouth at Jiraiya's face at the realization. He was able to beat Kakashi by himself before he was a genin, said Tsunade in surprise. To hear that the supposed dead last was able to beat Kakashi before he began an official ninja. Jiraiya wiped the tea off his face before he continued what he was saying. He was able to summon the Shinigami without having his soul pulled out of him, said Jiraiya with disbelief, as he still didn't believe even after his former sensei told him about that. Tsunade was drinking her tea midway tea. Heard Jiraiya's sentence, and once she was able to heat all of it, she spat out the tea in her mouth towards Jiraiya's face as she had a look of shock and disbelief in her face. Questions were running through her mind as she was wondering, not to be rude, but how a nameless orphan was able to do such a thing, as it was impossible to summon the Shinigami without having your soul pulled out of you. Jiraiya wiped the tea off his face and realized that this must be how his former sensei felt when he spat tea at his former sensei's face. He too, a few seconds before he continued. Naruto then sealed Orochimaru into the Shinigami's stomach and in turn killed Orochimaru, said Jiraiya. He was told about this by his sensei, as he had been watching from the first seat during the whole invasion. What? He was able to kill Orochimaru? Cried out Tsunade in disbelief. Though she didn't like to admit it, Orochimaru wasn't easy to kill, as he was always able to avoid death and had the title of Sannin for a reason. So this Naruto had to be very powerful in order to kill that treacherous snake. Tsunade was so surprised that she spat out tea from her mouth, which hit Jiraiya's face again. Jiraiya grew red and angry as he was frustrated from having tea spit at his face. He wiped his face and continued. He's Minato's kid and your godson, said Jiraiya before he closed his eyes in anticipation of what he knew was going to happen in about a second after he finished his sentence. Tsunade spat the tea that she had been drinking at Jiraiya's face. He's my godson. Then why you didn't tell me that sooner? Shouted Tsunade as she didn't believe what she was hearing when Jiraiya explained that Naruto was his godson. She didn't know what to do, as she could remember Danzo telling her that her godson was dead. She couldn't believe that jerk lied to her like that. Tsunade was going to deal with Danzo later, but right now she had to visit her godson and check if he's alright. Don't worry Naru-chan, I coming for you, said Tsunade with a smile on her face as Naruto was alive and she was about to head out the door to go meet her godson. After all, she did have to make up for all the time that she wasn't there for him. Jiraiya could tell Tsunade was about head out of the office to find Naruto, but stopped her. The last thing that I was going to tell you is that Naruto defected, said Jiraiya as he then explained everything to her, and when he had finished his explanation, Tsunade's smile had been replaced by a sad frown. That frown soon turned into something else entirely, as her sad face was replaced by an angry face that promised great pain and suffering. This is all Danzo's fault, said Tsunade as he summoned an Anbu and had ordered them to find Danzo and bring him to her office, so she could have a talk with Danzo about something. Jiraiya decided to leave after he saw the angry look on Tsunade's face, as he did. She wanted to be there when things got ugly. A regular Tsunade was Danguro. Us enough, but a angry Tsunade was 10x more dangerous and deadlier than a normal Tsunade. He ran away and left Konoha as he was going to manage his spy network and search for Naruto as bringing Tsunade back had taken up a lot of time that he could have used to find Naruto. Meanwhile, at the Sarutobi clan compound, Hiruzen had spent the last hour checking how Tsunade was doing so far as the Godime Hokage. He wanted to see if he had made a right call choosing Tsunade as the Godime Hokage. He had been watching and saw that Tsunade was doing a great job as the Godime Hokage, and he realized that he had nothing to worry about. Hiruzen had been watching for a while. He saw the part where Tsunade repeatedly spat tea at Jiraiya's face and laughed so hard that his ribs were hurting. He had spent the whole day replaying the scene where Tsunade was spitting tea at Jiraiya's face and was laughing for the whole day. Now you know how I felt when you did that to me, Jiraiya, thought Hiruzen as he laughed at Jiraiya. Hiruzen was happy that it happened to Jiraiya. I hope you like this new chapter, and I'm sorry that it took a while to post this, but I'm really busy with revision and homework. I will try to always post new chapters somewhere between 5 days 2 weeks. Remember to leave a comment. After all, like they say in Asda, every little helps. Well, that's all I have to say. Oh, and all of this plot begins to me as well as the storyline, so if you want to use my plot or storyline, you'll have to ask me first. Other than that, you're good. Tsunade was sitting in her office. She had sighed in resignation as she had gone to Danzo and asked him why he told her that Naruto was dead, but to her ire he denied everything and acted as if he was innocent. She knew that he had to be stopped as he was becoming a problem for her. She was trying to find a way to get rid of Danzo, but she couldn't find any evidence to frame him, as he always found way to tie up any loose ends. He was a slimy snake, and she knew that catching and framing him of anything would be difficult. She was looking at the floor when she noticed the room had become darker than before, as if there a giant shadow looming over the room. She wondered if the sun was being blocked by a cloud, so she looked out the window, and what she saw surprised her, as all she saw a world covered in darkness and shadows. What's going on here? Said Tsunade as she was asking herself if she could understand what she was seeing. She tried to get a handle of herself as she was trying her best to figure out what was happening and where exactly she was. Hello, I heard that you wanted to get rid of Danzo, so here I am to help you, said a voice. Tsunade tried to pinpoint the mysterious voice but couldn't figure out where the voice came from. She listened to the voice clearly and could tell that the voice belonged around to look for the person who spoke, and when she turned around she saw the same cloaked figure from last time. Who are you? Why are you helping? How did you get evidence against Danzo? Asked Tsunade as she started asking a wave of questions. The cloaked figure laughed at how curious Tsunade seemed. This made Tsunade refrain from asking any more questions as she looked with a keen eye. She looked carefully at the cloaked figure as she memorized everything about the cloaked figure, from his appearance to his movements and actions. She kept a clear memory of the person in front of her without leaving a detail. Curious, I see you don't want to miss a single detail about me. Anyhow, here, said the cloaked figure as he threw a bunch of files and documents at Tsunade. He knew that Tsunade thought of him as a big threat like Danzo or more. He knew she wanted to get any information on him as possible to use against him in the future, should he be an enemy, so he did his best to act differently than he normally did. Tsunade was careful to pick up all of the files and documents. She was hesitated to open the files and documents as she didn't know if there was a bomb tag in the files and documents which was rigged to explode when she opened them, so she was wondering if she should open them or not as she was drawing the pros and cons of the decision she might make. You know, if I wanted to kill you then I would have done so. I mean, it would be stupid to let you escape with any information on me, but getting rid of Danzo is more important than killing you, so don't worry, it's not rigged, said the cloaked figure. Tsunade opened the files and documents. She looked inside them and she was surprised, said, but happy at the same time, as she had enough evidence to execute Danzo or imprison him forever. Tsunade quickly gathered and sorted all the documents and files into one pile. She looked at the cloaked figure and gave him a grateful thank you. She turned her back for 1 second and she looked back. The cloaked figure was gone. She looked around and noticed that the room was lighter than before. She looked through a window and saw Konoha exactly as it. She was wondering how the cloaked figure was able to enter Konoha without being detected. The cloaked figure appeared in a flash of light in the living room at Naruto's home. He took off his cloak to reveal that he's Naruto. Naruto had a happy grin on his face as he gave Tsunade the means to end Danzo, and he was certain she would use the evidence to get rid of Danzo. Which meant that Danzo would be taken care of since Naruto saw him as threat. Okay, and also get vengeance for Danzo screwing over everyone of his relative in his homeland. Naruto looked around the house for his family but didn't find them. He went out and saw that they were in the back garden, which was a huge training ground. They were fighting each other as Hokage. And Mizu were fighting Mito while Misuto and Kiri were fighting each other. It was very entertaining to watch as Mito used her mastery over Fuinjutsu to get out of any situation and beat Mizu and Toka. At the same time, while Misuto was trying to get an advantage over Kiri using his shadow-based attacks to attack from the back, but Kiri was dodging all the attacks and used cage buncheons to confuse Misuto. Naruto watched the fight for a while before he left to go check on the Uzu guards. He had decided to go through with his idea to create a second circular barrier surrounding Uzushiogakure like the first barrier created from the barrier seals, but this second barrier would be 5,000 feet away from the first barrier. Naruto walked to the nearest Uzu guard that patrolled the borders and decided to get a report from them to see if there had been any abnormal activities around the borders, but much to his disappointment the Uzu guards didn't report any abnormal activities, so Naruto thought that it would be a waste of time to listen to the report of every platoon of Uzu guards that patrolled the borders and created cage buncheons to do it for him. Naruto was bored and he wondered if anything interesting was going to happen. Naruto decided that he would go to take a look at how Tsunade was using all of the files and documents. He put on a mask and wore his cloak before he used his teleport Asian jutsu to teleport right where Tsunade, and he made sure to not create a flash of light. Naruto looked around and saw that he was at the council room. He turned to see Tsunade scolding Danzo for being an idiot, but she stopped when she saw Naruto, who she only knew as the cloaked person. He waved at her while everyone in the room was surprised and shocked to see the cloaked figure just appear like that in front of them. They couldn't believe what they just saw, even Danzo. "Hello Tsunade-chan, I see you are already using the files and documents I gave you," said Naruto in a deep voice that made it hard for anyone to recognize him. He looked at the file that Tsunade had in her hand. Tsunade responded with a kind smile and a nod to show her thanks to Naruto for his help. "I was wondering, how did you get all this information on Danzo?" questioned Tsunade. She didn't want to be rude and ask a question, but she was very curious as to how Naruto managed to get so much information on Danzo. The whole council was interested too at what Naruto's answers was, especially Danzo, as he thought that he had tied every single loose end. "I have been watching him for a long time and I've been collecting every single information on him and his route," replied Naruto as he lied about how he got the information on Danzo and HS route. Naruto knew that he got the information from the hidden route headquarters. As soon as Tsunade heard the word route, she turned to face Danzo. "Danzo, I thought you made it clear the route was disbanded and shut down when Sarutobi-sensei ordered you to," said Tsunade as she glared at Danzo. Which made Danzo sweat a bit in fear as he cleared his throat and tried to think of an excuse. "I was just cleaning up any mess that any squad left behind and had the route. Keep an eye on the squads and protect them," claimed Danzo as he paused sometimes to think carefully about what he was gonna say. Danzo had a small smirk on his face that no one noticed. Naruto knew that he had to expose Danzo in a way that no one would be by his side when he was done. "Danzo, I would like it if you took off the bandage covering your right arm," said Naruto as he suggested Danzo to take off the bandages. Knowing what Danzo was hiding under it, Danzo stayed calm as he knew that he didn't have to do anything that the cloaked said. Tsunade heard Naruto and she knew that he had hinted to everyone that Danzo was hiding something under those bandages. "Danzo, I order you to take off your bandages," commanded Tsunade. She knew that there had to be something big there in order to get the civilian council to turn on Danzo. This made Danzo sweat a bit as he had no choice but to do as Tsunade, otherwise he would look suspicious. Danzo panicked and ordered the root Anbus to attack the cloaked figure and Tsunade. The root Anbu did just that as they jumped at the cloaked figure and Tsunade while Danzo run for it, but before Danzo could leave the room, Naruto killed the root Anbus using AS ranked Kaden Jutsu to turn them into ashes. Naruto quickly moved in front of Danzo and stopped Danzo from escaping. The whole council and Tsunade was surprised at strength of his jutsu. And his speed as his jutsu had destroyed the front side of the room. Danzo saw that he had no choice and decided to reveal his ace as he took off the bandages that covered his right arm. When he did, everyone gasped as they were surprised and disgusted by what they saw. Danzo had implanted several Sharingans on his arm which looked very pale. All of the civilian council turned blue and vomited in disgust at what they saw. The Sharingans on Danzo's arm were blinking as Danzo proceeded to took off the bandage that covered half his face to reveal a Mangekyo Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan of Shisui Uchiha. When the council saw it, Danzo for committing a unforgivable crime of stealing the Sharingan, a known Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan. Naruto said nothing and just charged at Danzo. Naruto made a single hand sign and blew small body of compressed air at Danzo, who used the quick perception of the Sharingan to avoid as he ran to the left as Naruto continued to launch small body of compressed air at Danzo. Danzo managed to dodge all of the attacks a second before it could hit. Danzo took out 10 shurikens and fused them with Twine chakra to make them sharper before he throwed them at Naruto. Cage shurikens no jutsu. Called out Danzo as the shurikens multiples into 100 shurikens. Naruto took out a kunai and used it to deflect some of the shurikens that he wouldn't be able to dodge as he dodged all the shurikens that he was able to with grace. Naruto used Swampfire's power and watched as vines popped out of the ground and wrapped around Danzo as it became tighter until it had crushed Danzo's body. Everyone watched as blood was seeping through the vines and believed that Danzo was dead. The vines suddenly fell on the floor as the space inside became hollow and the blood that was seeping out of the vines disappeared as Danzo appeared behind Naruto with a kunai in his hand as he tried to stab Naruto, but Naruto jumped away and created a cage bunshin. Then Naruto and his cage bunshin made 2 different hand signs. Suddenly, much to the amazement of the council, a dragon made entirely out of water appeared out of thin air as it was charging towards Danzo with its mouth open. Danzo watched as the water dragon was getting closer to him and he jumped to the side as he barely dodged the water dragon. Danzo looked for the water dragon but it had disappeared, and while he was distracted, he was hit by another dragon made entirely out of wind as it tore through his body and cut him in half. Danzo's halves disappeared like an illusion and he reappeared 10 feet away from where his halves used to be. He ran through hand signs in a matter of seconds. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Called out Danzo as he spat out several small body of compressed air at Naruto and his cage bunshin. Naruto and his cage bunshin both made a tiger hand sign, fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire. They both called out as they took a big breath and then processed to spit out several small body of fire which collide with all Danzo's attacks and combined with Danzo's attack as it was moving towards Danzo twice as fast than before. Danzo quickly moved around the attacks as much as he could, but the attacks were too much and too fast for Danzo as a few of the attacks had burned several parts of Danzo's body. Danzo was glad as he had just dodged the last fireball, but or he could move. Naruto pushed him down on the floor and stabbed him through the heart with a kunai. Danzo's laid dead for a couple of seconds before it disappeared and Danzo appeared a few feet away from the place where he had died just a second ago. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Called out Danzo as he expelled a giant body of compressed air from his mouth at Naruto. Naruto saw the attack and quickly responded by going through hand signs. Chidori. Called out Naruto as his right hand was covered with blue lightning, and before anyone knew what happened, Naruto disappeared as he dodged the attack and everyone looked at Danzo and saw that Naruto's right hand, the hand that was covered in blue lightning, had gone through Danzo's body, and before Danzo could disappear, Naruto covered his left hand in blue lightning as it separated Danzo's head from his body. I've noticed that you do die and then somehow you come back to life, but I wonder how many times you can do that, said Naruto. As the blood that was all over his hands had vanished as Danzo's corpse disappeared and he reappeared behind Naruto, Danzo tried to stab Naruto again with a kunai, but he was stopped by Naruto's cage bunshin that he kept back in case Danzo would try to stab him in the back again. That was a good idea. Naruto was getting tired of playing with Danzo and decided to end him as Naruto created a Rasengan on the palm of his right hand and slammed it against Danzo. The damage and power from the Rasengan destroyed some of Danzo's organs and killed him as his insides were twisted around. Danzo disappeared and then reappeared before Naruto as he was about to use a jutsu, Kuchio's no jutsu, Baku. called out Danzo as he bit his thumb to get some blood before he slammed his hand on the ground. Unfortunately for Danzo, Naruto decided to use his Rinnegan and charged at Danzo. Just as Danzo slammed his hands down, Naruto got close to Danzo and used the Preta path to absorb the chakra before Danzo could summon Baku. "You were able to entertain me for a bit, but it's time I killed you," stated Naruto. He grabbed Danzo with his left to stop Danzo from moving as he created a Rasengan on the palm of Hi's right hand and proceeded to slam it against Danzo. Danzo groaned in pain as the Rasengan was grinding his organs and twisting them. It all happened in a second before Danzo was pushed back by the force of the Rasengan. Danzo tried to get up and escape, but Naruto stopped him and quickly killed Danzo with another Rasengan, except Naruto slammed the Rasengan against Danzo's head, which killed Danzo. It flattened Danzo's head like a pancake. Everyone in the council were surprised by the power of the Naruto, as they had just seen Naruto kill Danzo over and over again with little problem, but Danzo was somehow able to come back to life. After seeing what they saw, the council were keeping an eye on Danzo's body as they didn't know if Danzo could come back to life again. "Sorry about Tsunade-chan. It looks like I caused a bit of destruction. I guess we can call it even since I helped get rid of a big problem for you," said Naruto as he laughed a bit at the destruction that he had caused. It was then that Naruto realized that he still had his Rinnegan active. He was able to panic but saw that everyone was looking at Danzo's body, and luckily for Naruto he was able to deactivate the Rinnegan without worry of being noticed. Once Tsunade heard Naruto's voice, she remembered that the Naruto was still there. "I guess we are even then, but I was wondering, how did you learn to use the Rasengan and the Chidori?" asked Tsunade, as she was curious to know how the cloaked stranger was able to use the Rasengan and the Chidori, as they were both Konoha jutsus, and they both were not easy to learn or obtain. "I had seen the copy ninja, Kakashi, use it a million times, so I was able to copy it after seeing him use it so many times. As for the Rasengan, a stranger with blonde hair and blue eyes taught it to me, in exchange for cover," said Naruto. He lied as he used the Sharingan to copy Kakashi's jutsu, and he lied about the Rasengan, but he had to come up with something. When Tsunade heard blonde hair and blue eyes, she did the one thing she wanted to do. "Can you tell me about this blonde with blue eyes? I need to find him," asked Tsunade as she was looking at the strangers. She needed to apologize for leaving him behind when he was young. Naruto didn't know what to do, so he just improvised. "I'm sorry, but he made me promise to keep anything about him a secret, and I have no intention of coming back on my words," said Naruto as he decided to leave the place, but he was stopped by a firm hand. Tsunade had grabbed the cloaked stranger's shoulder and looked at him with eyes that were begging him to tell her where Naruto was. "Please tell me where he is," begged Tsunade as she wanted to find Naruto and try to make it up to him for not being there when he was young. She had failed her husband, her family, Minato and Kushina, but she didn't want to fail Naruto too. "I'm sorry, but Naruto said that he doesn't want to return to the place that lied to him about his family and kept him in the dark," said Naruto before he disappeared into thin air using his time and space jutsu. Tsunade watched as the cloaked stranger just vanished. She couldn't help but focus on what the cloaked stranger said. He said that he didn't want to return to the place that lied to him about his family and kept him in the dark. This was confusing her, so she decided to talk to Hiruzen about it. Tsunade looked up and saw that the council were all a bit nervous after seeing the cloaked stranger and Naruto fight. She signed as she knew she had a lot of paperwork to deal with. She decided to end the meeting and told everyone to go to their homes, and that they could talk about this in a later date. Naruto reappeared at his house in Uzushiogakure. He went to his bed and laid down on it as he looked up onto the ceiling of the room. He wanted to talk to a certain pair that he knew he would need in the future, but he also knew that getting them to help him would be one of the hardest things to do. Naruto wanted to talk to them but knew now was not the time to do such a thing. He may have earned their powers, but he did not have the control and understanding to use such a power. Naruto had to know if he could harness that power. It could help him in the future. But he knew that such power was not easy to obtain, as was the case for majority of things. Naruto got up and thought as to what he would do now. He had an army ready. He was going to have a nation full of ninjas ready to fight for the upcoming war that was inevitable. The only he needed now was information on the enemies. He had already gotten rid of two threats that would no doubt side with the enemy, but even though Naruto was getting ready for the fight, some part of him was nagging at him and telling him that there's something that he should know but didn't. Ultimately Naruto decided to deal with it after. I hope you like this new chapter and I'm sorry that it took a while to post this, but I'm really busy with revision and homework. I will try to always post new chapters somewhere 5 days 2 weeks. Remember to leave a comment. Well, that's all I have to say.